A bright hello to all of you, husbands, partners, exes, fathers, sons, nephews, and uncles gathered there at the men's conference. Please allow me to congratulate you, Prince, and all your guests for taking the initiative to meet together to talk about things that concern me that we normally don't talk about. All of you, husbands, partners,
Going back again to do something, so I come back here. Sorry guys, I just had to sort that one out. So I'm putting it back again. That's a message from one of our women. We had asked different women to send in their messages, just to also be able to share with us. I don't know, is it my network? Sorry, Mr. Tabang. So yes, and that's one I'm going to play. It's also available on our website. Let's just listen to what they have to say to us. Let's go back there again.
We are born into society, and from the moment that we're born, society preconditions us and formats us. A bright hello to all of you, husbands, partners, exes, fathers, sons, nephews, uncles gathered there at the men's conference. Please allow me to congratulate you, Prince, and all your guests for taking the initiative to meet together to talk about things that concern me that we normally don't talk about. We are born into society, and from the moment that we're born, society preconditions us and formats us into roles, men, women, and with all these roles come expectations, some of them which are very unrealistic. And we find out that as we journey through life, we tend to want to behave and act to fit into these formats that society has prepared for us long before we were born. And we come along the journey to a point where we feel like we do not belong, we do not understand, or just being in those boxes forces us or compel us to become people that we don't want to be, or characters, or to act and think and do things the way we don't want to be. And sometimes just coming together to talk about those things allowed us to touch base with ourselves, redefine who we want to be beyond the expectations of society. We redefine who we want to be, we declutter, we let go, and we just be. And from that being, we define who we want to become. So I congratulate you for that. Talking is a form of healing. It's actually one form of healing. And I am here to invite you to the next level of the talking, which is about creative writing. In 2014, stuff happened to my life. Shit happens, actually. And I wrote a book and did a TED Talk. And in that process, I discovered the powers of writing. Writing is not just a form of expression. It is a form of therapy. It helps you declutter, detox your life. It helps you, it liberates you from a whole lot of things that you may be carrying in you without knowing. It allows you to touch base with yourself. And it makes you a content expert. It gives you control over your life. It helps you gain clarity. So I'm here to invite you, if you're interested in continuing the journey after the talking that you'll be doing at the men's conference, if you're interested in exploring further on how to express yourself, to tell your truth, to tap into who you are, to release more, and to find clarity in your life going forward, then coming into one of my workshops will be something that may really help you on that journey. I know writing may sound like very, very intimidating. It may sound like something crazy if you've never done it before. In my master classes, in my writers classes, I really take you by the hand and take away the fears, the insecurities, the self-doubts, and all the procrastination and excuses that you may have for not writing. so that you can actually sit down and do the writing. Because when you write, you release so much more in you. You touch base with yourself and you use your story, your truth, your reality to help someone else to touch base with their own realities. And I think if more brothers are writing about their lives, their life stories, it will really help us women. It will really help their daughters and their nieces and their potential partners to understand where they're coming from. So writing is more than just writing. Again, I'm inviting you. And who am I to invite you? I am the serial author of 23 books, 14 ebooks, and the coach of over 12 women within the last 3 years. So to say, I have coached 12 women and 15 kids to write and have their own books published. All of them are award winners, and most of their books are now being read in schools. And having their books in schools means that they are now a source of inspiration. With their stories, they are inspiring the next generation, and you could be one of them. So writing is an incredible way of expressing yourself, and incredible because it is that format that allows you to really sit down and tell your story and liberate yourself on your device or your piece of paper and pen without anyone interrupting you. You know, as you journey through life and you have some of these experiences, you really want to share them, but you fear that you'll be judged. You fear that you'll be interrupted, or you think that no one will be interested in your version of the story. Indeed, the world is interested in your version of the story, because without that, the stories of the world, the history of the world is not complete. So it is our responsibility when we have journeyed through life and make some of those experiences, especially those of them that really affect our lives. It is important that we share them. And one of the best ways to do that without being interrupted, you know, in your space, is to write. When you find your writing voice and you start telling those stories and you start liberating yourself, you'll see the world from a different perspective. And above all, you will use your story to inspire someone. And again, that would make you a content expert and an absolute owner of your story. And there's nothing like owning your story and using it to help a whole lot of other people. So that's what I would love to help you to do, to go from the talking at the men's conference to getting into a space where you can really sit down and write your story. Write it and let it be heard from your perspective without being interrupted, without any fears. So if you're ready for that journey, I would be more than happy to take you by the hand and to help you do just that, because that is what I do best. So I'll probably see you in one of my master classes. Prince, this is my message to you and your guests. And again, congratulations, and I celebrate you for this bold step. And we're done. And I'm glad you're doing this conference before you transition into 2022. So well done. And I look forward to having you in one of my classes. See how excited I am. So I'm going to stop here before I start blah, 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 blah. Have a wonderful conference and goodbye.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I do hope a lot of you can see me. We are trying to ensure, of course, create a safe space. So only speakers at every point will be focused as well. Just making a few people co-hosts so we can have this conference. So yes, thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity, and thank you for being a part of this conference. I don't know, Mr. Arthur, are you available to help us now? Mr. Arthur is supposed to be moderating this session, and I'm really excited to have him around. Mr. Arthur, how?
Yes, Prince. Oh, thank you. You know what? There was load shedding, Prince, and even now it's still going on. So I'm on some data. Yes, I don't know if anyone else in the room knows about load shedding, man. It's about lights being switched off for a couple of hours. We're saving resources here in South Africa. So yeah, man. Yeah, Prince, that's what's been going on. So I struggle to get to actually log in. But I'm here now, yes.
It's all right. Thank you very much. So you will be taking this session as the moderator. and we can therefore proceed. Maybe just while that is going on, if I would just quickly give in my welcome speech and I'll hand it over to you. And I'm sure you can scan through the room to see who is in the room and who is not in the room. I'm sure you have that access now. So thank you very much. We're also trying to create a safe space for everyone. That's why we are on focus mode. I think that's the best way to put it now. So yes. Please, if there are any questions at any point, please just drop it in the chat box, okay? And yeah, we'll be happy to respond to it as well. I see a couple of messages there already. The issue of network is really one that we all need to deal with and address right now, because I see that is actually some of the questions that we're having as well. And if you're unable to unmute yourself, it is because we have taken that away as well. So no one will be able to unmute themselves unless they are asked to do so. And so please just drop your message or raise your hand if you don't have any question, and that's how it's going to be. And then, yeah, we will be disabling the waiting room so people can join in at any time as well, and just be able to share. So please, thank you very much as we proceed. And want to say a big thank you again to Sebastian and to Arthur. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just quickly welcome everybody here once again, officially. As I just read this brief opening speech and welcome speech. So please do bear with me as we proceed as well. So, great kings, great men, and gentlemen. It is great honor and so much pleasure in my heart that I welcome you to the inaugural Global Men's Conference. This conference, as we all know, is aimed at helping us become the best version of ourselves, even on our worst days. For this goal, we must be assertive. First of all, I want to thank God Almighty for the grace, the gift, and opportunity that He has given us all to be alive today and meet for such a purpose. Next, I want to express my profound gratitude to everyone whose contribution has helped us plan this event through the various stages. None of your efforts has gone unnoticed, and we sincerely appreciate you. Gentlemen, today is a very important day in the history of man, and I encourage you to be very deliberate and conscious of the nature of our conversation today. We are making history together. This is cheers to the future. Together as men, let us protect the human race. Let us build trust in the brotherhood. Together as men, let us help each other in areas of family career balance. And as men, let us help each other overcome trauma. Together as men, let us protect our queens and our princesses. Stop the violence already and let love lead. It is no longer news that the rate of depression, mental health, and trauma, as well as suicide, has increased significantly over the past few years, most especially in men. We cannot continue to allow our men lose their minds and take their lives, many of whom are at their prime. It is important for us to discuss these issues and share our stories at this retreat. It's also okay if we deviate from the agenda and open up for some unplanned conversations. But most importantly, let us talk about solutions. Speaking of solutions, this summit is one of the many strategies to sustainable solutions and support structures for men globally. The world, as we all know, is a global village, and to ensure an effective and efficient cross-cultural relations over time, we have partnered with PanArt Global, an international management consultancy agency who has given us access to several local organizations around the world, and are in talks with many more to ensure that our impact gets to the grassroots, and also that subsequent global conferences make more impact. Details on these and more will be published on our website in due course. As you may have noticed, we have selected and carefully selected the best and highly decorated speakers from around the world to be on our panel today. Many of these speakers have agreed to offer their services after these events to mentor other men. We'll be publishing a list of these speakers with their profile on our database soon after the conference so that you can connect with them and start your journey to greatness. Keep an eye on our website for this information. To all speakers, words cannot express how grateful we are to you for your generosity. And the fact that you are among us today, we are deeply honored and sincerely grateful. Finally, Alpha gentlemen, I implore you to be the voice of hope, love, peace, and transformation. Let us together, as a result of this conference, go and make the world a better place. Let us look out for each other. Together, let us put an end to gender-based violence, gender inequality, and all forms of human rights violation after this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, those who will be watching this meeting, this recording after this event, and there I say, ladies and gentlemen, but more importantly, gentlemen, happy meeting. Thank you very much. And I'll hand it over back again to Arthur. My name is Ambassador Prince Edosele Irahom. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yo, Prince. Hey, that's an actually awesome read up. Thank you so much on that. Literally, I do feel inspired, you know. I'm in South Africa. My name is Arthur Kitolo. I live in South Africa. I was born in Kenya. So I'm originally Kenyan. Yeah, here's to Obama, here's to Obama. And I wanted to find out from Prince as well. Prince, if you're still there, I'm not sure if we should allow people to unmute themselves, or if people who would like to make a comment should raise their hands. Prince, are you there?
Yes, they may have to raise their hands, and so we will just take them as well. We'll take them. They may have.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so those are the rules. If you have something to say, we'd like you to raise your hands. My name is Arthur Kitolo. I'm originally from Kenya, as I said. I'm the founder of the Men Must Talk movement, and that's why I work with Prince with all that I've got, because this is the same narrative we're trying to drive. You know, the fact that men are actually facing a lot of challenges that people are unaware of, and we seem to be overlooking some of the facts that are affecting men in this day and age, particularly the young men. Prince spoke about the suicide rates. We're losing men at the rates of 80% of all suicides are actually men. And these men, I thought it was an issue of age or race. Then I find out that no, these men are 23 years old, man. And yes, there was a story of a chartered accountant from the UK at 23 years old. This young Caucasian man wanted to take his life, and yet he had qualified as a chartered accountant. So he was literally set to make money for the rest of his life. Or so I thought, that would be my thinking. But he was contemplating suicide. So there's definitely a problem. Something is definitely broken. And you know what? From every angle, that's what we're trying to fix, man. That's what Prince is trying to fix. That's what, I don't know if we can fix it to just make it a bit better and just make people aware of it, because we meet people every day, they smile, they move on, and you find that a lot of these people you meet on a daily basis, who you would never ever consider to be thinking of such things, are the ones who are actually contemplating suicide or maybe involved in gender-based violence. So that's the goal. That's what we're trying to push today, is just trying to push this narrative and say that, guys, there has to be a better way. And as men, we're not going to let the younger ones fall off this wagon. They're going to have to be stronger. The young ladies are very strong, strong indeed, because we're raising a whole different breed of women at this point in time who are actually independent and very intelligent, but we're not making sure that the men match up to these standards, because these are the men who are going to be asking these ladies uh, for a hand in marriage, and yet the ladies are way levels above us. We have to, let's not forget the boy child. In this battle between the sexes, men and women, there are no winners. It seems like the children are taking the hardest knock. That's what I believe, you know. Sebastian, would you like to introduce yourself? We've got Sebastian on in the room. Just tell us a bit about yourself.
So, hi everybody. So, my name is Sebastian, and I am really honored to be here today with everybody. I'm just here to actually support everybody in physical and spirit, and also for the fact that I've lost my own fair share of friends and family to the reason why we're here today. So, I'm glad to be able to support and take care of the technical side of stuff. So, thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Prince, for this opportunity. Over back to you, Arthur. Nice to meet you. Good morning.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Sebastian. I've lost family members as well to suicide, and these were the last one was actually my wife's cousin, intelligent young man. I think he was 21, very intelligent young man. He had come to South Africa to study, originally from Zambia, and he opted to take his life. He went to Botswana and opted to take his life there. And I just couldn't understand why. Now, I'll be honest with you, there's a point where he had asked to actually come and live with us. Um, I won't say I was 100% for it, but I would have allowed it. My wife wasn't really for it. So he didn't get to spend any time with us. But then I sit down and I think, but wow, you know, what if I would have had that opportunity to actually maybe say something to the young man and tell him that, no, man, you're doing well. You're doing well. This is not, whatever you're going through it may seem to be so difficult now, but it's not the end. We all go through phases in life. I personally have been speaking to this lady who's helping, and I'll give you guys a context if you do need them. She's helping people to write books, and she's teaching even kids. There's kids who are publishing books, 9-year-old kids who are publishing books. So someone said to me, said, but you're not dead yet. Why would you write a book? And I'm like, but wow, that's where we go wrong. We think that your first book you write should be after you pass on. No, then you're not here to write it. Um, we've got different phases in our life, different stages in our life. We get different challenges. We get to different points where we're like, I feel like I can't go on, man. This is just it. But it's just it's a turning point, you know. I think that's the point at which you must actually declare victory, because you've reached the toughest part of the journey. There's that thing about when you're at the bottom, rock bottom, and you're lying looking up. The only place you can look is up, because you're at the rock bottom. And I believe that, you know. So when things are very difficult, there's always a solution somewhere. And I think that's what also Prince is trying to drive as well, with the conference, is to say that, you know what, we can get you men who can speak to you, who are willing to speak to you, or are willing to speak to people who you know have got challenges. Um, I think that's the one thing we're missing out, is the human connection and being able to come together once again, you know. as men and actually grow the tribe, because in the family unit, once the man is broken, once the man is broken, then it seems like the house is broken. It seems like the house is broken. I'll actually say that. Once the man is broken, the house is broken, because as the head of the house, he's the one who's supposed to chart the course for the family. So a broken man finds that very hard to do. And that's what we're trying to address. Thank you so much. Prince, are you still there?
Arthur,
Right.
thank you very much for your contribution. I don't know if Dr. Bababantu is ready now to make his presentation. I am aware that him and his team that are here are actually they actually have other engagements as well for today. So I would love to just give it to them and actually just start with um, what's I don't know if he's in the room currently. Mangala. I don't know. Okay, I think I see him in the room. I don't know, Mr. Mangala. Are you ready to make to share with us right now? Encourage us as well, and as men, we can get a talk. If you're ready, please just raise your hand so that I can just if you're ready, please just raise your hands. Okay, let me unmute Dr. Bababantu, and so he can maybe say something. Uh, I see him dropping some comments now. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Let's move that as well. Let's take it. So we were actually waiting for our special guest whose name was not on the flyer. It was actually a what do you call it now? It's likely a surprise guest, a renowned person from South Africa. He's still here to join us right now. And that is some of the reasons why we are lagging on our time. But notwithstanding, Mr. Arthur, I think you still have your time to make your presentation as per our planning as well. So please, if you could just take the time right now and make your presentation and from the topics that we had covered already, that we had actually published, that we covered already. So yes, Mr. Arthur, are you available?
Yes,
And I think you have to do
yes,
it
I'm
now before the
available.
new chair starts again.
Oh, but I wasn't ready for my presentation, but I can keep discussing some of the things that because I've been doing some research in regards to this
Please.
whole challenge. Yes. So I've been doing some research in regards to where we lie as men, because w- w- I found out from this other guy now. He's speaking about men's role throughout history. We've always been the disposable. I'm sorry to use that, but men have always been. I mean, when we go to war, it's we send men to go fight, to be ready to die. Uh, we're here. Women look after the children and protect and care for the children and raise the children. But for men, our role is so much broader because it extends through the whole family. Everything we do is geared towards protecting and providing for our families. So when it comes to war, it's men who are at the front line, who are ready to actually. I myself, I know that we've got lots of women soldiers, but I don't want a mother to go onto the front line of a battle. That's me. That's me personally. I wouldn't want that. But men, that's what we do. So that's part of our challenge, in actually finding our place, because now that we're not the sole providers and protectors like we used to be. Women are doing so well in terms of the growth and in terms of being able to achieve all of their dreams and their visions and their purpose, At the same time, men are losing their place because they're no longer able to actually do what they feel they were originally created to do. What happens when men are unable to provide like they used to? These are some of the challenges that we do face. So, uh, in that disposable mindset, we think that men are we ending up raising our boys to think that they are disposable as well? Because the suicide rates are actually quite alarming for me. Are we trying to say to the boys that no, you guys don't really matter? Uh, let's focus on the girls because we want to get the girls to the right level. I've got a daughter, so for me, I want my daughter to succeed, but not at the cost of the fact that we're losing so many young men. And I'm trying to understand the reason. I don't know if there's anyone in the room who would like to just raise their hand and maybe speak to this. Maybe give me an idea of why this could be happening and why we are where we are today. I'm what I'm doing with my research is I'm trying to find all of the reasons why men would feel less than and feel like they're not wanted or not needed in society, and why it seems to be such pleasant men who end up taking their lives. These are the type of men who people say, but he was a very, very nice person. Why would he have decided on such a tragic decision? So that is where I am. Um, and I think that's where Prince is as well, because Prince is trying to actually get people who we can speak to. Prince, I need that. I need your list of of speakers who would be willing to speak to some of us, because yes, while the opportunity is still there, I think I need it as well. I've gone through challenges in my life, but I think I'm not going through it. I'm growing through it and trying to be a better person in the process. I used to be into a lot of rap music, so that was what I used to listen to, and a lot of the messages in rap music are quite negative to young men and to young women as well. So that could have been part of my reason for being into Men Must Talk, because I'm thinking that what, we are leading these kids down the wrong path. Particularly, there was this one song by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and them. I don't know if you know those guys, man. But this song was a beautiful song. And at the end of the song, this guy sang and he said, "Smoke weed every day." And I was like, wow, man. Yeah, one day when I'm smoking it, I'm gonna smoke weed like my favorite rappers and my favorite. I look up to them. I want to be like them. So these are some of the messages that we're sending out to the young kids. And it's at a party, but is it right? Thank you so much. Dr. Baba Bantu.
Greetings, everyone. The name is Baba Buntu, and I greet all the brothers on the meeting. Thank you so much to Prince and the One African World Foundation also for putting together a very important and yet complicated, complex discussion. I think my contribution, I will come back to some of this in my presentation, but my contribution to Brother Arthur's comments on why do we want to take our own lives? And I think I want to answer it very particularly from an African man's point of view. I've been working with families and communities for the last more than 30 years, and also applied African-centered approaches in that work. And for at least half of that time, about 15 years, we have also developed very specific programs and platforms to dialogue with African men and be in solution-oriented conversations and practices with African men. And I'm thinking about the topic today, and I'm coming to the suicide, but I want to start with just, we are having a global men's conference. And the idea of globality sounds very nice. And we say that we have a global village. But I think it's very important to understand also that as African people, we don't have a voice in the global village. We may have some images, we may have some representatives that often do not really represent us that well, but we are not seen as a global people. We are not important. Our information is not read at the universities of the world. Our footprints are not remembered by the world that we exist within. So we are already written out as a people, not just as men, as a people out of equation. We are not expected to produce great things. We are not looked to for innovation. Africa is cute. Africa is colorful. Africa has drums and dances, and we smile all the time. That's what the world looks to us for. And when we are in so need for validation, and when our poverty has become so ingrained within us, we also sometimes engage with the world on the premises that they forced us to accept. So we represent our poverty sometimes. We represent our helplessness. We become rappers who only can talk about bitch and hoes and smoke weed and just be drunk all day, because maybe that's how we, over many, many generations, have internalized that that's all we really can do. Black people are party people. Like, everybody wants to party with us. Everybody wants to steal our songs and our fashion and our flair. But nobody's coming for our philosophical thoughts. We don't even come for our philosophical thoughts. We have internalized the hatred of the world against us. We allow Africa to be invaded. We allow Africa to be stolen. And I think, for me, that's also a symbol of how our heart is stolen and colonized, how our minds are stolen and colonized to a huge degree. And I'm using that as a backdrop to say, why would I want to live? And I'm not saying that as a simple question. I'm not expecting that everyone is feeling that they actually want to die. We know that the African spirit of maintaining and being alive is very strong. Our resilience is very strong. I don't think there is any other people on this planet who could have enjoyed the history that we have and still be alive and still want to be alive. But at the same time, I'm asking almost philosophically, why would we be alive? Why would we want to be alive when our story isn't told, when we don't seem to matter in this world, when we need campaigns around the world to remind the world that Black lives matter? And the backlash is, why do you make your pain so essential? When everybody knows that the way we sit in history is the memory of being enslaved, the memory of being seen as a primitive people, the memory of not really counting. So my point is to say that in our work with, and I'm not saying this is only a male phenomena, but we're talking about men today, in our work with young African men, well, actually any age, because I find a lot of suicidal behavior. Suicidal behavior is not just cutting your wrist to take a lot of tablets. It's also to get drunk 5 times a week. It is also to go outside your marriage and sleep with a lot of women. It's also to neglect your children. That's suicidal in the sense that you're not honoring the spirit of life that you were given from birth. So for me, if we don't address this backdrop in our work with African men, and we pretend that our problem is exactly the same as everyone else in this world, we are also failing. We are just deflecting away from a problem that sits so deeply within us. And I'm saying it because we are told by the world, you guys need to stop being so obsessed with your history of being invaded, your colonialism and enslavement. You must move on, man. Why are you so stuck in this space? Why do you love your oppression? I wish we didn't have to carry our oppression. I really wish that we were standing before the world as free African men, but almost none of us do. We do not have power. And I'm not saying that to affirm that we should not move on. I'm not saying this to affirm that we should not move on and that everything is lost. I'm just trying to remind us of a very dominant aspect of why it's so hard to stay alive and want to stay alive as an African man in this time and age. That was my contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baba Buntu. I'll be honest with you. I want to read your book, man. I would love to read your book because I think you've got, wow, such an amazing story to tell. And it's so true. In Africa, what hope are we giving these young people in terms of saying that, you know what, this is what lies ahead for you. There's not much hope in Africa. But you're right, we still have the greatest of spirit, you know. Someone was speaking about the smiles. It is a Caucasian lady, and she spoke about the smiles in Africa. And we have the biggest and the brightest smiles, regardless of what we're going through. Literally, the biggest and the brightest smiles here in Africa. We know what happiness is about, and we've kept Africa alive, you know, just because of our spirit, as you say, Dr. Baba Buntu. So I do agree 100%. Thank you so much for sharing that. What I'd like to say though is, it seems, yes, it actually seems, I wouldn't even say that the African child, the African boy child is the higher percentage of the suicide numbers. So it looks like it's stretching across the grid, which is one of the things that I hadn't thought about. I always thought that, yes, exactly as you said, you know, in Africa, our things are so difficult. Our politics are just, we're unable to even understand where they start and where they end. They're so family related, linked to family names, in order to actually be a politician. So all of these things are things that we face here in Africa, yet we are, as you say, we are quite strong. So our young men in Africa are not on the higher list of the suicide rates that are happening. It seems to be across the board. So for me, what I've been thinking is that, is it possible for us to solve this based on where we are for that particular circumstance, where I am? How can I contribute where I am towards making this narrative better? Because it seems like it's not just for one particular race or one particular continent, it's across the board. Yes, Baba Buntu, please, Baba Buntu, would you please like to respond?
Yes, no, thank you so much, Arthur, for what you are saying. I was just quickly looking at the statistics of suicide. African men are more prone to suicide than other men, not only, but more. And I think it has a lot to do with our history and our unresolved issues and existing in a world that very often tells us that we must get just past this. We are clinging, we are holding on. But as African people, and this is my message is not, and I think this is important to say, when I quote unquote complain about our problems, and I'm talking about it in the sense that the world often responds to us that we should stop complaining and get busy. My point is not that we should sit and affirm our victimhood. That's not what I'm trying to say. I think I just want us to recognize the effect of the colonial wound and how deeply it sits within us all and how deeply infested it is in all aspects of our society. So we need to move from that premise if we want healing. We can't just claim some Eurocentric pseudo information and then think we are healed. We go to universities, we get diplomas, we get degrees, but all we know is how to be better Europeans most of the time. So what I'm trying to motivate is that there's some work we need to do on our own terms, reading from our own scripts, valuing our own cultural scripts and identities. We are the first people on this earth. We are the continent where civilizations really started to build itself. So I want us to get back and in touch with the power that actually sits deep, 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 deep within us. So I definitely believe in our power. I just think we often go and are forced to go in the wrong directions. So I'd like us to root ourselves much strongly and really stand in this world. As the giants that we are, we should not be ashamed and we should not be embarrassed about coming from that history and also reclaiming it again. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. I do agree with that. There's so much, you know, what Africa is so wealthy in stories and in our history, you know, that I just wish that we could actually, you know what, find our place in the world. I mean, what I've been trying to do is, in my family in particular, what I've been trying to do is create family trees, because we actually don't know where we come from. So what's happening is a lot of the time as well, you find these young men meeting family members, because now we're traveling across the world. So I'm in South Africa, and maybe my brother is here as well. Maybe his daughter meets a young man and they really get along, you know. And for some reason, the blood just, you know, it just meets, you know, it just works, you know. And then later on, we find out that, you know what, we're actually family, you know. Do you know how devastating that would be? Maybe when these two are in love and then they're like, no, this is your cousin from the other auntie. So that's what I'm doing. I'm building family trees so that we can keep this, because yes, in Africa, that is one of my contributions, I think, as well, towards all of this, because I'm thinking those are some of the things that are triggering men to be completely confused. But Dr. Baba Buntu, I would love to read your book. I would like to know more about you, actually. I would like to know what you're a doctor in as well. And I would also like to hear more about your opinions on this African narrative, which is very true. So I hear you. Okay, so there I don't know if Prince is still with us. Prince, there the figures in regards to the percentage. Africa is taking it again in terms of numbers. And I don't blame our young men, because as a young man in Africa, especially in this new environment that we're in, I wouldn't know what step to take. What career should you actually be focusing on? Because when I was younger, it was accounting, and right now it's accounting is not actually the top earner anymore. There's other careers that are coming up as well. Every single day there's something new that comes up. So that could be one of the factors that is affecting these young men. See, I'm trying to just scratch through everything. I'm taking notes. Dr. Baba Buntu, I'll find a way to contact you again so that we can just have a chat, because I believe you've got a narrative. Thank you. I'm Arthur and I'm done speaking. Prince?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a quick one. I'm just going through the statistics now. Thank you very much, Dr. Bababuntu, for this very um, incredible work that you're doing and you have done right now. I just need to ask one thing of you, please, if you could help us maybe just drop again either the link or the name of the site where you get this the statistics from, so that we can also work and compare with the research. These are very, very important statistics that we all need to look at. We see, I know, man, this is really, really alarming as well. And yeah, thank you for drawing our attention to that as well. Oh yeah, good, thank you. So there you have it, guys. That's the link to the statistics. So just so that you know that we're speaking facts here. So please just thank you once again, and I appreciate you, Dr. Babuntu. I thank you. And yes, Arthur, you have just a few minutes to go. And just before that, I do hope that Mangala is preparing already for his presentation. He should be coming on in about 14 minutes. And that's when his schedule will be starting. And then Arthur, you are supposed to keep it up to that time. I don't know, but thank you for the interesting conversation that you're having so far. And I see a lot of people in the room. If anyone would like to raise your hands and share, please do raise your hands and just contribute to this as well. Arthur had asked a very important question. Why are men taking their lives? And I think that's something we need to really talk about and discuss as well. Why are men really taking their lives? One of the reasons why we have called for this conference, more than just addressing issues of gender-based violence and all what have you, but we are really concerned about the rate of suicide. And of course, suicide, as we all know, is one of the end product of depression and mental health as well. So why are men really facing these issues in this present day and age? Why are men taking their lives? It's something we really need to talk about, and I'd really appreciate if we all do take the opportunity and engage in the room. I see quite a number of people in the room already, and so thank you all for joining and for being a part of us as well. So let us have that conversation. Why are men taking their lives? I mean, it's very important that we address this issue, and let us know. At any point, have you ever, maybe you want to share, or has anyone ever shared with you that they had contemplated suicide, and why? We need to address this issue because, like I said in the opening remarks, more than discussing these issues, we also need to talk about solutions. So I would really like to know, why are men contemplating suicide? Why is the number increasing every day? Why are we having one man every 45 seconds taking their lives somewhere in the world? Why are we having 800,000 people dying and 80% of them are men? It's not even good that we talk about suicide as well. That's a problem on its own. But having to lose our men and raising strong women for who? And we need to learn to balance this as well. While we are trying to keep our men saner, we are also trying to protect our women and children as well. And you may also have heard that in my speech. So let's have this conversation. Why are men taking their lives? Some of the factors I have actually heard, from what Arthur and Dr. Buntu had said earlier. I mean, Dr. Buntu had actually talked about very, very important issues from the African perspective. And this is something I commend as well. From the African perspective, we see that a lot of men, African men, feel left out, right? They feel if I have to rephrase some of the words that you said, they feel used, and yeah, so why would I want to leave? Okay, thank you. So yes, let's talk about that as well. Arthur had talked about raise and other issue as well of the becoming disparity, all right? The becoming disparity. Okay, thank you, Simpiwe. The becoming disparity in especially in income and earning as well. A lot of from what Arthur said earlier, I could pick that you were trying to point out that a lot of men now, a lot of women actually are getting more attention in terms of getting jobs and opportunities and so on, and also improving themselves. Kudos to them as well. And then they still are expected to be sole providers. That's concerning. And because as men, many men have been raised, to be providers and so on, we're doing all our best and not coming forth as well. You start contemplating, is this world even for me? Is it even important that I get to live as well? I don't know if that resonates with many people. That's one of the points Arthur had raised as well. And you think now you're becoming a burden to a lot of people. Let's have this conversation. So I know, do you agree with Arthur? Do you agree with Dr. Babuntu? We are here to agree to disagree, but more than having these issues, like I said, let's talk about solutions. So I'd like to know why men are contemplating suicide. And also, of course, do know that this event is being recorded as well, because we're going to take note and come up with these recommendations and make these proposals to the necessary authority that we are currently engaging to ensure that the right steps are taken to reduce or completely eliminate the record of suicide globally, not just in men, but in both gender as well. I know it is possible, and I think you do believe that it's possible as well. So thank you very much. I'm just going to ask you to unmute now, Simpiwe, and please come join us on stage and please share with us your own opinion. Simpiwe, you're welcome. You may.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can.
Okay, Sanbanani, my name is Simpiwe. I'm also residing in South Africa. So on the topic for suicide, I'd just like to read from my own personal life, my own personal journey. So I'm moved by this topic because of, honestly, it's something growing up I have encountered. It's something I've even considered doing. So, but life has been good. God has been good. I'm still here today. So I don't want to waste time, but I just reflect on my life, like what made that decision to me as a person and the factors. Because of someone was saying suicide is like an end result of mental suffering, depression, and stuff like that. So to me, like growing up, I can say, when you're growing up in a community, our communities, like truly speaking, they still need development. They're from a low level of living, especially to the southern side of Johannesburg. So I've been growing up there, and growing up again, I think we need to tackle like how we grew up, because of, when you're young, no one ever tells you to focus on your situation. When you grow up, they ask you, who do you want to be? So you start projecting the end product of who you want to be, and then you want to merge it with the current life you're living. So that's a big gap, like for me as a person, like, growing older, I have this confidence. It's okay. This is where I'm going to be. This is what I want to do. By the way, I studied mechanical engineering. I remember I wanted to design engines, like just to make cars go faster. And then it was fine. My grades, everything was fine. Like school, I was performing, and that was influenced by my uncles and my brothers. Like in a township, most of them, they used to steal cars. So maybe after school, I would go there and then like learn from them technical stuff. So all I'm trying to say, it was great up until a point of realizing the actual reality. When you have something, especially something that's unknown to your community, first of all, you don't get support, because our society, like I was listening to one of Jordan Peterson's seminars, he was saying like the zebra effect on communities, whereby people, even if they have potential, the speaker talked about we as South Africans, like as Africans, you're not being recognized for who we are. We're not recognized for our potential. We're just conforming to what people perceive us to be. And that's true, because of, he was talking about like the zebra effects. What he was explaining in short was that we as people, we don't want to step out. We just want to blend in. They said the camouflage on the zebras protect them from being attacked, maybe from lions and other predators. So what he said, as soon as like they painted a zebra with a different color, the predators could just easily spot that zebra and attack it instantly. So he said, this is how it is in communities. People, they don't want to do more, they don't want to do less. They just want to conform to what's being there. So what makes this a challenge? When we grow up, we're given these dreams, ideas, and we're challenging our potentials, because of, I know from primary school to secondary, you're just challenging your potentials. And if it shows, if you have a great support structure, that's to your advantage. If you're from a well family, like that gets the flow, you get more support. But for us growing up, like my mom, my dad, when you have, for example, let's just say Pythagoras theorem, when you have asked them, this is a problem I have, how can you help me? If that's unknown, and then you start going to the library, Saturday you don't hang out with your friends, you're going to the library. You see, it becomes that stigma. You going out of the community, and then first thing you lose is support. And we all need support, because of whenever we do something that's new, chances are that's still like in a development phase. Errors will be made. You also need consultation. Like, for example, this conference, it's something new. We men, we don't talk about these things. When we meet, we just say, hey, this is my Benz. It got the V8 4.5 liters, it's turbocharged. This is it's a norm for men. We don't talk about our struggles. You hardly hear anyone telling you how they managed to build a house, how they managed to stay in a relationship, how they managed to run a business. Instead, it will be just for show. And then say, hey, this one is a big boss. You see, so growing up in stuff like that, all I'm trying to say with you, once you start to go different from the people you are surrounded by, it has negative impact on one's life. For example, you don't get support. Sometimes you go on the right direction, you just don't have that consultation. Ne? And then that stigma starts to build. And then that's when you quickly learn to live by your own means, because people, they don't support what they don't benefit on. Unfortunately, that's the sad truth of our community as Black people. Even in marriages, in relationships, once people, you don't align with their own benefits, you don't get support. That's how, even in a family, in my family, I started being recognized by them once I started producing. My father's side of the family, we just disowned. And then some, when they hear maybe you started a business, you're doing this, they start coming back. So all I'm trying to say with these little things I'm mentioning, to me, those what built towards suicidal thoughts, because of, you want to do something great, you have the potential, you have the means, but you also need support, you need to consult, you need feedback. Yeah? So you do something great, people, they don't like appreciate it at first, and then you go out with your energy until you get burned out. Just like these phones we're using, everything needs to recharge. So we get put on a pedestal at a very young age. Ne? People, they just want to see how far can we go. Ne? And then once we burn out, no one is there to recharge you. You don't get remarks. This could have been done better. I don't want to take a lot of time. 15 minutes, okay. So all I'm trying to say in my side is that growing up, it was very difficult, especially being different. And then
Simpiwe, have I lost you? Is it my network? Can you hear us,
Nope,
Simpiwe?
it's Arthur that's network that's lost. Just give him a second.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
not immediately, I think time is not immediately for me to show off to anyone. I still need to help my little sister. I still need to help my relatives. And that just puts a strain, and it's not something we talk about. We just want to see success like a microwave. We just put something, after 30 seconds, it's done. We don't talk about our struggles, how we make it. And we need to realize with it, our lives as Black people, it's a journey. It's an extremely long journey, because of everything we do. Most of us, we're starting from scratch. And something can never be done. Something great is not just done easily. It takes time, it needs support, it needs consultation. So if you strip out support, consultation, ethics from a person, from a successful person, that person, they don't have any other place to go. It just leads straight to suicide, in my opinion. This is what I've noticed growing up, because many people, they just want to be successful. They don't want to fail. And success, you need to fail, you need to consult, you need to learn from someone. And we don't have role models who are doing things we want to do. Most of us, things we do are from our minds straight to the public. And that lack of consultation, it creates a void, like that dark space. It's the one that eats successful people inwards. So you have a wife, but deep inside, you don't feel well accomplished. It's going to create that dark energy in you that will sometimes overpower you and possess you to do things beyond your imagination. So without wasting your time, I'd just like to end it here. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. You know what Simpiwe has said. Simpiwe, I don't know if you can just come back and please tell us the meaning of your name and where you're from, because what you had
Okay.
to say is very real. I'll agree with you like 110%. I will speak about the business aspect as well, because I'm trying to run a business as well. So I do understand exactly what you're saying. Please tell us a bit more about yourself, Simpiwe.
Okay, my name is Simpiwe. Simpiwe, it's a Zulu name that means gift, ne? So when I asked my mom what does Simpiwe mean, he said like, growing up he never knew his father. So to me, I was like a gift. I could like just cover that void of growing up without being a father. And then he also gave me an English name, like it's Glad Dad. So like he's saying he was glad to have a male in his life to be a father figure. I'm currently residing in South Africa, Johannesburg, the Vaal side. It's in Sebokeng. So like it's it's in Gauteng, not in Johannesburg, but in the Vaal Triangle. So that's where I'm residing. Thank you.
Okay, I'll speak a little about my experience with what you're speaking about. I think in particularly, okay, this is an African problem. I can only speak from an African perspective because that's what I've grown up. But exactly what you're saying, Simpiwe said it right there. He says, you know what? Uh, People will tend to support you once you start to make it, not necessarily when you're starting off. Now, there's this video I posted on Men Must Talk, and it didn't get any likes or many views, but it was from a Jewish guy. And a Jewish guy says, you know what, when we start a business, do you know what we do as Jews? We go there and we support that business. And he says, I don't care what the price is. I know I can get it cheaper elsewhere. And I probably know I can get a better product elsewhere. But the principle is that I'm supporting you starting your business. Just that first sale, you don't have to spend a whole lot of money for it. Just spend some money to say that, you know what, I support you and I want you to succeed. That's one thing that we struggle with in Africa. I'm in Africa and a lot of my clients are overseas, because my clients in Africa are not really looking for my services. I'm a graphic designer. I won the MEA Markets 2020 award for best graphic design agency. So I thought, you know what, after getting this accolade, I should be able to just line up the clients. But I'm ending up marketing myself overseas because locally people are not really into marketing, or a lot of people, or else they want to wait for me to make it. When I'm doing well, then they'll line up. So I think what Simpiwe said is so true. I agree with you 100%. Thank you so much for sharing that. Sebastian, are you still with us? Tell us a bit more about Sebastian as well.
Sure thing. So, hi, my name is Sebastian. So, I am originally from Singapore and I'm currently based in Zurich, Switzerland, where we have a small Asian community or a small group of Singaporeans from Singapore based here in Switzerland. I think its current numbers is less than 1,800 people. And because it's a very small group and we have very little focus on culture, on the culture of immigrants here. We don't much have a Chinatown and stuff like that. So unlike the other countries, so we find singles who moved here to have sometimes a really tough time fitting in. And the culture here is very different from Asia itself. So we do see some difficulties of a lot of different cultures trying to fit in. Either you fit in or you don't. And those that don't fit in, unfortunately, if they don't have a strong family support at home, back in Singapore, then they tend to be suffering a little bit. And this is one of the reasons we guessed why we lost our friend here back in 2019. On the surface, everything was perfectly fine. Everything was working. Good job in a bank, great friends, travels, good future. And on Valentine's Day, it was just all ended. So, which is why we are here today, I guess, and which is why this topic has been really a topic that's been on the forefront of my movement, of my actions and stuff, because I did sit on the board of Action for Women, where we help asylum seekers. So I do know how is it like to be overseas and alone. So I guess this opportunity allows us to all come together and being there for one another and just sharing our stories, I guess, is the first step. Shining a light is the first step of many more steps to come to actually be aware of the problems that we have and find out the source, the root cause, and that will allow us to actually approach them with better insights and better methodology and processes and give help where help is needed, I guess. But I think from our side, I think for men it's tough because we're not supposed to ask for help. We're supposed to do everything on our own. I guess many of you will agree with me. If you do agree with me, what I'll say is do give a reaction. If you do agree with what I just said, where you believe that men in a society is not encouraged to give help, give a little thumbs up, so we kind of know that whether you agree with us. Because it's the role of men have not changed, but the society have changed, and we need to catch up so that we can be clear. We can have clear roles. We have clear idea of where we're supposed to stand, how we're supposed to act and react, and that way we can have less expectation and less demand, and have a better approach to a healthy living and a better work-life balance. So this is me. I'm glad to learn from all of you today. I'm glad for Dr. Buntu's share, Arthur's share, and I'm going to get your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Simply insights and all. And I'm so glad we're actually getting together today. Thank you. Over back to you, Arthur.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Thank you for your share. As always, it's you know what you represent also for us, because a lot of men are actually having to work in different countries and having to get along with different cultures. So there's so much that you're able to see differently if you come from a different culture, different country. You're able to see things so much differently from, I think, a lot of the people who've been there, because for them it's an everyday thing. When I'm a visitor in South Africa, and some of the things I saw were normal to South Africans. When I arrived here, I looked at the country and I was like, wow, but a lot of these things were normal to the South Africans. So I think that's another aspect I think that we need to look at as well, because a lot of men are having to actually relocate and live in a different environment, live in a different culture, speak to different people, and have to interact in a different way. I was having a Men Must Talk room on Clubhouse, and we had a chat, and it was an hour chat. It was quite a good chat with a few men. But now my co-host is from the UK, and he says to me, "Oh, all this talking and getting on and talking about feelings and emotions, it's getting to me, man. Let's talk about solutions, And he's from the UK, and I thought, okay, but that's for men across the world, Men across the world are a solution oriented. We always have to look at what's the solution to this problem. You know, if there's a problem, let's look at a solution to it. But he was in South America, and he went to the bar apparently to order a drink because he saw some nice ladies sitting by the bar, and he ordered the drink, and one of the ladies looked at him, turned around to him, yeah, here's cultural differences for you, and said to him, excuse me, and he says, yeah, and she says, are you gay? And he's like, what do you mean am I gay? She says, because you haven't looked at us. And he's like, looked at you. He's from the UK. He knows it's very rude to be staring at women up and down. I mean, they may look good and you want to stare them up and down. But in the UK, it's very rude. You can't do that. You can never meet a woman under those circumstances. But in South America, that was normal. It was like, hey, why aren't you looking? So hey, that's what Sebastian represents for me. Represents moving across borders, moving across cultures, and that's where men are these days. We have to find ourselves wherever we are. So in South Africa, what may have been rude in Kenya, I have to literally relearn every single environment that I'm in. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I feel. Dr. Baba Buntu had actually just asked if I don't have a list of the speakers. I'm going to contact Prince for it. But I would like that if anyone is open to speak now, you can raise your hand and yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, if you just check your inbox, maybe your email or your WhatsApp, you'll probably see I had sent you a full list of the speakers, their time slot, and all the information you might need. But if you have any question, please just send me a back channel and we will take it from there. Thank you very much. Just now, I want to quickly recognize Mangala in the house. He's our next speaker. We're really sorry the conversation had dragged longer than your scheduled time, but please, you still have to take if you may, you still have to take your allocated time slot. Please do help us and share with us as well. We're happy to have you. So I'm just thank you very much. I'm just going to also spotlight you for everyone and let the whole world see you. Thank you very much. And yes, thank you. So over to you, Mangala. If you just go through the chat, you see his profile there. He has really done so much. I don't really want to take so much time introducing him. I'm pretty sure he might just maybe do justice to that himself. Otherwise, Mangala is a phenomenal person. We have seen he's an esteemed poet and a creative being from Limpopo in South Africa. Okay, let me just quickly. He participated in the Men on the Mountain years ago, and he has now become someone who helps to guide men as they go onto the mountain. That's beautiful. So thank you very much, Mangala. If there's anything we have missed or I have missed, please do share with us as well. So thank you very much for your time. And over to you now. Over to you. Please just share with us. How are you doing? I don't know. We can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Yeah, we can.
We hear you,
Oh,
Mangala.
yes, forgive me. Perfect. Greetings, Barolo. My name, like the good speaker has said, Mangala Mangala. 25-year-old creative entrepreneur and a proud son of Ebukwesini Solutions. Barolo, what I'm going to speak on, Barolo, is my experience from Men on the Mountain, reclaiming our manhood. It's such a sacred thing. So just to give a brief outlining of what Men on the Mountain is, it is a program under the banner of Ebukwesini Solutions, where we are moving under the umbrella of Shabaka. It's a male-orientated, not necessarily program, but initiative, movement, if you could call it that is geared towards reclaiming our African manhood, returning to our higher self, remembering who we are, and things of that nature. So I went to the mountain, like it was said in my bio, and that's really where I'm going to draw my energy from. The mountain, first and foremost, why do we go to the mountain? One would ask, what is it? So it's drawn again from our ancient practices, African practices of going to the mountain for initiation. This usually happens in winter time, where African males go for an extended period to learn their rites of passage. So because we find ourselves in a society where it's difficult to practice our ancient rites of initiation like we did before. Ebukhosini under Ntate Baba Buntu, Kgoshi Pitsira, and a few other brothers came up with this one-day initiative where we as men go to the mountain and participate in our healing and in our reclaiming of manhood. So what about the mountain? Why do we go in the mountain? What do we get? My experience from going to the mountain is it's really layered, but I've summarized it into these three things. Letting go of the things that weigh you down, affirming your future. How are you building yourself towards being the man that you perceive yourself to be? And how are you committing yourself to be a better brother for your African women? So starting with shedding what does not benefit us. Me going to the mountain, I really learned initially that manhood is not necessarily an age thing. You could be 30s but still be addicted to very boyish things, boyish things that could be greed, lack of self-control, a lustful energy, selfishness, anything that prevents you from taking responsibility over yourself and over for others. That is the first thing I learned. I learned also that there are things that happened in our early youth that have a deep impact on our being as we become older in our lives. So the first thing that you get taught at Man on the Mountain is to now face those fears, those things that we've had hidden in our memories, the things that we don't want to talk about, those very awkward conversations where you now have to look at yourself in the mirror and take responsibility for your own misfortunes. So the first one is we let go. The things that I was really being able to let go was my fears of taking responsibility, my fears of owning space and really creating for my people, my addiction to procrastination, lustful energies, too much addiction to X-rated videos, because I believe most of us, because of the way we are brought up as men, part of what harms us is our nature that is too drawn to explicit content. That could be with music, that could be with videos and unhealthy food. All these things keep our spirits in a state of despair, in a state of sadness, which can also in turn really limit our capacity to be happy, and then thus making us suffer from various mental illnesses. So Ebukhosini, why do we go to the mountain? First reason, we go to let go of all these things that make us sick, all these things that we learn from the system that make us sick, these things that say that a man is only a man if he has multiple partners. A man is only a man if he crushes other people down and he's the only one on top with his voice thumping his chest. So we let go all of those understandings or false understandings of manhood. We let them go. And then the second step to the manhood and reclaiming your manhood, after you let go, where are we going now? Where is the future heading to? What kind of man do you want to be? And that's when the elders come and they really share with us some of the most ancient practices of manhood and of understanding relationships and of respecting life. So some of in how society is. I was just listening to the previous speaker who said they had been questioned for being gay because he was in a part of a country where um, women were expecting you to look at them in sexually inviting ways, for lack of a better way of terming it. And he is not from that upbringing. So, and it happens also here in South Africa, where if a brother is not necessarily a typical brother who wants to go around and be known as the brother that can get many girls, he often then gets questions of, is he really a man? Is he not maybe a homosexual and things of that nature? And then with the elders, they start guiding us and letting us know that this could be the dominant energy that's residing within you. There's nothing wrong with you, actually. It actually means that you are more rooted to your purpose, and you realize that marriage is a sacred thing, for instance, and you don't want to give yourself to people just to please society. And they help you realize that having high values is actually a beautiful thing, and you should not feel bad for losing out. So in them assisting you having a clearer future, they help you ground yourself. They help you realize that the path that you are walking is actually a path that's been many people before you, and they have managed to live a life with family and a life full of dignity and a life far from depression, because these things also come from misconduct. And the elders also guide us into understanding the deep sense of colonialism and how it has affected our views of ourselves. So then they take us back to, how did we view ourselves before the colonial master imprinted himself? Then now as men, we start looking at ourselves as, do I have love in my life? Am I courageous? Am I caring? Am I warm? Am I patient? Am I selfless? You now start developing these features within yourself, because when we build communities, these are the things that glue a community together. So in Men on the Mountain, we let go of the toxic and we start being fed this pure energy. And then this is also one of my most profound lessons in Men on the Mountain. And I implore for all brothers who might have the opportunity to go, it's the relationship with women. As we know, it is a known fact that we live in a very patriarchal society, which teaches all males get taught this because of the colonial, the imperialist culture that exists throughout the globe. It teaches men that they are superior to women and women are inferior to men. Um, I'm very grateful to say that at Ebukhosini, at Shabaka Men on the Mountain, that is one of the biggest illusions I was able to remove from my eyes, and that assists me to be a better partner, number one, to be a better friend, to be a better brother, to be a better son, because I realize that I'm speaking to a human being who has a lot of value to give me. And I no longer see maybe a sexual object as we've been trained to, or some we've been trained to just look at them as a little girl who are overly emotional and are not able to really contribute in meaningfully towards life. So all those illusions that has been really implanted within us, Ebukhosini, Shabaka, Men on the Mountain, done a great deal to help me remove those layers of lies. I remember one of the elders said, "Ka Setswana," for those who don't know, Setswana is one of the nations that is tribes of South Africa. And then when they say people are getting married, when a husband finds a wife, they say, "O khumane molekane," o khumane molekane, which translates to he has found his equal or she has found her equal. So that shows the balance between the two forces of energy, the masculine and the feminine. That shows our understanding of who we are. We've never seen men as the head and women as the neck or those analogies. It's always a balance of energies, you know, because you're my equal. You know, we have been chosen by the divine forces to carry this family together. We assist. At one point, you lead at something, at some point, I lead at something, but it's a balancing thing. So that one was one of the most difficult things I really had to learn because of how ingrained this belief that women are just subordinates and they just have to clap their hands and bow their heads. You know, it took me a while to not see that, but after a while, after experiencing it, after going to the mountain various times, I began to see that for our unions to be strong and whole again, we need to return into seeing our queens as balekane ba rena, and that is the way our lives will change for the better. That is the way our mental health issues will also be decreased because our women play a huge role in our sanity. Tobe Labagolo, I give thanks. I give thanks. I give thanks. I share.
Well done, Mangala. You know what? But I just want to say, Mangala keeps saying Bahulu. Bahulu means elders. So he's just referring to everyone as elders. I'm thinking, I'm loving what he's saying about the mountain. I don't know if anybody else would like to comment about that, but I think I wish that I had gone for, I went to the hospital for my circumcision. I didn't go to the mountain. I didn't go to learn the principles of manhood. Thank you so much, Mangala. And we've got, is it Robin Travis? Well, on our list next, I've got a list of the speakers. Mangala, I would really love to request that if you could do for us a poem, because you're a poet. I would really love to request that you could do a poem for us at a later stage. In is it Sotho or Setswana? I would love to listen to that. Thank you so much. Next, we've got Robin Zakude Travis. Welcome, Robin.
Blessings, blessings.
Blessings, man. Thank you so much for being here today, man. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being in the room. Welcome. Please share with us and let us know a bit about yourself as well before you give us your share. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a very important moment for me. My name is Robin Travis, and I am an author. My journey is a very hard one to explain because it's so complicated and intricate. But when you simplify it, it's taken me to this place where I am now speaking to you guys about the streets. I was raised in the UK. I've been in prison in Jamaica, and I've been locked up a few times in England. And my experience, I just dove straight into the deep end. Let me backtrack. I'm still trying to process that I'm here in South Africa at the moment. Because this is a spiritual journey I'm on, and I'm actually talking to my brothers on a platform right now, and it's very overwhelming. So just bear with me to get my beginnings in order. I never thought in a million years I would be someone who's doing the work I'm doing now. I thought I would have ended up dead or in prison. And I know that sounds cliche, but that was something I definitely foresaw to be my future. Basically, destiny, purpose led me to where we are now. And I mean that as in the writing game. I mean that as in me being a speaker. I mean that as in me being here in South Africa now. It's all been ordained before me. My steps were chosen before me. And I feel like I'm just walking into them. So my name is Robin Travis. I found out that I've been named Zakude, which means coming from far. And I've definitely come from far. My surname is Travis, and I understand that that means building a bridge. So I'm coming from far to build a bridge today. And I feel like that's why I'm on the journey that I'm on. So let's get into it. I've done a lot of work back in England, promoting my work, independent self-publisher, independent author, been on many platforms, BBC, whatever you want to call it. If you get the time afterwards to Google my name and go on YouTube, then you see what I'm about. But let's focus on what we came for today. Sorry, 1 second. So liberating the marginalized about Black men and street culture. I read that as something I was due to talk about, and it made me smile because it's right in line with what I do. I've been here for a week now nearly, and I've been speaking to a lot of people in the community. I keep hearing the word nigger. I don't know why. I'm in Africa. And I keep hearing this American type of sound. And like, I keep hearing young people describe this situation as a street culture. And that was something that was mentioned in the talk that I'm about to give. I'm talking about street culture, but I don't know how to talk about street culture is what I'm saying to everybody today, because I don't believe that we have a street culture. Because if you look up the word culture, it's got nothing to do with destruction. It's got nothing to do with self-destruction. And everything about the street is self-destructive. So how can we say there's culture in it? There's no heritage. There's no values. There's no principles. There's no morals. Where's the culture? So the point I'm making is there's no such thing as street culture. It's a myth. We need to eradicate the myths of the streets and dispel all the notions that were given about the streets to describe this street culture thing, which young people are buying into universally. Everyone is buying into this ideology of behaving a certain way to fit in. Now, the name of my first book is called Prisoner to the Streets. The reason why I called it Prisoner to the Streets was to explain to people that the street life thing isn't a choice. To explain to people that the majority of young children below the age of 16 are not choosing to get into criminal behavior. They're not choosing to get into what some people think is street culture. They're in fact prisoners to it. So my talk today is about liberating those minds. I always believe that if we're going to liberate those minds, we've got to tell them what they're trapped in. Now the world has sold, blessings, my brother. Let me pause for a second. Prisoner to the Streets. At the top of the book, you see a set of police, and you see a selection of young Black males. And then you see a younger guy, puppet on a string. So my whole theory about this book, it's not a fancy title. Prisoner to the Street isn't something that sounds cool. It's a philosophy that could actually change the world if people take time to listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to decriminalize the argument. So for example, in America, we have Bloods and Crips. I'm just gonna start with America because that seems to be the mecca of gangland. Bloods and Crips. how was Bloods and Crips formed? Well, we didn't just wake up one day and decided that we want to be gang members and invent a street culture. We were Black Panthers, Huey P, Bobby, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Huey P, Angela Davies. I forgot the other guy's name. I could see his face, but yeah, we were Black Panthers, and we were building as African Americans, and we were trying to get some form of stability into a world that we was taken to, and then left after supposedly being freed from slavery, left to get on with our own devices to rebuild. And every time we tried to rebuild Marcus Garvey's and the Black Wall Streets and whatever it was, it got destroyed. The system didn't want to see us thrive on our own means legitimately. So Edgar Hoover and Mexican cartel infiltrated Los Angeles with crack cocaine and heroin. Now, if you see, as you lot know, this is South Africa, and people don't have money and they're poor, they'll do anything to eat. It's like a mouse in a mousetrap. And the mouse knows that going for that cheese, it could possibly snap its neck and kill it in one snap, but it doesn't mean it's not going to go for the cheese. Edgar Hoover knew that being in a state of poverty, you will go for the cheese. What I'm saying here is they created this gang culture, and gang culture is entirely theirs. Gang culture is what took over South Africa in the first place. Because when they came here to fight in 1600 for the land, that's gang culture. Now, I'm not here to incite no feelings about the past. I just deal with truth. And the only reason I deal with truth is to get solutions. You have to deal with truth. And sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes it hurts to know that I put myself in both shoes to see reality. So if I came here as a settler back in the day, as a white man, as a Dutchman or a British man, and I fought the Zulu warriors and took over and came and killed them and took over the land, years later, I wouldn't be saying, in my conscious state, that is, that this is my land. I wouldn't be saying that in my conscious state. I would agree that my forefathers did something that was a bit evil, if you like, and I would take accountability for their behaviors and I would press towards moving forward. But genuinely, not with the myth that anything is actually happening in politics. I would genuinely want to make a difference if I was a white man and my forefathers were a part of what happened to the people in this country. At the same time, sorry, there's some background noise. Just bear with me a minute, guys, because I'm trying to focus. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Taban. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, guys. So for me, I can put myself in other people's shoes. That's how I empathize. But I've always empathized with good and evil actions of any color of any man. And for me, the way to get solutions is to deal with truth, like I said before. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise where I am right now. I'm hearing drilling. It's very distracting right now. The point I wanted to go on and make was that South Africa's prisoners to the apartheid, and they have a prison to the street mentality as well. Americans are prisoners to the streets. They think they're gang members. My brothers in the Caribbean are prisoners to the street. All of this isn't by our design, but Black people seem to have this want and need to be associated with this street idea, which is really another form of slavery. I used to be one of the proudest guys on the street when I was younger. I'm talking not as an academic here or as just a philosopher. I'm talking from somebody who has stabbed people. I've been stabbed, let my gun shoot before 6. I've been involved at a high level. I'm not from South Africa. I'm not from Jamaica. I'm from the UK. So how the hell can someone that young be caught up in so much violence and be the minority within a country as a color, as a race? What is it, that black people are animals? Is that the truth? Is that the case? Is it that black people are violent? Or is it that we've had our backs put against the wall? Now, I don't even believe in black and white, because black and white makes gray. I'm just saying the words because that's the condition that we've been given worldwide. When
Yo,
nations
sorry,
people, there's
Robin.
no such thing as.
Quick one, Robin. I just want to let you know, man, we ourselves in Africa, we're prisoners to the media, you know, and we're prisoners to American culture, man. We all grew up thinking, hey, we want to be rappers, we want to wear those baggy jeans sagging, and we didn't really understand it was about the media, what was being communicated to us. So we sort of also glorified the street, and I really like what you say about street. It's you're a prisoner to the streets, where it's not culture, you know. There's nothing cultural about the street. So I really
No
hear
culture.
you. I feel you so much with what you're sharing. Thank you so much. Now I'm done speaking. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Bless you, brother. So I only learned this theory myself from, they say you can see it clearer when you're outside of the box. So somebody asked me 2 days ago, a young guy from around here said to me, I said, when are you guys gonna wake up and stop saying the word nigger? Imagine I'm from the UK. If a white boy calls me nigger, I'm knocking him out. If one of my black friends call me nigger, I will warn him once, bro, don't call me that. If you call me that again, we're gonna have a problem. Because I know the history that comes behind that. The young kid said to me, oh, we are reclaiming, we are taking back. I said, why don't you reclaim back your land? You want to reclaim back a word that was used as a derogatory form. You want to change that name. So you mean to tell me a creative person like you, of all the words in the world you could have made, you want to take that, the one which they gave you, one that people have been killed behind that name. People have been raped behind that word, assassinated, hanged, lynched. But you want to take that and my nigger. It's disgusting. And since being here, I felt sick to see it. I've heard nigger more in South Africa than I have in England. I'm disgusted. And I'm not angry at the people for not knowing. I'm just disgusted in my spirit to know that we are at the state. And I never knew my book would have been important in a country like this, but I definitely see where it is. Prisoners to apartheid, prisoners to a street culture that does not exist. So I'm ashamed of my own bringing up. Don't get twisted. It's not focusing on South Africans. The brother said he victims to South American street culture. So was we. So the English, I don't know why anyone from the UK was saying nigger. So we was victims also, but we are now waking up. There's a group of us who are just like, hold on a minute. This is nonsense. I was with one of my friends before I came here because I'm here to write a film to my book. And he's a friend of mine who killed another friend of mine. And he just came out of prison after 16 years. And I was blamed for that same murder when I was 16, 17. We spoke. And during the conversation, I slipped up. I said, bruv, you're a real nigga, you know? And he paused and he looked at me. And he said, Robin, don't say that word, please. And I'm like, bro, I usually tell people that. I don't know where it came from. What I'm saying is we're conditioned. And then we relapse in our condition. I'm here in South Africa now on holiday trying to preach love and peace. And somebody said to me the other day, oh, you got Nike trainers on. You can't walk through the hood with Nike trainers. I said, why? What's going to happen? He said, man will rub you. Okay. I might put that trainer down your throat first and make you swallow it. But the point I'm going to make is you rubbing me for trainers not going to get you land in South Africa. And if you had asked me for the trainers, I might have flipping given them to you, my brother. But every time you see another brother, you want to see hate. You want to hurt him. You want to do him something, self-hatred. And I understand where it comes from, but we need to wake up out of it. And I'm fed up of talking about the self-hatred because we know it's self-hatred. How do we liberate ourselves from the self-hatred? When I was in prison in Jamaica, I saw fellow Caribbeans killing each other over the most stupidest stuff. And I was 20 years old in that cell. And I'm looking around thinking these yardies are animals. And then I realized if they come for me, I'm going to end up being an animal too. So what happened is I went in that prison and became one of the most violent versions of myself. And I prayed so hard because I realized I'm not evil like them. I had an argument with a guy who was on death row. He ran the prison, Spanish Town prison. He said he's going to kill me. I woke up the next day. He said, "You're not scared?" I said, "I'm going to kill you. You know, I run the prison." I said, "You know, I'm not scared of that. The fact that I'm scared of is that if I kill you in self-defense, I become like you. I lose my spirit. I lose my soul. You lot are glamorizing evil. The street only comes with evil. There is no culture in it. You rate the person who's done the most killings. If you're in a prison, people look up to the murderers or the toughest guys in the prison or the people who are raping people. What type of world are we living in where you lot think that's gangster? And if it is gangster, it probably is gangster. In fact, you're right, it is gangster. What God do you serve? And that's what it really comes down to, good versus evil. So for me, in that prison, I learned that if I behave evil, I become like the prisoners. Then I came out of prison and realized, oh, I've been living like this my whole life in England. I've been fighting and stabbing people my own color, my own age. I've been a prisoner to the street. I didn't even need to be in prison to be conditioned to this. And then I came back and freed myself. Instead of reacting the way I reacted to everything, I walked to my enemy's area to play a game of soccer, as you lot call it. And I walked onto that pitch with over 50 guys and said, "What team am I on?" And I know everybody wanted to hurt me, but they didn't. I walked in a spirit of love and fearlessness. And since then, I decided to write the book and starting my journey. I've apologized to people I've stabbed. I've made friends with enemies. I've not heard anybody doing this. And the reason why I do this, because they say you got to practice what you preach. There's people who have killed friends of mine. I've had to let it go. I've had to accept that they did it in their ignorance. Because I've done things in my ignorance. When we were prisoners, nobody in the face of the planet, nobody on this conversation could go to prison today in South Africa and be as reasonable as they are on the Zoom call. You have to turn animalistic. And that's what's happened to us on the streets. So how do you fix this? Since my time is ticking. The solution is not in the system. The solution in England, they say we have knife crime, gun crime, we have to get rid of the guns and the knives. I'm like, wow, you lot are really mugging us. Because guns don't kill people, people kill people. And in the Bible, Cain killed Abel with a stone. So why the hell do we need to be putting down knives and guns? How am I going to cut my chicken and my bread if you lot take away the knives? In fact, you lot is the one that brought the guns here in the first place, but let's not talk about that. We're always going to need the knives. So it's the mindset. So imagine I was in prison in Jamaica and instead of us killing each other over stupidness, like who uses the toilet, because there's 18 of us locked in a cell, how about I teach you how to read because you can't read? How about when I'm doing my weights and I'm doing my bench press, you help squat the rack? How about we sit in here and create business plans that enable us to come out and work together as ex-cons? How about we hug each other when a man's breaking down? Never going to happen in a prison, right? The point I'm making is the prison is not the problem. The people in the prison are the problem. Because while the wardens, the screws, the officers are giving you harsh treatment, you're making it harder for yourself. And that's a reflection of how we live in society. Understand what I'm saying? It's no different. You can blame the system you can blame South African system, England, any government you want. But they tested you with COVID to see how reactive you are. And everybody fell in line. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. So how to liberate yourself? Free your mind. How do you free your mind? React to situations differently. I don't know if there's any young or this so-called street culture. Stop Stop listening to rap where it converts your mind. Stop listening to lyrics where they're saying nigga, 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 and normalizing. What you feed your mind is what you will become. And if there's not any questions, I don't really know where else to go with this, because I could go with this all day, trust me, because there's so much angles I could hit you with. I'm freestyling. I just not long ago woke up, I got a headache, and I'm giving you 10% of me. So if there's any questions that you lot want me to answer, please go ahead. Freedom from the street.
You know what? Hey, Robin, I had this argument with a friend of mine, close friend of mine, because he calls me and says, hey, nigga, nigga, nigga. And I'm like, no, man. Do you know what that word means? So here in South Africa in particular, if you do speak with an accent, a foreign accent, immediately people just assume you're an American, and you're happy to be called, because hey, the rap music, man, the rap music, that's all we hear, and we live on that. Hey, my nigga, what? So yeah, man, that's my
So
apology.
everybody must be challenged. So we live in the world where most of my friends back home are rappers. People always say to me, I'll post my thing on the social media. I say, what is it constructive you're rapping? Because if it's not uplifting, I don't want to hear it. I grew up listening to some of the most gangster rap. I remember I stabbed somebody on my doorstep after listening to a specific rap song when I was 16. And it's not because the rap song, I'm not blaming the rap song aided the feelings that I had before doing the action, if that makes sense. So I was already in a bad mood. I already had feelings to do somebody something, the person who I was in the war with at the time. But the rap song, literally, I can't tell you what it done at that age. It made me just, okay, fall in line. Like, yeah, he's confirming that my behaviors are right, justifying my actions. Who am I to behave like this? Who am I to stab someone in the neck and the head?
Sorry, brah. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask, what song? Do you remember what song this was? I'm sorry. I really,
I did. It was by Nas, and I don't want to. Nas is one of my favorite rappers, but it was one of his most negative tunes. He says it's called. You can look it up on YouTube. It's called "Wanna Be Rough." I don't even want to recite the lyrics, but he talks about some bad stuff. Have them engraving stupid. I'm gonna say the word stupid nigga on your tombstone. After I kill you, they're gonna write stupid nigga on your tombstone for messing with me. I'm 16 listening to this. There was Mobb Deep. There was a tune by Mobb Deep called "Kill a Nigga." Never wish death, only if I have to. If it's my last option left, kill a nigga. And we're all singing this song, kill a nigga, kill a nigga. What the? And it was in my psyche for years. When I got old, I was like, they're wicked rappers, but what are they saying? Like, man, like 50 Cent saying, get rich or die trying, and promoting himself as this gangster rapper. But when you signed that contract, you shouldn't have been get rich or die trying, because you wasn't getting rich or dying trying when you signed the contract. The second you became a rapper, you was free from the street. But obviously the system wants him to rap about certain things to keep our people down in condition. And when we're poor, it's the same mousetrap thing. Rappers are getting offered deals left, right, and center. As long as they're talking against our people, we're gonna make you rich, innit? So it's the same Edgar Hoover, Bloods and Crips situation when he left crack and cocaine. Rappers crack cocaine and heroin. It's the same thing. So we give so much power to these rappers as voices, as Jay-Z. I was talking to the young guy telling me, hey, Jay-Z's this, I don't care about Jay-Z. You tell me about Jay-Z for? Yeah, but he's this, he's that, he's that. I said, brother, before any rapper got to where they are now, the sales of most of their tunes were self-destructive. So people like me who's 14, 13, listening to gangster rap, listening to every word, but I'm living in a ghetto in England and I want to practice out what I'm living, or listening to, sorry, it's not good, man. And they know, they're old enough at the time when they're rapping to know that what they're saying can influence younger minds. So it's a conscious decision. So don't tell me that years later, Jay-Z's deciding to talk about blackness, that I should care, because he was conscious back then. You look crazy. Do you know how long Jay-Z's been conscious for? Do you know who his teachers are, who his elders are? He knew more about blackness before anybody. So I'm not gonna jump on the bandwagon of people. But yes, they're very talented. I give them that, but I'm not going to jump on the things that they're saying. I think that they could say, they've proven that when they're ready to rap positively, they can do it. Nas has proven that. He did an album with Damian Marley, with Africa Must Wake Up. So yeah, we have the talent, but we feed the destruction and then we complain at the system. That's all I'm saying. Don't feed the destruction and complain at the system. The system might have put you in chains, but you're keeping yourself in chains. And then you're looking for the system to unlock those chains. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. Liberate yourselves.
You know what? I've got a Facebook platform, Men Must Talk. One of the posts that I put up on there is that is this man? He looks like he's strong, but he's in chains.
Yeah.
But his chains are changing from steel chains to gold chains, and I think that's part of what hip hop is doing to us. That we are now chained to this materialism and looking like we're. Come on, man. We can't afford that car that Jay-Z is driving. That car can literally change the fortunes of an entire village in Africa. So what you're raising about music being a power is so strong, because these kids, they learn the lyrics. We used to write down the lyrics. My days, it was tape. You would pause the tape, write down the lyrics, and so that you could rap the entire song back to your friends, and they think, oh wow, this guy is so clever. But what are you actually implanting in your brain? There's a lot of negative talk, a lot of negativity, and this raises also one of the points that I had spoken about, and men disputed it quite greatly when I said, what could be the influence of pornography on these young people, on violence? Because pornography it can be quite violent, and the women seem to appreciate it in the porn. They look at it and they think, wow, okay, is this normal? It's not normal to denigrate a woman when you're having sex. It's something that's supposed to be pleasurable for the both of you. So what you're raising as well about the music is exactly that. Is that there are things that we ignore, we don't see. We think, no, it's just a song. It's not just a song, and it's not just a video. We need to be able to look at that. So thank you so much, Robin, for sharing that. I think
Can I say one more thing? Sorry.
Yes, please. Yes.
I don't want to I'm not saying in my talk that it's the ownership is on hip hop rappers by any means, because this is what the media is so clever. They have a way, instead of addressing self as the corruption, they have a way of saying, okay, it's the knives, it's the guns, it's the rap music, it's all of these things. And then they put the ownership back on us. And that's how they criminalize us. I'm saying, no. I'm talking to my brothers internally. Yes, we need to stop saying certain things. No, we're not to blame for the street stuff. No way is rap to blame. Because when NWA came out and NWA made a song saying nigga this, nigga that, no problem. Everything was cool. They were funded by a Jewish guy. Everything was Chris. The second, NWA said, F the police. What? Shut down FBI. You can't shut that. So it's okay for you to nigga this, nigga that, and kill one another, but don't you talk about F the police. You're mad. So my thing is, I'm not putting ownership on none of these rappers, because that's what the system wants you to do. They want you to look at your brothers and say, they're the reason why we're in this state. No, they're not the reason why we're in the state. But we do need to educate them and say, brothers, you're not helping. Because as you see, your influence has reach. You got African guys sounding American. You got English guys, even Jamaicans. You got English guys sounding Jamaican. Some of our parents are Jamaican, cool. But I'm saying that you got Turkish people in England listening to Jamaican music, thinking they're Jamaican. Music is powerful. You never see, I've seen people in England, Turkish boys driving and listening to Jamaican music and looking at black people like it's their music. Because the music is influential, but what we're saying, it doesn't help let people know that we're kings and queens, is what I'm saying. It doesn't. If we're gonna have famous artists all over the world, yesterday, who's the artist we went to watch? What's his name? The artist we went to watch yesterday. Bonge, I can't even say his name for me quickly for the camera.
His name is Bongeziwe Mabandla.
Okay, him, powerful. I didn't understand a word he said because it wasn't in English, but my spirit was lifted. I know he wasn't talking no negative. But what I'm saying to you is that we need to change the way we're feeding music and stop. And not just music, everything, films, everything. We feed evil is what I'm saying. And that's the point I'm trying to make. We respect evil and get upset that evil's running the world. You got people gun happy around here. We're excited by violence. We need to recondition our minds. And I'm not trying to blame our people for the condition that we're in. That's why I made that point about taking it back off of the rappers. They're not to blame for what started this. They're just aiding in it. In their ignorance, some of them.
Hey man, Robin, you know who I heard? It was a white boy who played for me, Dead Prez, hip hop, you know. So that's exactly what you're talking about. That's a reach that is there, you know, with the music, you know. So I think as parents, as brothers, as uncles, as fathers, we need to be very careful what these young people are also listening to, and just make them aware that, you know what, it's part of the show, you know. As much as they talk about streets and how you come up on the streets is not somewhere you want to come up on, because the streets are hard. And it's exactly what you're saying. It actually changes the person that you are, who you are from internally, because just the environment of having to survive in the streets makes you a whole different person. So it's not something to be glorified, and it's not something that.
And my solution in a sentence, brother, is this, and I'll leave all my sentiments finished after this.
Yes,
the streets don't exist. So what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to really give to everyone here, when I say prisoner to the street, I mean prisoners to an idea. Look outside the window wherever you are now. There's a street, right? Right? All of you, there's a street, right? That street ain't doing nobody nothing other than letting the cars and people walk down it. I'm saying that the streets are something that it's what you make it. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Same about the prison. Yeah, there's got barbed wires. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that bad, is what I'm saying. That's all I want to leave people with. You change the morals on the streets as the top people, like whatever the street guys, change the way you do things, and things will be different. Tupac tried to do it, but he was a bit confused, because one minute he's preaching positive, next minute he's doing the killer nigga talk as well, because he was in turmoil and he was very young, but he was someone who could have really got there. But what I'm saying is, he was saying things like, don't sell drugs in your own community. I'm saying don't sell drugs at all, because the spiritual connection that comes with selling it. I'm saying, if they give you lemons, he said Thug Life, they hate you give little infants, F's everybody. And the whole world jumped on that, like, yeah, that's amazing, Thug Life, yeah, it's your fault, so we're gonna behave like this, yeah. I'm saying no, if you give me lemons, I will make lemonade. And I'm saying that about South Africans too. Yeah, I'm in a condition, you've left us oppressed. If you give me lemons, I ain't gonna sit back and start robbing foreigners who come in. I ain't gonna start raping people in gangs as a way to get back, is what I'm saying to you. I'm not gonna let you put me in a condition that I have to stay in. You give me lemons, I'll make lemonade. There's no street out here. The most gangster street in South Africa, if we change the mindset of the people on that street, that could be the safest street in South Africa. Do you understand what I'm saying? All over the world. LA could be the nicest place. All the ghettos could be the nicest streets if we change the way we treat each other. And that's gonna take people like you, all of you guys that are on this Zoom call right now, and everyone who's doing the works they're doing, to not being funny, never stop the works. The works ain't, they're not finished. We're only waking up now. So we got a lot more work to do before people start to understand it, but don't get fed up on the journey. And that's my last words, guys. I feel like I've really overextended and I didn't realize the time, but that's my message to the people. Keep going. You're doing a great job. You've inspired me.
Thank you so much, Robin. I don't know how we can Also, if you can share your contacts with us so that we can maybe keep you engaged, because you've shared a lot of wisdom, I think,
Please.
with your talk today. A whole lot of issues that seem to have been overlooked. There's a lot of things that have been overlooked, and we sometimes tend to look for issues too close, and without actually realizing that there could be other factors that actually are influencing our young people as we speak right now. So I thank you so much for that, Robin. Please stay engaged.
Nothing more than poverty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sorry, please share my social media. My social media is Robin Travis on Facebook, and my Instagram is official TRAV. Yeah, I was gonna say that every situation that they put us in, so to speak, it can all be unturned. It can all be unturned, but it's gonna take a lot of soul searching. I'm here now in South Africa to soul search. Every human being on this call has a choice to be between good and evil. We just need to promote goodness when we're in a state of poverty. Because obviously, if we're in poverty, I'm not going to lie to you. I've been homeless 3 times. I know what it's like to have nothing and want to rob people and want to just to, how can I say this? I know what it's like to want to survive, but I've learned as I've got older that the ways I was trying to survive was not righteous by God. It was not righteous. And ever since I've started to be righteous by God, my life has started to change. I have started to become somebody. I've started to see the errors in my ways. So even if I sin today and nobody sees, I know I've sinned, is what I'm saying. We need to learn how to, this is such a spiritual war that we're going through in terms of good and evil. So it's not as simple as having a conversation about issues such as what's affecting it, like poverty, or there's also a spiritual one. Some people choose to do evil over good. And then when you get stuck in that, I've been stuck in evil, where I'm stabbing people at a young age and I got lost in it. You get stuck in it. And then once you're unstuck, oh God, you see the world from a different, I'm just happy to be here, guys. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to be a part of this conversation. And you've given me hope. When I hear like-minded people that we're not alone fighting. Some of us are not alone fighting. We're all fighting. So guys, thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. We've got Thabang coming up next. Thabang, I don't know if you can, are you able to unmute? Robin, I'd like to just say thank you again so much for your shares. There's so much I'm learning, and I think so much more that I need to learn, you know. And welcome to South Africa. Thank you so much for coming through. You say you're busy with a movie. Are you making a movie?
Yeah, I'm right in the movie now. We're also going to be, I just had a meeting yesterday, so we're going to do we're going to be doing book launches and a book tour in the next month or so. So stay tuned, man. Stay tuned. We're going to be touring Africa with the books.
Awesome. I'll contact you on social media so that I can actually follow you and make sure that I'm updated with what you're working with. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bless you.
I would like to have another discussion as well about the spiritual warfare at a later time. I would love to have that discussion as well. So thank you so much. Thabang, are you still with us, Thabang?
Yes, greetings. I am still here, my king.
Greetings, Thabang.
Yes, greetings.
Your name also.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Thabang. I'm just interrupting to say, please also tell us the meaning of your name.
All right.
I love the meanings of names as well. Thank you so much. Yes.
All right. No, give thanks. Yes, greetings again to everyone, the kings and queens. Greetings to everyone who's just here. I give thanks for the opportunity just to present myself here. My name is Thabang Mohale Bakalaka Balozi Dikolobe. I'm not here by myself. I'm always with my millions of ancestors in Lebezinkomo. As I mentioned, Balobedu Kaufela. And yeah, give thanks for the opportunity once again and give thanks to the organizers of such a very meaningful initiative, for us as African men to just share about issues that are affecting us and just ways of going forward and sharing solutions towards these social ills that we have. So no, I also like to give thanks to the brothers who came before me, who were wonderful speakers, gave their very insightful presentations. Brother Travis Zagute and Brother Mangala and Baba, our father, who are in his office. Give thanks to Baba Buntu and the elders as well, Baholo Kaufela. So my topic today, before I even go, okay, sorry for that again. The device I'm using here doesn't have a camera, so I won't be able to show my face, excuse me for that. But I can try means of doing that while I'm speaking on the other device. I'll just like to share my screen here. And the brother asked me to maybe try to give a meaning to my name. My name, it means rejoice. It means let's be happy. That's Tabang in Sesotho, in Sepedi, and in Setswana again. Yeah, just a simple meaning that says let's rejoice, let's be happy, let's have fun. That's Tabang. Thank you very much. Yes, as I was saying, my topic today is I'm talking about a topic which is very, very prevalent in this time when it comes to these dysfunctionalities we have as men. And the topic, it's called Facing Powerlessness about African Men and Substance Abuse. So I'll be sharing much about even my experience while I was growing up, which I fell into drug addiction. As you know, there's a conspiracy out there that it's planned or orchestrated to destroy the Black boys. I'll get into that much later on. So can I just be able to share my screen here? Okay, just a sec, sorry for that.
Hi, Tabang. Sorry, this is Prince. On which device are you sharing your screen? The very one you're speaking from? Or...
Yes, the very one I'm speaking from, my brother.
All right, yeah, you have permission to do that.
Yes. Am I able to share?
Yes, okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, as I said, like my name is Tabang Mohale. I'm a very proud son of Ebukosini Solutions, which is a community-based company that deals with youth development, community building. We do healing, counseling, so many programs that deals with men, programs that deal with women, and so much more. And I'm a student teacher again. I'm learning Seshmed Uneter, which maybe we might know as Egyptian hieroglyphics. Yeah, but that's just Seshmed Uneter. That's what I'm a student of. I'm a student of life again. I love learning with all my heart. That's why I have a daughter named Unolwazi, which means the queen of knowledge, if I can say, the queen of wisdom or the princess of wisdom. Thank you very much. As I said, my topic today, we are talking about facing powerlessness about African men and substance abuse. So just a simple definition of what is substance abuse. And I think maybe most of us were familiar with the term, which is like any substance that you can consume or use in amounts or by methods which are very harmful to an individual and their loved ones as well. So I have stats here from the internet that I've gathered around about the substance abuse in South Africa. And then we'll dwell much into it. We'll go into much details about how it affects the whole of Africa. So approximately in South Africa, there's 7.6% of the population that uses narcotics of some kind. And in every 14 people, there are regular users of these substances. So it means nearly 4 million people are regular users of these narcotics. And illegal drug consumption costs us a lot of money, approximately 6.4% of the GDP, which is estimated to be around 136 billion rands per year. So imagine those figures when it comes to the continent. They are so perplexing, you know. And the primary substances that we use mostly, which South Africa excels so much into, it's alcohol, and then followed by other substances as well. But you know, there's nyaupe, which is very prevalent to the youth nowadays. There's marijuana, which is seen as a recreational drug, and sometimes it doesn't even seen as a drug, you know. So these substances can lead to physical behaviors and like physical and behavioral changes, namely which will be like dysfunctional in a long run, you know, when it comes to even brain functioning, changing of the passenger totally, and affecting the loved ones, the people that they stay with. And as I said before, that in my gathering of my knowledge, I've came across an article or even books, you know, that says that there's this conspiracy which is orchestrated to destroy the Black boys. And this is happening in so many ways. That's why there's a lot of us males, especially, who are addicts into drugs, into these substances. There's a lot of us who are doing crime. There's a lot of us in jails. There's a lot of us who are very not even knowing ourselves as men. So we get to be conditioned into doing some other foreign cultures or behaviors, you know. And with all of that, as I'm saying, there's these root causes of this substance abuse. Mostly it has to do with the demographics, where we're coming from. There's a lot of peer pressure when we're growing up, because most of the boys, if you can understand, most of the Black males, as we are growing up, we grow up in the streets, you know, even though my brother Zagute was saying there's no streets, but most of the time we spend 8 hours of our time during the day outside, and we spend most of this time with the peer group, which is that's where we learn all of these influences, and there's this pressure of falling into that trap as well. So the environment as well plays a lot. The background where we grew up from, which is stricken by poverty, unemployment, and so much crime, it also has an influence into so much of this substance abuse. So yeah, as I said, like substance abuse impacts us very negatively to the user, to the family, and the community at large. So now, as you know, that each and every family is a unit of a community. So every member of the family plays a major role in developing our communities. So the thing is that now we have dysfunctional families as well, which has an influence into promoting this dysfunctionality. Because now, in our culture, in an African culture, every child is raised by the village, is raised by the community. So whenever, if I can see a child in the street using a drug, like publicly, you know, it's my concern as an adult, as an uncle, as a father, as a brother, yeah, to really guide those young minds, young bloods in a right direction. So by me saying that is that our contribution into building the Black family, it plays a much positive and important role in the society as you, as an individual, because it starts with you as an individual, you know, as a brother, as a father, as an uncle. You must play your role of becoming this defender of our culture and values. So now, most of what causes this substance abuse, because of the foreign culture that we have even inherited, you know. So in the urban, mostly, there's so much crime. That's why there's even this GBV, gender-based violence, which is also rooted from this dysfunctional families, dysfunctional family structures that we have, the poverty-stricken societies that we're living in. There's so much depression. There's so much social ills that we are dealing with as a Black family. And as I said, it starts with you as an individual Black African man. All of these, which they stay on your shoulders, you know, to play a meaningful role into being the solution towards this.
Hello, sorry,
So-
Tabang, if I can just interrupt you for a second. There's a
All right,
very
my
good
brother.
point that you raised there, a very important point about the village raising the child. It was more than they would be concerned about you. They could actually discipline you. If I saw my neighbor's child smoking by the shop, I could literally discipline him right there and tell him that this is not acceptable. I had
Yeah.
aunties who they would slap you right there at the shop and say, "Why are you smoking? Who, you know, how dare you? Your mother doesn't." And you know what? By the time you get home, your mother will know about it. She'll someone will have called her. Even though that time there were no cell phones, someone will have even walked past home to tell her that, you know what, your son was at the shops there smoking some stuff, you know. So yeah, that's a very good point to raise. Thank you, Tabang. Please
No,
proceed.
Thank you, my brother. And if you could understand with that, my brother, it's this conditioning that we've been conditioned into following, because like we are a one big family as an African family, you know. So every child, as you see them in the street, it's your responsibility as an adult to play a meaningful role into their upbringing. As much as we have rites of passages, you know, understanding the journeys or the path from boyhood into becoming a man, into manhood. Those can be even other preventions into understanding why these things can be seen in publicly. You know, why are we allowing our people, why are we allowing even a person to be a street kid if there is one? Because in Africa, we didn't have like such concept of having a street kid, someone who stays in the street, because like we are one family. There's no one who is neglected. And another thing is that now the way we have lost our culture, we have lost our values. We think for ourselves individually. We are very selfish of the way we think. We think that you live by yourself as an individual person. So whatever you do, even your success, you have this concept of your success as an individual person. And success for us as a people, it's a collective concept, you know. So it starts there when it comes to understanding our rites of passages, understanding our traditions and culture, the heritage that our ancestors have been living by all of this time. So with us seeing this social ill that we have, which is like substance abuse, alcohol abuse, and all of those, the government should be playing a meaningful role into bringing more intervention, more programs into dealing with these issues, because you can see we have a substance problem in the community, but there's less of the intervention or engagement when it comes to bringing solution towards this. So we, as the people, have the power. The ones who are seeing this problem must be the solution towards taking care of this problem. So we have different programs at Ebukhosini Solutions where we teach men about rites of passages. We teach men, we bring them home to themselves to understand more about themselves. I think which are other programs that are major roles in being prevention to such ills that we have. We recommend again for a passenger to know themselves, in fact, to seek deeply about your bloodline. I think that will also give rise to being a meaningful existence in our communities, so that we can build our communities and build our youth, because they are the future, man, so like I don't know if I don't want to go into further than my time here, but lastly, before I maybe ask just wait for any questions or any engagement. There's a saying by our father Frederick Douglass. It says it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. That saying for me, it's always ringing in my mind because of the work we're doing here at Ebukhosini. As I said, I'm a student teacher. We also have programs for young men where we teach them about rites of passages, spirituality, culture, identity, and different concepts. And that platform is called Shabaka Teen Talks. It's a digital platform which we conducted via Zoom every Sunday from 6 to 7, where we engage with different ages of young men from the ages of 12 until 19. And as I said, the work I'm doing, it resonates, in fact, mostly with the quote I just said from Ubaba Frederick Douglass. I'll just quote it for the last time. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. I give thanks, Bahulu Ashe.
It is easier to build strong
children than to repair broken men.
And that is so true. I think that's what we're doing a lot of the time now, is we're trying to fix the men after a certain stage and think that everything will come right, but it's a daily thing. Right from young, the lessons, the principles are taught from a very young age, from birth, literally, that we need to do, So I'm learning so much from you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tabang, man. You are a blessing. Please stay so that you can share a bit more of this as well at a later stage. I think we're learning a great deal from everyone. And the interesting thing is that the opinions are so different. So there are so many different angles we can look at it. I'll be honest with you, I don't have any sons, but I do fear, even for my younger brother. I fear for my nephews, and because I actually don't know how I would navigate it if I was placed in the circumstances that they're placed in. Those what can I say, statistics in terms of the drug abuse, if you talk about 6.47% of people taking drugs, and what is the percentage of the population that cannot take drugs? So out of whoever's left, who's old enough and who's to take the drug, that percentage is quite frightening. If you look at the numbers, I wouldn't even want to sit down. I'm going to sit down and do those figures for myself, but it is frightening to me. So I thank you so much. Thank you, Tabang.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. I don't know if Chimoabi, are you with us? Chimoabi Ahamba. Okay, if you're not with us, I don't know, Dr. Baba Buntu, if you would be able to speak now. I know we spoke to you a bit earlier and then we've delayed your slot as well a bit. So I don't know if you'd be available to speak to us now, Dr. Baba Buntu. Okay, let me unmute you. I think you have a problem with the unmuting. Sorry, I'm just trying to get Dr. Baba Buntu. Baba Buntu. You see, I keep getting your name wrong. You're gonna get me for that one. Let me just find. I'm sorry. I'm a bit slow when it comes to the Zoom. Sorry for that. Now, the shares that we've been having from everyone, I think today have been very, very honest, very candid. Everybody's just being so open in regards to letting us know exactly. Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who's
All
speaking?
right. This is Chimobe Ahamba speaking.
Okay, yes, Chimoabi. Thank you.
Greetings,
Yes,
my brother.
please,
All right.
please.
Should I start?
Yes, if you can, please
All
do.
right.
Please feel free to start. Thank you.
I will. No, greetings, African family. My name is Chimobe Ahamba, son of Ebere Ahamba, 34 years young, living in Norway, Scandinavia, with 2 children. I'll get right to it because I know we have a time budget today, but I speak today from my experience as a father and a brother and an uncle, a concerned African man, but also as someone who has been involved actively with community organizations and initiatives. Many years ago, I was the daily manager of African Youth in Norway, which was Norway's only Pan-African organization for young African people run by and for us, where I got to see and talk to and sit with a number of young Black men. I'm also speaking from my experience with the Shabaka program that was created by Ebukusini Solutions, as well as my involvement as facilitator with their Teen Talks program, which started last year, May. But I would be remiss if I don't start by thanking you for the invitation. Of course, I'm very honored. I'm also very grateful to the organizers for creating this space. We know that there aren't many enough spaces like this for African men. We don't often sit down, or I would say often enough, sit down to talk and relate with one another, unless it's about sports or money, maybe politics, corporate achievements, or women, of course. And I think the fact that we don't do this often is not by coincidence, it's by design. Now, I'm of Igbo extraction myself. We're a nation of some 40 million strong in southeastern Nigeria, and many more in the diaspora, like my father and myself. And a common way to open up a conversation after a greeting is to ask, Umuaka Gekwano, which is, how are the children? And that's the question I want to open up with today. How are our children, not biological, but our children, all of them? And I think, my people, we can all answer sincerely that they're not doing great. They're not doing so well. They're trying their best, but they're not doing so well. Because as we know, and I can only speak from my own adolescence, perhaps, let me not speak for other people, but from my own adolescence, young African men, and I think just like all other men, young men, they're going to model what they see, not what they're told. And what they see is not greatness. That's my contention. It's not sustainable. What they see in the global African community, what is made visible to them, let me put it that way instead. What is made visible to them is Kanye West's and Jay-Z, the rap music and the N-words, as Brother Robin spoke about earlier. They see the NBA players or the cricket players or the NFL players, a few corporate puppet heads, some dancers on TikTok, more than a few colonially minded, greedy presidents who have adopted the colonizer's logic. Way too many Black families without positive male role models or present fathers. And they also see a host of older Black men who are unable to sit with, deal with, and express their feelings and thoughts in a healthy manner without turning to alcohol, women, drugs, or violence. And from the work that I have been involved with, especially with our men, our young men, the one thing that is the most consistent is that our young men are afraid. There's a lot of fear. I think that as long as Blackness, being African, remains under physical and psychic assault and threat due to a heritage of racism, colonialism on and off the continent, confronting fear is going to be critical for African liberation, for our young people especially, because they are so afraid, especially our young men. They see what the world does to Black men who don't fall in line, and they are afraid to be next. The anger that we see, the tough guy acts, the I don't care attitudes, the violence, the aggressive, and even desperate sexuality, the drug abuse that Brother Tabang mentioned, the inability to speak sincerely, to be vulnerable, all this is fear coming to the surface. And I believe this fear is so strong because they don't know where to go, who to turn to, who will advise them on how to survive. But they know what's coming. Even if they don't know where to go, they know what's coming. It's police with deadly force, it's poverty, or it's meaningless jobs, or it's being ridiculed for having meaningless jobs, or not making enough money, or not being rich, or not looking like the influencers on Instagram, or not being as cool as Jay-Z or Burna Boy or Elon Musk or whatever. So the forces our young men are up against are many. And I believe as older African men, there are two things that we must do for our young men. Number one is that we have to take responsibility for educating our youth. It's very well documented and easy to see that no matter where you go on this earth, if it's public or private school, our youngest will not be taught about our greatness. This is a fact. What I mean by that is even if you go to a fancy school in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, or Britain, you will not be taught the achievements, the battles, the greatness of your ancestors. Our colonizers made sure to leave their own legacy in the history books and in the school systems our countries have adopted, or like myself, if you live in a diaspora, then we're totally immersed in it. So we have to correct this ourselves. We cannot protest in the streets. We cannot plead with our enemies and ask them to educate our children the right way. We know that won't work. So we have to be the ones to do it, either through homeschooling or through privately owned African-centered schools. And what this means for most fathers, older brothers, or uncles. And if you're an African man, you fall into one of those. You're either a father, you're a brother, or you're an uncle. So what that means for us is that we must take the time to explore how, through resistance to enslavement, colonialism, the journey to power, how African people contributed to the intellectual, cultural, economic development of the world. We have to be reviewing world history critically through an African-centered lens, and with the young people, young men especially, look at our evolution, the cultural and political mindset of African leaders and thinkers in recent history, so that we can contextualize our existence. Because if you take the average 17-year-old and you show pictures of Albert Einstein, Winston Churchill, Queen Elizabeth, maybe, they're going to tell you who that is. If you ask them, who's this, they'll tell you. You can show them maybe Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk and other characters, and they will know who that is. But if you show them a picture of Steve Biko, I don't know if they would know. They wouldn't recognize the face. Amilcar Cabral, Thomas Sankara, they wouldn't know who these people are. So there's a huge gap or a void of information and knowledge. So we have to be the ones to perform corrective education. We can't wait for our enemies to do it. And we can't wait for young men to come into an understanding that there's so much I don't know about myself, so I have to teach myself. We must do this. We have to display and sort of convince young Black men that what they have read in the history books in school is less than half the story, because they come from greatness, they belong to greatness, they are greatness. And greatness is not limited to the money you make, the women you conquer, the number of likes you receive, the things And if we don't tell young Black men this often, they will not be standing on solid ground, and they will live their life having adopted Eurocentric logic about what makes a man a good man. Because European or Asian or Middle Eastern, for that matter, understandings of what makes a man a good man is vastly different from our perception and understanding of this on the continent. And without us teaching them this, they will not arrive at the conclusion that a good man is someone who contributes to their local community, who is in touch with his highest self, who respects his elders and respects themselves and respects children and women and so on and so forth. They will not arrive there without our help. And without our help, young Black men cannot develop necessary leadership skills that we as a community need today. They will not be directed by their schools or their colleges to pursue projects or initiatives that build and strengthen the African community or the African family. That's number one. Number two, and you're just gonna have to tell me time if I'm running out of time here. I'm gonna try to be quick, but number two, everything we read in literature today tells us that young Black men are disproportionately represented when we talk about mental health problems. They are struggling with mental health problems. I think the most recent thing I read was after the age of 11, this was in America, I believe, that after the age of 11, or up until the age of 11, young Black men seem to be fairly balanced, just like most children, but something happens at the age of 11, and suddenly there's a host of problems ranging from anxiety to suicidal thoughts. And we here today, I believe, know why. We know why it's not young white men struggling with this or young Asian men who struggle with this, but young Black men specifically, why we're so overrepresented, because the world is anti-Black. You are either hypersexualized as a young Black man or you're hypercriminalized. So we, the older men, we need to be very intentional. Let me use that word. We need to be very intentional and unapologetic about supporting young Black men. We have to admit that there are more young Black men than there are available fathers. We have to address that. We all need to embrace the father in us and approach and engage with young people. We can't look at young people with fear in our eyes. We can't look at them with anger and say, you know, kids these days, they don't understand. They only care about sex, drugs, and money, and point fingers, because young Black men are tired of being rejected, of being misunderstood, of being yelled at, of being discouraged. They need our encouragement, and they need our support, and they need our love. So I'm going to challenge everyone here today and everyone listening to mentor a minimum of one young Black person, young Black man in your area. It could be a nephew, or it could be the young man you saw at the store today, or this one child that you know that keeps getting into trouble, or what have you. Because something, whether you call it white supremacy or domination or Eurocentrism, or whether it's poverty, broken families, capitalism, anti-Black media, something is driving this persistent pattern of poor mental health, violence, poor physical health, broad inequality problems that is affecting young men. So I believe that the answer has to be that we as individual Black men have to take it upon ourselves to be the persistent counterforce to these issues. Because one thing I've learned from listening to our young men, and if you will remember one thing from me today, remember this. One thing that I've learned is that they've all expressed this in different languages, maybe, or different age ranges, but they've all said this 100% of the time. They need positive male role models who are available and open about the challenges that they themselves have overcome, be it mental health or how they fought through a challenge and came out on the other end. Young African men need to be able to model resilience and achievement that goes against the odds. Most of our young men are confronted with, you know, all these systems of power and detrimental effects of economic survival, which is maybe the most prevalent. And that puts a lot of pressure on their mental health. We need to talk about how being successful doesn't mean being rich, working for a big corporation, having a fancy title, and so forth and so on. I think sincerely, we need to communicate clearly to young African men so that they can understand and get the tools necessary to navigate and thrive in what I believe is a very anti-Black world. I'm going to stop there because I think that's my time. Are there questions? Are we doing a Q&A today?
I'm not sure. Prince will let us know, I think, a bit later as well. Because a lot of what people are sharing, and like, for example, a lot of what you've shared, we need just some minutes to marinate on. If there's anything I can take away from Chimoabi's share as well, is yes, exactly that. Find one young person and mentor them. One young
Yes.
one young male person, and mentor them, and try to do your best to guide them, give them some lessons in regards to what you've learned from your experiences, because that's what the young men need the most. We just need to guide these young men towards a more positive. Can I ask you, Chimoabi, also for the meaning of your name as well?
Of course, my brother. Chimobi is God knows the heart, or God knows your heart. So
Wow.
it's a affirmation that, well, it's deep as most African names, but it's an affirmation that maybe people around you will not understand you. But if you are in touch with your God or your chi, you will know what to do, and you will be well. You shall be well.
Thank you so much. And that is so right, because I believe that as well. I always say, if you've got a vision and you've got a dream, and the people around you don't understand it, it means that that's exactly what it is. It was your vision and your dream. So maybe you're the one who knows exactly what needs to be done. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chimobi. Thank you for sharing today. Please, if you can also share your details as well. I don't know
Sure
if you
thing.
can.
Should I drop them in the chat?
Yes, if you can, please.
All right, I'll do that, my brother.
Just so
Yeah,
that we can have this
Dr.
discussion.
Buntu is already putting his Facebook and Instagram detail there, so that's for everyone to share. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Buntu.
Give thanks.
Dr. Buntu, Prince, would you unmute Dr. Buntu as well?
Yeah, okay, I'm on it right now. And please, if there are anyone who has any question, who would like to comment or contribute, if you just please raise your hand now, just before Dr. Buntu jumps in. Just to give feedback as well. But if you don't feel like doing that right now, that's okay. You can also raise your hand during the course of Buntu's presentation. Okay, I see Robin. Thank you. During the course of Dr. Buntu's presentation, and then we'll take all of them together. But Robin, I see you're up. Dr. Buntu, would you permit me to just take Robin's question?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Robin.
There wasn't, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It wasn't really a question to the brother, just to big him up. The question, I just listened to every word, just big him up. I'm just impressed. What can I say? I'm just impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, love it. Big.
Likewise.
Salute.
Okay, so I don't know if anyone has any. Thank you very much, Robin, for that. If there is no other hand up, I can't see anyone up right now. If your hand is up and I don't see you, I apologize. I've got a number of people in the room, so please just drop a message in the chat, and I'll come pick, and I'll just look for you and draw Dr. Buntu's attention to it. But in the meantime, let's allow Dr. Buntu, just introduce himself. I think he will do justice to it if he does introduce himself by himself, because he wears so many hats, and it's really an honor to have him here. If you know what it took to get many of the speakers here today, you would really understand that they are really, like I said, fine. They're handpicked and fine and well decorated speakers. So thank you very much, Dr. Buntu. Over to you now. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
African salutations to everyone, greetings and one love. Thank you so much, Brother Prince, for both putting this into motion and for the introduction. I really appreciate. And for those that I've heard so far, Arthur, Simpiwe, Sebastian, thank you so much for what you have shared. And I often say that I'm so glad that I'm not a young African men at this time and age, because I feel that our young have a lot to deal with. But listening to the young speakers before me, I think I actually wish to be a young man under their guidance, because this is really a luxury experience of seeing so many dedicated young adult men devoting themselves to being solutions, having gone through a lot themselves in their own lives, but also allowing themselves to be vessels of change and transformation. So thank you so much to Mangala, to Zagude, Robin, to Tabang and Chimobi, and everyone else who has contributed. I really appreciate. I also want to try to be economical with my time. I have a presentation I'd like to share. And since you've now seen, I thought it would be good to see some imagery as well. I hope everybody can see my screen right now.
We see your screen, Dr. Buntu.
Okay,
And
great.
I like your swagger, man. You see, too much American. I like your swagger.
Yeah, don't call it swagger. It's absolutely no, this is swaggerless. Absolutely no swagger. This is just being relevant.
Yeah, man. No, I like
But thanks
it.
for
I
the
like
big
your
up none the
style.
same. Yes. Okay, so just 1 second. Yeah, so I wanted to talk about decolonizing African masculinities, African-centered approaches to working with men. Now, I know that sounds like a very academic title, and I'm not intending to make it an academic presentation, but since we are also introducing ourselves with names, so I have many names. The few that I will share, Baba, or is a very beautiful title that I've been given, which means father. And something that I try to live up to every single day. And I'm going to call you out, Arthur, as well. From today, you are a father. I don't care how many biological children you have or do not have, you are a father, and you are needed by our children from this day onward.
I accept.
Thank you. Asante sana. Then I have a name that I'm sure Arthur will appreciate, Amani, which means peace. Then I also have a name, Olubanjo, which means God is dancing with me. And then I have a family name of Buntu, which speaks to the Ntu, the cosmic force that combines us all as African humanity. So I carry a lot of expectations on my shoulders. So I don't really I've not been given the luxury time to chill and to see what happens. I need to be on it every single day. And I try my best. I'm together with my wife and one of our spiritual sons, we are directing a company here in Johannesburg called Ebukhosini Solutions. And Ebukhosini means the royal house. And you have heard a number of the sons of the house today also talking about their experience through Ebukhosini. And being a son of Ebukhosini means that you could be based many different places in the world, but you have been touched or involved or become an extended family members of our work. I wanted to say Nguni greeting to everyone, Sanbunani. I see you. And it's a very important and significant greeting in that we need to see each other. And I think this platform allows us to, even across vast distances and colonial borders, to actually see each other. And I hope we realize that we are actually much closer connected than we often experience in our daily lives. I'm not going to dwell so much on this slide, but I had lined it up and I spoke a little bit about it earlier. Are we global? Because this is a global conference. Are we alpha? Because that name has also come up in the title of the conference. And are we suicidal? And I will only answer the last one. I don't think we are suicidal. I think especially as African men, and maybe other men of color as well in this world, we are responding to a very direct message to us. You do not matter. There is no need for you. And that's not, I want to locate it that way so we don't frame suicide as a weakness. We must just strengthen people's lives. They must just be happy. They must just go out there and find a job. No, this world is telling us that there is no space for us. We are not really needed. And what we can change is how we hear the message and what we do about what we hear. And that is where I'm going to come from. I want us to give homage to our ancestors, our Amadlozi, Bakhadi, our Egung, the millions of African women and men who have laid a foundation and continue to guide us. It is very important as African people that we know we are not the first ones who are battling with these questions and finding the solutions. I'm going to jump a few slides because I also don't want to take too much time away from the hopefully enriching conversation we're going to have after this as well. But these are some of the words that I identify myself with. And they are not just titles that I throw out deeply or quickly. For me, being an African in this time and in this part of the world comes with a lot of responsibilities. And it comes with being extremely intentional about how I spend every hour of every particular day. The practice that you have gotten a little bit of flavors from that has been mentioned today is our sub-program through Ebukhosini, which is called Shabaka, Men of Africa. Shabaka, taken from an African pharaoh who lived and ruled ancient Kemet or Egypt around 700 BC. And why we take his name on is because at a time when Egypt had fallen to a very, very low level as a civilization, he became the leader that brought it up to its highest point by looking back at the legacy of his ancestors and the wisdom that his elders had taught him. And I feel that this is what we need to do as African men today as well. This is not over. We are not done. We are restarting the program. And that's the energy I want us to go forward. We come from such greatness. We have spoken a lot about the brokenness and the oppression we come from. But we must never forget that before that, we come from thousands and thousands of years of greatness. So we have a lot to remember, a lot to draw from, and a lot to bring forward. And when we say that we provide African-centered solutions, what that means is that we center our whole operation in African information and knowledge, which includes history, culture, economics, politics, spirituality. And in this world, that often sits like a small piece of information. For us, it's thousands and thousands of volumes of written texts, of oral information, and the ongoing practice across the African world, on the continent, but also in the diaspora. And the focus becomes to develop self, to develop the African family, and to rebuild the African nation. Now, I want to say something before I get to share a little bit about the work. I want to put this, and if you are provoked by the title that you see, Why African Men Must Be Angry, I'm very happy if you are provoked, because not that I only try to provoke, but I want to say something with these following slides. We as African men are often told that we are too angry. We are seen to be too aggressive. And we have spoken about a number of problems in our societies that often are related to a particular form of anger. But I don't want that to mean that we should not be angry. We have to be angry, but we need to be much more than angry, and I'll get to that. But right now, I just want to justify why we need to be angry. And the obvious answer to that is that we suffer particular scars from our history, our recent history, where ourselves, our land, our family, and our spirituality has been taken away from us. We have become a people who no longer are ourselves. And I'm not trying to just stay in the space of blaming the past and talking about the past, but every single day, I have to talk about the past and remember what happened so I can understand why I'm in this situation now and then make a decision to go forward. So I don't want to lose track of that. And I want to quote one writer who really took the time to understand what the colonized being, what psychology we often end up with. And he writes in The Wretched of the Earth, his name is Frantz Fanon. He writes, the settler-native relationship is a mass relationship. The settler pits brute force against the weight of numbers. He's an exhibitionist. His preoccupation with security makes him remind the native out loud that he alone is the master. The settler keeps alive in the native an anger, which he deprives of outlets. The native is trapped in the tight links of the chains of colonialism. But we have seen that inwardly, the settler can only achieve a pseudo-petrification. The native's muscular tension finds outlet regularly in bloodthirsty explosions, in tribal warfare, in feuds between septs, and in quarrels between individuals. And said in other words, a lot of the problems and the violent problems we have addressed so far, and I'm including the will to take your own life, that I say that as violence, it's scripted from a particular moment of many moments in our history that speaks to us being marginalized and literally representing death. So why we need to be angry? One, we need to survive. We need to choose to be alive. Every single day, I feel that a very fundamental aspect of being Black in this world is to make the choice that I want to be alive. We need to defend ourselves. We are attacked not just in the past, we are attacked right now. Right now, there are companies operating on the African continent that make sure poverty is sustained. Right now, there are governments around the world that are ganging up on us, planning how to extract our minerals and our wealth, and making sure that we stay in our place as cheap labor. So we also need to protect ourselves, and anger has an element that is important in survival strategies. We need energy. We cannot be receptors of violent messages of not belonging in this world all the time. And when we voice our anger, and of course, it's all about how you voice it and what you allow anger to do to you, we become calmer, we find more sense of control, we overcome the violations that have been mounted against us, and we rise within ourselves a force that is very necessary for Black survival. We connect. I'm able to realize that there's a lower self and a higher self. And we often talk about anger as a very primary instinct and a low energy. So it often sits as an expression in the higher self. But it's also very difficult to get to my higher self if I don't acknowledge what happens in my lower. So through this, I will find an ability to create a balance and improve the things that I no longer want to do. I also get into a space of consciousness. I become aware. Why am I angry all the time? What is making me angry? It creates for me a location and agency, and I understand that maybe I'm not just an emotional wreck. Maybe I'm not just weak. Maybe I'm not just somebody who speaks out of sense. I affirm and I find a sense to motivate myself, because I also realize I don't want to keep being angry. It actually speaks to values. And maybe we never think about anger as something that creates values. Because when I can shed my anger and when I can give an outlet to it, I also become more optimistic. I emancipate myself, and I hopefully choose a path of greater righteousness when I've been able to punctuate what anger does to me. I become somebody who can easier cooperate. I find justice, I can listen, I transform, and I become. And my point is not to say that every one of us, when we express our anger, this is the outcome. But I'm saying that when we understand what anger is and how it can be used, and how we should not become overwhelmed by it, this is what it can give us. That's why we shouldn't just say, let's not be angry. Anger actually also gives me an ability to heighten my emotional intelligence. As Africans, we talk about the third eye, the pineal gland, which is a deep mind consciousness, my intuition, and it awakens within me. Also physically, it's actually been proven that, especially for us as Black people, finding positive outlets for our anger is essential even for our physical health. A lot of us, we take out our anger in very wrong and detrimental ways to others, but often also to ourselves. A lot of us as African men, we are very self-judgmental. We feel we're not enough. We feel we need money or some physical assets to prove that we are really worthy. And we often, when we don't know how to manage our anger, mount it out against someone out there because we feel that they have already seen us as powerless men. So, and killing the enemy, here it's used in a more metaphorical sense, but killing the enemy is to write our own books and to not bow down that history must be told from a Eurocentric point of view. Killing the enemy is what was already mentioned on this platform. When we as African men and women too, of course, reach out to each other across all these divisions that have been created for us to set up our shops, to set up our businesses, to create the trading network that obviously our enemies, and we have enemies, I think that's very important to say. And very often these enemies, and I'm not saying they're only men, but it's these hegemonic masculinities that are forced upon us from the outside world that often makes it very difficult to find out how we should exist. I want to say a little bit. So that was my ranting about anger. So let's be angry, brothers. But of course, we can't just be angry in any form or shape or way. And that's why it's important that we have a conscious conversation. Why am I angry? What is a good way for me to let out that I'm angry? What will happen to my health when I no longer sit and pretend that I'm not angry and try to cushion my anger so that other people should not see me as a threat? What does it mean to be brothers? And that's an essential question to our work. It means bonds of honor. It means to anchor our purpose. It means to be a foundation of African men. And let me just say this as well. I'm not going to talk much about this, but being African men is not an isolated experience. As Shabaka, we have a number of programs where we are sitting only as African men. No one else is allowed into those sacred spaces, but not because we want to seclude ourselves or not because we want to exclude anyone. Let me say it that way. It is because we want to be intentional. We want to listen to brothers' experiences. We want to give each other advice. We want to see in each other the hope that we so easily and so often lose or do not know how to find. So to creating foundation for us as African people obviously takes the African man and the African woman working side by side. So when we meet as men, and when we also have programs for sisters, when they meet as women, it's not because we want to isolate ourselves and because we don't want the impact on the other gender. It's more that we want to do our work so that we can stand before our counterparts and deliver the strength, the listening ear, and the compassion that we really need as a people. Biko talked about pumping life back into the empty shell of Black men. And many of us have become empty shells. We are very good at, just think about how often you are asked, so how are you? What's happening? How are you? And how often you say, no, I'm fine. No, things are fine. Yeah, it's great. But you know inside that's a complete lie. You are just masking something. You never really feel that you can say, Ish, my brother, you know what? I'm going through something. It's so hard. And even if you have tried to do that, you may have experienced that another brother say, no, but you know what? You are strong. You will make it. Like, don't give up. Like, yeah. And he just leaves you there in your pit of sadness and brokenness. So we are not so very good at picking each other up. And that's why brotherhood is so important. Why should we engage with this? I think for me, brotherhood has a sacredness to it. And I think this is what we must remember also, that our ancient societies had places where African men would gather. And it was not a place of supremacy. To many, in a large extent, we were men who understood the sanctity of women, who would take instructions for women, who would be led by women and not feel that we are less men, because we understand that many women have a stronger and deeper access to their spiritual higher self when we offer the protection, when we offer the safety that we should as African men. So we don't come from a hierarchical structure, at least not in our ancient days. I will readily admit that we have become a super hierarchical and patriarchal people, but that is not our ancient scripts. That's my message. Now, where can we create this brotherhood? And this is where I'm sharing what we are doing through Ebukusini and Shabaka. We create spaces for men to dialogue, to talk, to be absolutely open. And our experience of having done that intentionally for the last 15 years is that you can't just book a room and put some chairs together and then expect men to talk. As the coordinators of every conversation, we consult within ourselves, just within our emotions before we even go into any event. And what am I supposed to share today? What is it that me showing vulnerability about something I'm struggling with, how can that be an asset and a reminder of change in another man? So I'm using myself as an instrument. And I think this is important because we live in a presenter culture. Often what we do as a presenters, we go in and we show the perfect, confident, incredible man. But what we also do, as much as that can be inspiring to some, we are also saying that you're not even half the way of where I am. You sitting down there in your pit, you don't even know how to put yourself together to speak in front of an audience. And then you actually create a distance between you and the one who's directing or leading or coordinating. And that's the vibe we want to come in when we coordinate. I want to talk about how I was not raised by my father and what that did to me. I want to talk, like Robin just did, talk about his experience of how he was raised in a so-called street culture and took him years to understand that this is actually a fallacy, but he's going to share the story and he's going to share the sentiments. And it's so significant that we do that. As African men, we have so many stories to tell. We have so many layers of our challenges that we need to share. And we need to be able to talk frankly. But that means, and I think that in this age when we are opening up more electronic platforms, I find that that safety aspect is kind of falling off. Knowing that my voice now goes out to all corners of the world, there may be certain things I don't feel so comfortable being recorded and being sent out with my image and my name fully for everyone to criticize, to joke about, to mockery, to create a very offensive meme to. I may not want to do that. So I think we also need to learn how to have these conversations within our family, within our communities, and exactly where we are. What we focus a lot on is self-knowledge, healing and restoration, empowerment, and this is important to say in a patriarchal society where it's alluded that men have power. The one group that needs power is women. Yeah, but what if our power, first of all, is not, it's not really a power. As African men, we may have subtexts of power. So some of us will claim that we have a power in the home. Some of us will claim that we have power in the national government because we are in male-dominated spaces in business and governance. But are we really in power? Can we change the world as it is? Can we sit down with other leaders in the world and say, these are our terms. This is what you will do. This is our last straw. We're leaving the table right now if you don't listen to what we say. We don't have power to control many of our resources from top level to also ground level. But of course, we must acknowledge that Christianity and Islam has offered us some power that has become quite problematic. Some of us will script within our religion and lean on religion when we say where a woman's place should be and what a woman should do and not do and what we are afforded the power to do as African men. And I think we're speaking with a tongue that doesn't even belong to us. And we need to clean these things up. We need to relearn. We need to sit with elders. We need to hear from our young. We need to defend and prepare for transformation. And transformation is not as easy as it sounds. We work with young men who come to us maybe when they are 22, and only after 3 or 4 or 5 years do some of them really come in to the fullness of themselves, because we live in spaces that do not expect us to be really great. Lastly, I'm just showing you some images so that you can see and take in a little bit of the vibrancy of what we do. These are dialogues that we have, and for us, it's been very important to have dialogues wherever we are. So yes, sometimes we can get a community hall, sometimes we can get a school, but sometimes all we can do is to sit in a park or sit under a tree. So it's not dependent on PowerPoints, it's not dependent on Wi-Fi connectivity, it's not dependent on funds, because maybe I should also say this, that there is no funding for this work. And that's maybe why it's difficult. I think it was Arthur who said that, we are practical as men, we are drawn to what is the practical thing. And when we realize that there is no funding for our freedom, when there is no funding for our empowerment, some of us get discouraged because we need to do this on top of so many other things. But the thing is, if we don't do this, things will be done to us. So it's also a choice. Do we want our young people to really understand the land, put their fingers and make things grow, secure our food, stop going to malls and supermarkets for our feeding? And as we know, we take in a lot of food that does not empower us. And this is a picture from men going to the mountain, actually going to the physical mountain, and leave there their immature selves and come back with the commitment to really be an African man on power. And in conclusion, when I say power, don't think of power as something that is done to someone or over somebody. Power is really to stand within yourself and be you, and come with that as a force that doesn't need to hack anyone, doesn't need to brutalize anyone, doesn't depend on making someone else feel less. That's the Western and Arab form of power that we have learned. Colonialism has taught us very well, and we keep exercising it within our Black businesses. We think that for me to have a relationship with you, if I employ you as another Black brother or sister, what I'm going to do is to torment you, make you scared, tell you how little worth you are, tell you how much if you want to quit, I'll be happy. We will say things like that. And we go to our other colleagues of leaders and say, yeah, you see, our people, we are not on time. We think we can use the templates that our colonizers used, and that's where we go very wrong. Lastly, there is no familyhood if we cannot come together as African men and African women. And what we do at times, we have a session called Black Love. And Black Love is really about taking back the love of ourselves, reclaiming our humanity, reclaiming our possibility. And I say this, as a people, for what has happened to us for so many generations, this is a ritual, if I should call it that we need to do every single day. And of course, the expense of that is that sometimes people from outside our community, but even sometimes some of our own, will say, you are so obsessed with race. Our culture is just so much to you. Why can't you? It's not just African. Why are you so essentialist? That we're not being essentialist. We're just taking back what was robbed away from us. And if that offends someone, so be it. Meaningful manhood is something we need to choose, create, and forcefully place at the top of our agenda in our personal life, because it starts there, in our family life, because that's the second place of education. And lastly, within our communities and societies. With those words, I want to say Siyabonga, Ralabucha, Esheum. Thank you so much for listening. Bless.
Wow, Dr. Buntu, I think that share, you know what, I don't know if Prince is recording today's session, but I keep hearing things which I'm like, you know what, I just want to hear that again so it can sink in properly, because a lot of wisdom has been shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Buntu. Where are you based? Maybe you can tell us a bit more about you. Where are you based, Dr. Buntu?
Yes, I'm based in Joburg, Azania, which is the name that many of us choose for the so-called colonial marked territory, South Africa.
And if I can ask you, is there a reason why you spell Africa with a K? Hey, Dr. Buntu, yeah, calling you out.
Are you trying to say I'm illiterate?
No, man, I know there's a reason. I know there's a reason behind it. That's what I mean.
No, I'm joking. No, there is a reason. And the reason is in these conversations, we often have to, by default, go to English or any other colonial language, because we do not have, and we haven't decided to have, a common African language. So using the K instead of C is phonetically how our African languages have been scripted when we use Latin alphabet. So I think all will know the different languages that you may speak from different forms of that parts of the African world. In Kiswahili, when we say Africa, we write Africa with a K within Sesotho, within Setswana, within isiZulu, within Bambara, everywhere. We use the K because phonetically it speaks to the ka sound. And of course, also so I come from an understanding that, because there's a story out there that Africa is not an indigenous name. We were named by the Romans. And I'm aware of that story, but I believe that the Romans stole and appropriated words that then became Africa. So maybe Africa, the way we sound it now, was not the original word, but I believe it was something like Afruika, Afuraka. So I believe that the root word that became Africa comes from this continent. So for me, it's important to say it and remind ourselves that no, we're not following your spelling, even if we are now talking a language of those who oppressed us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Is there a reason how come you know of all the different languages? Are you a scholar of different languages?
Oh, I keep unmuting myself, or I keep muting myself, so maybe I shouldn't do that. No, you know what? Just 2 words about my own story. So I have experience from 3 continents. My family is from the Eastern Caribbean. I have spent many years as I grew up in Scandinavia, and I moved to Azania, or South Africa, about 25, 27 years ago. And a very particular moment in my life. Don't pay so much attention to the doctor title. Yes, I have, the academy has presented me with an award, but my biggest title will always be Baba. I cannot be any higher than that. And it's not even about being high. I'm just saying that's the most honorable title that I've been given. But when I was in my early 20s, I felt I was quite well read. I had read my Kwame Nkrumahs, I had read my Martin Luther King. I felt I was quite in touch with Black and African literature. And then I was visiting London, and somebody asked me, oh, would you like to go back to this? Would you like to come with me to this Black bookshop? And they said it as if I should know what that is, because I've never heard of a Black bookshop. What does that mean? What is a Black bookshop? Does it mean that the owners are Black? Does it mean that everyone who works there? What is that? Can there be actually a bookshop with only African books? Like, that sounded so crazy in my mind. But I didn't want to show that I was ignorant. So I said, yeah, sure, please. Yeah, I'm longing to go, actually. And then we went. It was a bookshop of only Black authors, only African authors, from ceiling to floor. Like, there was just shelf upon shelf upon shelf. And then I realized that I've been lied to. I thought we have written a few books in this world because I've been told that we come from a legacy where we are more an oral people. We haven't really written so much. And I think this happened at a time in my life where I was really busy understanding the fallacy of what we are being taught at school, what our governments are telling us, what this world is set up to lure us into thinking, and that I must be a critical thinker myself. So I think with that in mind, I realized that no, I will not know myself by just reading. I will have to go. So I intentionally created friendships with people from all kinds of different African backgrounds, so that I could at least greet in people's language, so I could at least just know what the cultural code is when you come into somebody's house. And I would say, as much as I love reading, and I love, the many revolutionary and spiritual texts that our people have produced, but I would say that when I claim to be a Pan-African, it's very much in line with my personal experiences. Having been in people's houses, sitting around the fire, sitting around sharing meals, the everyday talk, because as African people, we have a particular way of socializing and being with and for each other. And that's something that I feel is missing very much in the scholarly world. I'm attracted to knowledge, I'm attracted to deep knowledge, but I'm not attracted to the academia, I'm not attracted to what that space often comes with. So I choose to work independently as an African. So I could call me an activist scholar. I'm a community scholar, if I should use the title.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. We do have some, Dr. Buntu, if you could, I don't know, have you shared, I think Prince has got all of your details, because there's quite a number of conversations we can have. You're unearthing quite a number of conversations as well that we can have as well. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I think with the journey of the African child, in the African boy child, particularly in this environment, I think you also raised it, it's quite a challenging one. And you know what, I would have loved to grow up with a mentor like you, who's more or less aware as well of where we come from, of our history. And have you written a book, Dr. Bush?
I hoped you would not go there, because this is my sore point. I've written booklets, and I have spent a lot of time in conversations, and also, but I'm yet to publish a book. So let me take your request as an encouragement to make sure that I get to work on that.
Yes, please, because I'll be honest with you, I've identified a number of authors just in the session of today morning. I'm thinking, wow, there's a number of books here I would love to read. There's so much that you guys are able to give the world. And you know what? The young people, the same thing that you're talking about, an African library. I didn't know about that until today. I've got a lady who helps people to author their books. And I definitely want to speak to her about this, that you know what, in Europe, they have African libraries, and yet here in Africa, if my child said, I want to go and read only African storybooks, I actually don't know where I would start to take her. What I had actually decided to do was I actually opened a YouTube channel, and it was going to be only African books. Yes, that's what I was planning to do. I was planning to do audiobooks that are only African books and read this to the children. Bedtime stories that are African, just stories from Africa, and let the kids know that, you know what, we do have a wealth of stories right here with us. So I want to thank you.
Yes. I see that somebody has their hand up. I don't know if they want to ask a question.
Stanley Rock. Okay, Stanley. Prince. Let me just see. Stanley, are you able to speak? Let me just.
He's supposed to be our next speaker anyway. So yeah.
Yes, please, Stanley. Are you unmuted? Prince, have you been able to I'm unable to unmute him. I don't know why, what's going on.
I believe I am unmuted. Can everybody hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, Stanley. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience as well. And thank you for the share. Thank you for being here today. Please proceed. Thank you.
Well, good day, Prince, and good day, gentlemen. And thank you for arranging this much needed and most amazing conference. So I'm Stanley. I live close to Johannesburg in South Africa. I was born in South Africa. In my corporate South African years, I worked for one of the largest manufacturers of electrical equipment in South Africa. And then in 2012, I went into property, and specifically property development, and currently building student accommodation in the Vaal region, close to VUT and Northwest universities. And looking at the introduction, I saw this is a global men's summit. However, I am African by birth and I live in Africa. So what does that mean? Well, the funding that we acquired for the student development accommodation took place over a period of 12 years, 5 years to get the zoning of the land done, and another 7 years to get the funding. We got the funding, excuse me, a bit of summer air. The funding came from a USA Sustainable Development derivative on the stock exchange of sustainable development. And so being an insulated South African, I then went global, and I'm on a mission to go global, and from South Africa into Africa, and expanding and interacting with global men and women. But the concept of what is happening in South Africa, so that was funded. It was a $1.2 billion US funding deal. Development will take place over 5 years in tranches, 18,000 beds. And during that initiative, I changed. I became involved, deeply entrenched into the socio-economic problems in South Africa specifically, and even more specifically within students. And right now, and my venture out into Clubhouse is with the purpose of going global and to bringing funding into South Africa and into Africa, and to work with whatever alliance forms in what we see as Africa. And so the way I look at the world is I first of all look at the map of the world, and I look at the land mass. And Africa as a continent is massive. It is a huge continent and a huge land mass. And it is filled with people, incredible people from diverse and amazing backgrounds. And the one thing about Africa is that colonization has never really been able to defeat Africa. So within Africa sits enormous power, and I saw that in dealing with international funders, which I still do. I'm currently involved in a number of NPOs and NGOs all over South Africa, predominantly in the northeast regions of KwaZulu-Natal. And it's true, this conference is necessary. And why are men absent from the villages? And we now see for the first time just how important men are in communities, whether it be rural, family, or urban communities. The absence of men, which we see in the rural communities, and the responsibilities that are put on the indunas. They have to run those communities, and the gogos, they have to sit and rear the children. And the intervention of government strategies paying women to have children or subsidizing them, and the misappropriation of that, of those funding. And what happens is when the men go to the urban and go through what everybody's explained and come back to the villages, there's no more integration. The tribal beauty, the tribal wisdom is being diluted. So when I hear conversations like this, and the rise of Africa and the rise of African men and women, and thank you for including the women in that, a society is incomplete without men. And so my focus is on funding. I primarily spend my time, I spend my energy on working with people in Africa, people in South Africa mainly initially, within their organizations. And I've learned a couple of things, not learned actually, because this is where I've lived, this is what I know. But what I have come to understand is that when you go to a village, you don't walk into the village, you drop everything. You drop your ego, you drop your preconceived ideas about anything, and you listen to the community. Because what is the fundamental nature of humanity? What is the fundamental nature of mankind? Mankind wants to be known, and mankind wants to be known in its purest form. So before we discuss issues like gender or ethnicity and those type of issues, I would propose that we discuss what is it to be human, because being human overrides any concept of any other differentials that we can possibly label in the world that we live in. And so in my small way, I have grandchildren now in South Africa, and I think about their future. I look at my son and my daughter and how they integrate ethnically in the most fluid and simple way, in a way that many of us born in my generation have never seen. Africa is tough, and Africa is resilient, and it will remain resilient. It is also globally the focus of superpowers, both from the East and the West, looking to Africa as the final frontier, as the agricultural food center. And by virtue of agriculture, thereby comes manufacturing. And what I heard today is African men, or men of African origin, talking about, yes, immediate issues, yes, of course, the absence of men in terms of the strategic future. But I'm also hearing a great heart of courage and spirit, however that takes form. So I support this initiative. It's a global initiative that we're talking about here. It's about men all over the world addressing global men problems. These problems that we're experiencing in South Africa with the youth is global. It's not just Africa. And so ask ourselves the question, what is it to be human? And then beyond that, ask, what is it then to be a man? What is it to be a woman? And then ask, within the notions of ethnicity, does it matter at a global level anymore? But the one thing that I do support 100% is Africa standing for what it has, going back to the roots, learning from the ancient wisdoms, because they are great. You listen to the villages, you listen to the Ndunas speaking from a wisdom that comes from a place that only God knows. Only the roots of that remain. So I also support the notion of going back to the roots and coming back from where our real power sits, ultimately with God, but manifested in the people of Africa and how Africa is going to interact with the world. I can tell you that the world looks at Africa very, very differently to in the past, because hedge funds and pension funds and the stock exchanges overseas are having dismal returns. So as Africa is looking more and more attractive to the rest of the world, from my standpoint, in my world where I seek funding from external sources to create something beautiful in Africa, there's two things that I know. The funding is available. I got it more than once. Secondly, Africans can implement beautiful projects. Very creative group of people, the Africans. And we've started a topic today that is fundamental to the future, not only of Africa, but to the future of the world. And I do like the notion that was brought up by the doctor, the good doctor, and all the other previous speakers, is that the world must negotiate with us now, not totally on our terms, but within the context of our terms, in the context of our wisdom and our way, because it is, after all, the land that we grew up in, the land that we know. So as Prince and I, who are the initial connection point to this, and thank you very, very much for inviting me, Prince, to a topic that has been difficult to listen to today, because I weep for the men. I weep for the villages that are run by the women. I look at the tribal dances that used to take place. Next year, I'm involved in a project that's bringing the Commodores out to South Africa, and portion of that funding will go into initiatives, non-NPO and type of initiatives. And it's all about East meets West. And it just happens to be African-American group. And but they want to know Africa. That is their first question. What is Africa? Who is Africa? So in conferences like this, we're asking ourselves, who is Africa? Who are we as men in Africa? Who are we as women in Africa? And I have no doubt that out of this will come the answers, the solutions. We've always found the answers and solutions. In fact, we know the answers and solutions. So as we integrate into our interdisciplinary fields, anybody's welcome to reach out to me through Prince, preferably, who I'd like to coordinate it. That anything that's sustainable and anything that involves socio-economic upliftment has my support. And if it comes with an attitude of conciliation, and if it comes with an attitude of integrating with global citizens, where Africa stands equal to the rest of the globe, and we as Africans stand equally eye to eye, and we negotiate effectively over the table, you can count on my support, and you can count on me getting involved in that. So it is with great gratitude that I meet you all that you give me the opportunity to speak to you. And you have my support and my interaction, and wherever I can help, please, you only need to ask. I'm a very honest person. I will say yes or no. I will not say maybe. I will either say yes or no. I can do it or I can't, or I know somebody else that can do it. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And it's a privilege and an honor to have met you all.
Hello, sorry, I'm having issues with my Stanley. I commend you for the work that you're doing. And I really do appreciate you because you know what it takes these initiatives of, you know what, it doesn't take the world to change the world, you know, it takes people who are willing to just do that extra bit more and make a difference. And I get that from you, Stanley, that you do want to change the narrative. You want to make the world a better place. And I appreciate that because that's what I believe in. Ultimately, that's what I believe Africa needs, is that each one of us, each one to teach one. So I appreciate that from you. Thank you so much, Stanley. I don't know who else, if we can, Dr. Buntu.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, just a few comments to what we just heard. I hope I'm audible. Stanley Clark, thank you for what you have shared. And what I'm saying now is not a personal conversation more than it is a reflection of what we need to be better at in Africa. And I think one thing that I would give as an advice is, I think I know what you mean when you say that you are an African because you are born in Africa. But I think you should say you are a European person. Well, let me not say what you should say, but let me rather say that I think you should be a bit careful with saying it that way, because it is offensive to many of us when you also know that when you have the skin color that you have and the history that you represent, whether you want it or not, makes you move in this continent completely different than us. And I think that's always important to say, especially when you talk to people who do not know you. It's not nice to be packaged into racial categories. It's definitely not something that we as a people have chosen, but that's the world we live in. And we need to be able to talk about these realities as well. So when you say that you are interested in the question of why men are absent in rural communities, I think I offered some responses to that. And this is part of the work that we do to bring African men back to themselves. You said that colonization has not completely broken Africa, and I would absolutely agree with that. I think there's a lot of strength and power in this continent, but we are a completely different people than we were before colonization. And history would do that to us anyway. I mean, you're supposed to change. You're not supposed to be stagnantly staying the same for generations, but we have become a weaker continent. We are a continent that know our culture much less. And when you, for instance, make a reference to what you call tribal dances, my heart really sinks, because tribal dances is what we do so that Germans can pay money to us. Tribal dances is what we do when busloads of tourists come into the continent, so maybe we can eat today. It's not as happy and as joyous as it is presented. Meaning, when I'm saying that, I am aware and I appreciate that that's not where our dances originally come from. They are spiritual initiation systems. They are history. They are cultural empowerment. But to a large degree, they do not longer represent that because of colonization, because of what whiteness Arabness, and otherness means in Africa today. So it is important to also talk about that. I'm happy that you make a reference to that there are many people who want to work in or with Africa. But I think we mustn't leave from that equation that most of them, especially organizations, even NGOs, there's a lot of NGOs that on the surface are doing great work that is needed, but also has other agendas, also push for political agendas from the countries that they may originate or get their money from. And I think it's important to say this. Now, just in the space of what we talk about as African men as well, I think if we, and this is my main point from what I wanted to respond to from what I heard, I think as Africa, we need to be better at claiming our spaces. Also when it causes a bit of confusion to other people. And I'll just exemplify it with what one young Black woman did in a conversation about gender violence. She said, and this was a workshop that had the intention of bringing together many different people who often do not sit in the same room. So from religious sector, from government sector, from community sector, from gender sector. And she said, I want the white voice to be quiet. And I can imagine that when you are a white person, that can feel a certain way, to kind of just be excluded or asked to leave or asked not to participate just because of the color of your skin. But for me, it is similar. It's not the same, but it's similar to what some of us as men also need to learn, because we have hurt women for such a long time. We have made it difficult for women to speak. We have made it difficult for women to find their self-worth. They are not weak by nature. They are not quiet and sits in the corner because they want to. We have forced them to. And I think the same equation also comes into race, unfortunately. There are white people who are well-intended and say that they have good intentions for what we do. And I guess that should amount to something. But it also means that if you're going to be an ally to a continent that has been so marked and so devastated by the presence and the actions of people from outside, you also need to accept that maybe you cannot be at the forefront. Maybe you cannot be the voice. Maybe you cannot be the one who speaks. And very often you're going to have to remove yourself, which is what I have learned to do, and no longer, which maybe many years ago I would take offense when women say we have our own conference or we have our own thing, no men are invited, and I would, so now you're masking me as a dangerous man. Luckily, not luckily, but through blessings, I'm able to completely understand that this is important even for my power as a Black man, that Black women have their spaces, have power that they rebuild, the power that they were supposed to have. And my point is, as Black men, we also need to be better at building that power on our own, and often in ways that seemingly confuses and maybe provokes other people. Just wanted to bring that in. Thank you so much.
Yes, Doctor, you are right. I agree. It's true what you say, and I cannot argue that. It is a condition because of my skin color that I sit in a position, and my question to myself is, how can I best integrate into the current situation? And everything you say is valid, and it is about taking a step back and allowing the emergence of Africa, and also take note of the fact that I do have a skin color that obviously originates from a European background, and but this is what I know. This is what I see, and I do offer that backseat position in terms of collaborating from a backseat position, and I do it without ego. I do it with complete willingness, and I also allow myself to emerge with Africa, because it is the majority, is the Black people of Africa. And so I respect your view, and I agree with your view. And thank you for giving me that view.
I'd like to applaud you on your response as well there, Stanley. I accept exactly what I understand what Baba Buntu is, Dr. Baba Buntu is actually speaking about. And although now what I found now, Dr. Buntu, is that in terms of we're sometimes finding, because now like with my Men Must Talk movement, I'm finding that the ladies are actually quite instrumental in actually trying to get the men to talk. So that's why I appreciate Stanley so much, because I'm thinking, okay, Stanley is actually, he's able to see things from a different perspective. He's here in Africa, so he's actually able to give you a much broader perspective as well in terms of what his opinions are in regards to what his experience is in Africa. So I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Stanley. You will share your details as well with us so that we can just also keep in contact and have another session another day, because I would like to hear more of what you have to say. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have an opinion as well in regards to what could be breaking this young man then, without even speaking about an African narrative, just across the board. What is bothering our men? Hey, Stanley, what do you say? Sorry.
Yes, thank you for that question. And certainly from an international perspective and from an African perspective, the concept of, well, first of all, we've had a global pandemic, and that global pandemic has been what I describe. Can you hear me, by the way? Am I audible?
We hear you loud and clear, Stanley.
Okay.
You're speaking about the pandemic, yes.
Yes, so the pandemic was the end of, both the end and the beginning of something that happened globally. For the first time in the history of humanity, we have had a global experience. And in that global experience, we realized that we are all fundamentally equal at the level of God, at the level of when nature intervenes in society. There is no differentiation. And so it opened up, for example, platforms like this. It opened up platforms like Clubhouse and other platforms. So society is individuating. First of all, we sat as society. We sat in our homes and we looked at our spouses, we looked at our friends, if we could. Some of us couldn't, some of us were alone and we had to deal with ourselves. So never in the history of humanity has there been a global instance in which we individuate so fundamentally. And we are individuating at an incredible rate. And in that individuation, we have lost the sense of community completely. And men are being affected by it more than women, because men had a specific role to play in society for hundreds of years, which was being providers. And now both men and women are providers. Men's role in industry and men's role in the world is now equal to women's role. And we're both individuating, but we're also collective. We are community species by nature, and we're becoming a global community. And what does a global community look like? So in the formation of a new global community, because of the historic role of men being so defined and the role of women being relatively undefined, to be perfectly honest with you, the role of women has always ebbed and flowed with society driven by men. Now we live in a global community where there's, from a male-female perspective, there is the notion of individuality is emerging. So that sense of community, which was unseen, forgotten about, comes back from lineages, from generations, is lost. And we're looking for that new community, and men are asking more existential questions. And those existential questions that are being asked by men are translating into inappropriate behavior. But the pain that men are going through will also lead to the rise of a new man. Throughout history, it's gone that way. And women are adapting because they've had to adapt historically. They've had to adapt to patriarchal societies all over the world, where men have not had to adapt to that. Now men have to adapt to normality, a new normality, where there is equality being asked for at all levels. And so it's not a surprise that men are asking themselves the question, what is my role? What is my role as a father? What is my role as a provider? Because the women now can also provide. And so it's manifesting temporarily in what we see to be a very tragic event, in that young men are taking their lives at a level that is above what women are doing. But the repercussions of that is us, the men in this room, that are saying, we recognize it, we don't understand all of it, but we certainly recognize some of the fundamental causes behind it. And so through dialogue like this, which women have been asking us to do, because traditionally around the boardroom table, what women maybe don't realize and is that men historically sat around a boardroom table, and around that boardroom table there was a pecking order. So there was a pecking order around the boardroom table, around the corporate table. There was a pecking order within government structures. So men also suffered the ramifications of patriarchal societies, which had pecking orders that both separated men and women into different categories, but also around the boardroom table, we suffered the patriarchal effects of that. And then when the front door closed and the family sat, often women took leadership roles because the man was so tired of the patriarchal manifestations that he had to deal with. So I don't want to say that what we're going through is necessary. It is a condition of the past, as a condition of apartheid, as a condition of racial segregation. We are now experiencing the consequences of that. And the question is, I go back to who are we as humans? And then from that standpoint, begin to explore within the concept of humanity, what is a real man? What is a real woman? And how does community look in this 21st century of transformation? Thank you.
I think I understand exactly what you're saying. And that has been my argument also for a while, is that we don't know now where we stand as men, because in the process of empowering our sisters, our wives, our daughters, is that for some reason forgetting that, you know what, we still need the young men to also grow and match up in terms of literally the impact that they need to make on society as well, because as we're growing, the ladies, the young boys are getting forgotten. And some of these things which Sandy is speaking about, you know, the hierarchical structures are across the board, you know, men have to deal with it. But when you do get home, then you realize that, you know what, I'm not the boss in the house, and that's how it should be, you know. But now, if you're not the boss at work as well, and you're not the boss in the house, and then now it gets to a point now where your wife is actually the one who's making the income for the household, where do you fit in? How do you adjust yourself to that point? That's what I'm struggling with to understand as well. Because I personally, if I can just share my personal story, I lost my job 2020, just before COVID started, and everything changed for me, you know. It was like a whole different narrative, because now I had to now look up to my wife and say that, you know what, now that I don't have work, how can I contribute in the household if it's not financially, which was also not easy, an easy discussion to have. I just want to also welcome to the room. I saw Steve Osagi. I don't know if I'm spelling it or I'm saying it correctly. I've seen Steve on Clubhouse in a number of Clubhouse sessions. I don't know if you'd like to say something. We also have who's just joined us. He joined us from, where is it from? Did we lose him? Livij. I think it was Livij who was going to speak with us as well. I don't know if you're still in the room. Oh, I'm struggling to scroll. Hi, Prince. Can you see Livij? Livij, the picture.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Yeah, we will. We'll just quickly go to the next speaker now, and then yeah. So we are actually transitioning right now. We're moving to our speakers in Europe and other parts of the world. So thank you very much. It's been an interesting time in Africa, and as well as Australia as well. I'm also a couple of speakers. A couple of people did join us from Australia and Japan as well, because we had, from the schedule we sent out, we had tried to balance them on their time zones and ensure that everyone, you know, is a part of this conference as well. So many of them may not have had time to speak because we're trying to stick to time, but we will come back to as many as are still available that have not been able to speak. Maybe after we have taken our speakers on the list, and also we are expecting our special guest, like I said earlier, who is supposed to be a surprise guest. So of course, I'm still going to keep it as a surprise. And when he comes in, then we will just welcome him and recognize him. But in the meantime, meanwhile, Arthur, please just check in your inbox or back channels or WhatsApp, or please always keep an eye on it. I tried to reach out to you there. So in the meantime, I'd like to welcome our next speaker. I really don't know how to really introduce this man. He's such an amazing brother. From the first time him and I spoke on the phone, I remember we spent over an hour on the phone, you know, just talking about this conference, and that was our first conversation. And we really did speak a lot about it, and you know, the expectations for the conference and everything. And you know, he's such a blessing, you know, to the conference and then to the organization as well. He also leads a youth organization in the UK, and also rounding around the world as well. And so we want to say a very big welcome and thank you to Eunice Kamara. Eunice Kamara, I don't know if you'd like to be just on mute. Okay, fine. And just maybe give us a better introduction of yourself. I know I haven't done justice to that, but Eunice Kamara is one man I really respect so much. Looking forward to having more fruitful, not just conversations, but you know, collaborations together with you, Eunice. So thank you very much for this opportunity and for the honor. You're welcome. Over to you, Mr. Eunice.
Well, thank you very much, Prince. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with each and every one of you. My name is Unisa Kamara. I'm here in the UK. I'm from Africa as well, but I transitioned to America years ago. It gives me the greatest pleasure to be a part of this platform. Let me just say, and Chris, phenomenal. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm the host of 2 TV shows here in the UK. But most importantly, I'm a global youth advocate. So I'm going to expand on, being a better version of yourself, even during your worst days. A lot of things are going on in Africa, and that is without a doubt. And Africa is one of the most wonderful, phenomenal country ever. We have all the natural resources. So what is holding us back? The mindset is not right. If we strengthen the mindset of our youths, men, women, elders, I think Africa will become one of the most powerful continents in the world. Now, let me just go into what I want to expand on. Being a better version of yourself. Now, many of us use the computer. This is something I heard, and I just wanted to share with you. When our system, your computer, is time to upgrade, it will ask you a question, do you want to upgrade? And that is a simple yes or no. But 9 out of 10, sometimes your system automatically upgrades itself, which makes your computer better, runs better, more functional to you, to us. If you had the option to upgrade yourself, what would you say? Why would you not want to upgrade yourself? In life, we tend to ponder on ourselves so much as to, I'm not doing good. I can be doing so much better. But what is stopping you? Are we going to face obstacles every day? Every day that each and every one of us gets up, it don't matter where you are in the world, you will face an obstacle. You will go through your triumphs. The decisions that you make, consciously or subconsciously, will lead you to your destination. How you see yourself is how people will see you. Think of it as this. When you were a child, let's just go back. When you were a child, you were quite adventurous. You wanted to do things that other people thought that child is going to hurt himself or herself. But you had the mindset to try. Many of us, as we age, we tend to blame society. We tend to blame responsibilities. Oh, I'm too busy. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for that. But you have the time to sit in front of that television. You have the time to waste on the phone. Why don't you invest into yourself? I like to talk about my story. I like to talk about when I moved to the UK. When I transitioned to the UK, did I know anyone? I knew one person. That was my wife. I was determined to make something of myself. I went to school in America. I opened up businesses in America. I had that mindset to achieve. Because I transitioned somewhere else, does that limit me? The only thing that was going to limit me was myself. Just take time to think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Who can actually stop you What is limiting you? I know your finances are not right. Or I forgot. You have too many responsibilities. Or is it a job? We look for so many excuses. We ponder on so many irrelevant things that are of irrelevance. When I moved to the UK, I was helping my wife establish her business. They own 3 private schools. I was helping, but I was not excelling to my own expectations. So I decided to go back to school. While I was in school, I decided to become a motivational speaker. And I went from owning a record label to buying houses. What do I know about motivational speaking? I'm studying. I'm a new parent. Did I have responsibilities? I'm helping my wife structure her schools. What time do I have? The thing is that we're so busy worrying, oh, I can be doing so much more. Oh, why am I struggling? We forget the most important thing, and that is to be grateful. Just think about it. As the day is starting, or as your day is coming to an end, what have you achieved? Be grateful for those little achievements. Take time to acknowledge yourself. You are doing so much better than so many other people out there. So many people wish that they have what you have, what you possess. But instead of having self-pity, don't think out the box, be out the box. Think about what you can contribute if you invest in yourself. Now, when I say invest, ladies and gentlemen, please don't get me wrong. It's not always financial. I built my first business from a $1 bet. $1 turned to 100,000. $1. And the bet was for me not to spend any of my money. Look around you. What is it that your community need? What can you offer? What is it that society needs that you can offer? What is it that the world needs that you can offer? Each and every one of us possesses so much talent. I always ask this question, and I spoke to Stanley so many times, and I asked Stanley, where do you think the richest places in the world? I like to ask that question to so many people because the first thing some people say is Dubai, Africa, because of the natural resources. No. The richest place in the world is the graveyard. Many of you are pondering as to why did he say the graveyard? I said the graveyard because so many of us have so much potential that we never had the chance to execute, to display, to show. Many of us possess that $1 million business, but because we failed once, and we have naysayers that tell us, you cannot do it. When somebody tell you you cannot do something, what do you think they're trying to convey to you? What do you think they're trying to tell you? They're not trying to tell you that you cannot do it. In actuality, they're telling themselves, or they're trying to tell you that they cannot do it. So why should you do it? And they say it's someone that is going to try to stop you from excelling. Why? Because they're not excelling. The essence of life, ladies and gentlemen, is of growth. So become a better version of yourself on the worst day ever. You see a lot of people that are becoming millionaires. Do you think they just went behind their garden, climbed a tree, or picked from the ground money? Many of them were homeless. Many of them got divorced. If you read the gentleman that created Mercedes-Benz, do you think his journey was easy? When you see Tyler Perry on television, do you think his journey was easy? When you look at me, do you think my journey was easy? So what makes you think your journey is going to be easy? And I always say this sometimes. People that are born with a silver spoon in their mouth, those are the ones that are struggling more than you think they're struggling. Whenever you pass that beautiful house and you wish that you were living in that house, you were living their life, do you actually know what is going on in that house? Many of us get fooled by a mere illusion, a vision that we see someone else is living. So we come to the assumption that their life is better than yours or mine. When in actuality, maybe your life is better than theirs.
True story, Unisa. True story. True story.
You possess way more than you think you possess. But if you don't believe in you, how can anyone believe in you? If you don't respect you, how can you expect someone to respect you? It has to start from you. Everything that you need is within you. You possess everything that you need. You know, one thing I enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, is working with my youths. I was at a conference in Manchester, and a youth called me, and he was conveying, because I have a lot of youths that work for me. Or should I say, I work for them, because sometimes they build me up. Sometimes when you help somebody, that's building you up. Look out the box or think out the box. No, be out the box. Don't think or try to build something that somebody else is building. Why? Because you want to eliminate that person. You want to be like that person. If you're going to build, structure a business or something somebody else built, don't hesitate, because why? Oh, that person is established. Run your business to the best of your ability. Word of mouth is very important. Acknowledge each and every one. And I always say, whenever anyone come to my business, I'm the one mopping the floor or vacuuming the floor or offering that person a cup of tea or coffee. And while they're telling the receptionist, I'm here to see Mr. Camara. After I offer you a cup of coffee, water, tea, whatever it is, I'll tell you, please come with me. While the receptionist is just sitting there smiling. And while you're sitting there waiting for Mr. Camara, I sit behind the desk. You start wondering, well, you were just out there vacuuming. A leader don't go by title. Never make yourself better than somebody else. When you humble yourself, you will see a community, a tribe come around you. We need to change our mindset, the way we think. You need to reevaluate yourself as to who I can be, what I possess. Think about the good you can do for your family. Think about the good you can do for your community. You know, the funniest thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that I deal with so many entrepreneurs, so many CEOs. And there's a gentleman that I'm currently working with. When he started his business, people told him that he's a lunatic. People told him he's wasting his money, just like somebody once told me. This gentleman, actually, we financed his home. We mortgaged his home to build that business. And when he launched it, only 3 people showed up. 3. He called me up. He said, Denise, I think I'm done for it. I'm done. I sat with this gentleman on the phone for a good hour, hour and a half. This gentleman, he's in America, multi-millionaire now. Find somebody that elevates you. 9 out of 10, the people you surround yourself with, some of them want to see you succeed. Be around individuals that are going to elevate you. Do we, as human beings, have our downtime? Of course, it's of no. Are you going to get overworked? Of course. Is it going to be easy? What do you think? What have you come across that has ever been easy? But guess what is easy? Going down the hill. When you're climbing that hill, you have to persevere. You have to stay consistent. And if you're consistent enough, people will believe in you and will see what you're trying to establish. And you will have a tribe, people that are trying to push you to get to that next level. Do not live this world before making yourself that better person. That child that wanted to become a doctor, that child that wanted to go to space, that child that wanted to be an entrepreneur, that child is still in you. That child is still asking you, what have you done to me?
Sorry, Unisa. Unisa, sorry to interrupt. We've got Pan Out Global who's asking how do we overcome these feelings of depression and suicidal thoughts? What steps can we take to overcome those kind of thoughts? I know you will be able to maybe answer him. Please, thank you, Unisa.
Life is not perfect. Know your triggers. When you're going through a depression, just sit back. What are you grateful for? What is it that you're grateful for? What is bringing you down? Am I going to sit here like I stated before, that you're going to have a perfect life? I'll be lying to you. We cannot have two emotions living in the same space. You cannot be happy and unhappy at the same minute, at the same time. Learn to deal with your emotions, because the more you hold them back, the more they develop and the stronger they get. So the outburst becomes bigger. I do a psychological show called The Mindful Session. My co-host, David Slade, he expands on medication. I expand on non-medicational aspect, depending on the degree of your illness or the disease. We will face our downtime. Depression is part of life. But how you cope with it. When you're feeling down, when you go for a walk, you get to clear your mind. The mind gets to function a little bit more. Take yourself out of that negative element for that minute, for that time period. The more you stay in a dark area because you're depressed, is the more it's going to consume you. Call a friend. Go out. If you're struggling financially, you don't have to go out to somewhere to spend money. Just go out somewhere that will elevate your spirit. But sometimes it's good to have a friend to just call and reminisce about the good old days, about the good times you had. Life is never going to be easy. A lot of people think suicide is the easiest way out. And I'll be doing a talk on that on the 30th. When we take our lives because we think things are not going right for us, think about the pain that you're creating for the people that love you. Sometimes we think we're not loved. Looking within you as to say, what can I give? How can I give of myself? How can I support somebody else? And when you're able to render your service, your support to someone else, that itself can elevate you. Because I look at Stanley and he's smiling, Sebastian is smiling. It's, the mind is funny. There's something called mirror neurons. Mirror neurons are basically a reflection in your mind. If somebody's yawning in front of you, you will yawn. Those are your mirror neurons at work. So if you're going through a certain episode, take yourself out of that environment. If you feel a trigger of sadness or unhappiness, take yourself out of that environment and reframe your mind. Prince, I know I'm going over my time, but let me just say this, ladies and gentlemen. The mind is the funniest thing. If you're thinking unhappy thoughts, your mind is like a CPU. When I started this talk, I started off a computer, upgrade to yourself to a better version. The mind is like a CPU, central processing unit. Think about when you're sitting in front of that laptop, that computer, you go to Google, you type in happy faces. Google is going to bring you nothing but happy faces. If you type in unhappy faces, Google is going to bring you back unhappy faces. So when you're thinking unhappy thoughts, the mind is going to do nothing but bring you unhappy memories. When you break up with someone, you think about, oh, that person is gone. you start to reflect on that person. But when you trigger your mind to think out of that element, out of that person, out of that zone, and reflect on just the good memories, you have better thoughts. Thank you very much. My name is Unisa. It's always a pleasure, but I'm always accessible. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hey, big ups to you, Unisa. Thank you so much for those shares. Yeah, man. And yeah, when you break up with somebody, so yeah, Unisa says when you break up with somebody, then try to think of the good times, man. Reflect on the good times because there's a reason you're with that person as well. And try and focus on those things. And that's the input you put into your computer. So you put in the positive thoughts, then more or less, it's like Google is going to pull up other positive thoughts. So I hear you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for that share. That is so true, man. Because you know what? I don't know if it's human nature, but we tend so much to be focused on the negative aspects, eh? It's always about what hasn't been done, and you look at a whole page, and the whole page is excellent with no errors, but all we see is that one error. You do an exam, and you're like, okay, why did you get this wrong? But not why did you get everything else right? So I think it's about trying to actually focus on the right things in life as well. So I don't know, Prince. I think that is an excellent way of actually overcoming the depression and the thoughts of suicide, is actually starting to think of what's working right for me, because as much as things look horrid for me and it looks like it's all falling apart, there's other people who have it so much worse and would wish to have the opportunity that I have, and say, but why are you, I mean, you've got all of this, you've got a roof over your head, you've got, yes. So I think I'm learning that as well, because we tend to take things for granted. So many times we expect that, this, you take it for granted, and then you figure out that, don't ever take life for granted. So I thank you for that, Unisa. Thank you so much. Prince, would you like to add something? Welcome, Prince.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Arthur. And thank you so much, Eunice. It's really great to have you here again. And it's always great to talk to you. And so yeah, thank you for your wonderful share. And I don't know if anyone has any question. If you do have a question, you may just, if you don't mind, you can just drop it in the chat box. However, if you would like to speak and maybe ask your questions directly, you're welcome to just raise your hand. Arthur is going through the room right now to see anyone whose hands is raised, so that we can just take their question or hear their comment or contribution. Hey guys, you're welcome to actually jump in at any time to have a conversation. Just raise your hand, but we are trying to have decorum here. That's why we are all mute, and we will only let you speak at any point when your hand is raised. And that's it. Thank you. And because we are transitioning to the Europe right now. When we opened the conference, we had a message from one of our women, and we had played that earlier. So I think it's only right again if I go back again and play that message, just to hear some of the one of the messages from my women, and also how she has also offered to support as many men as possible. Arthur knows this person. I mean, Arthur has been referring to her during the course of the program, and I am there thinking, oh, Arthur was really not here when we started this conversation. And so, yes. Okay, yeah, Mr. Oscar, thank you. I see your hand raised. If you don't mind, if you just allow me, just play this, and then I will come to you, Mr. Oscar, if that's okay with you. Please just permit me to do that right now. Thank you very much. So yes, I'm going there right now to just share the screen, and then we can watch and listen to her. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Hello, Prince. We could hear you, but we can't hear her. Sorry, Prince.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You sort of like at a distance, but we can't seem to hear her at all. Or rather, I think, yeah, I can't seem to hear her at all.
Okay, let me try again. Let me know if you can hear her now. I'm just gonna try again. And please let me know. All right, tell me now if you can hear her.
A bright hello to all of you.
Yes, yes.
Partners, exes, fathers, sons, nephews, uncles gathered there at this conference. Please allow me to congratulate you, Prince, and all your guests for taking the initiative to meet together to talk about things that concern me that we normally don't talk about. We are born into society, and from the moment that we're born, society preconditions us and formats us into roles, men, women, and with all these roles come expectations, some of them which are very unrealistic. And we find out that as we journey through life, we tend to want to behave and act to fit into this format that society has prepared for us long before we were born. And we come along the journey to a point where we feel like we do not belong, we do not understand, or just being in those boxes forces us or compel us to become people that we don't want to be, or characters, or to act and think and do things the way we don't want to be. And sometimes just coming together to talk about that thing, those things, allowed us to touch base with ourselves, redefine who we want to be beyond the expectations of society. We redefine who we want to be, we declutter, we let go, and we just be. And from that being, we define who we want to become. So I congratulate you for that. Talking is a form of healing. It's actually one form of healing. And I am here to invite you to the next level of the talking, which is about creative writing. In 2014, stuff happened to my life. Shit happens, actually. And I wrote a book and did a TED Talk. And in that process, I discovered the powers of writing. Writing is not just a form of expression. It is a form of therapy. It helps you declutter, detox your life. It helps you, it liberates you from a whole lot of things that you may be carrying in you without knowing. It allows you to touch base with yourself. And it makes you a content expert. It gives you control over your life. It helps you gain clarity. So I'm here to invite you, if you're interested in continuing the journey after the talking that you'll be doing at the men's conference, if you're interested in exploring further on how to express yourself, to tell your truth, to tap into who you are, to release more, and to find clarity in your life going forward, then coming into one of my workshops will be something that may really help you on that journey. I know writing may sound like very, very intimidating. It may sound like something crazy if you've never done it before. In my master classes, in my writers classes, I really take you by the hand and take away the fears, the insecurities, the self-doubts, and all the procrastination and excuses that you may have for not writing, so that you can actually sit down and do the writing. Because when you write, you release so much more in you. You touch base with yourself and you use your story, your truth, your reality to help someone else to touch base with their own realities. And I think if more brothers are writing about their lives, their life stories, it will really help us women. It will really help their daughters and their nieces and their potential partners to understand where they're coming from. So writing is more than just writing. Again, I'm inviting you. And who am I to invite you? I am the serial author of 23 books, 14 ebooks, and the coach of over 12 women within the last 3 years. So to say, I have coached 12 women and 15 kids to write and have their own books published. All of them are award winners, and most of their books are now being read in schools. And having their books in schools means that they are now a source of inspiration. With their stories, they are inspiring the next generation, and you could be one of them. So writing is an incredible way of expressing yourself, and incredible because it is that format that allows you to really sit down and tell your story and liberate yourself on your device or your piece of paper and pen without anyone interrupting you. You know, as you journey through life and you have some of these experiences, you really want to share them, but you fear that you'll be judged. You fear that you'll be interrupted, or you think that no one will be interested in your version of the story. Indeed, the world is interested in your version of the story, because without that, the stories of the world, the history of the world is not complete. So it is our responsibility when we have journeyed through life and make some of those experiences, especially those of them that really affect our lives. It is important that we share them. And one of the best ways to do that without being interrupted, you know, in the space of in your space, is to write. When you find your writing voice and you start telling those stories and you start liberating yourself, you'll see the world from a different perspective. And above all, you will use your story to inspire someone. And again, that will make you a content expert and an absolute owner of your story. There's nothing like owning your story and using it to help a whole lot of other people. So that's what I would love to help you to do, to go from the talking at the men's conference to getting into a space where you can really sit down and write your story. Write it and let it be heard from your perspective without being interrupted, without any fears. So if you're ready for that journey, I would be more than happy to take you by the hand and to help you do just that, because that is what I do best. So I'll probably see you in one of my master classes. Prince, this is my message to you and your guests. And again, congratulations, and I celebrate you for this bold step. And we're done. And I'm glad you're doing this conference before you transition into 2022. So well done. And I look forward to having you in one of my classes. See how excited I am. So I'm going to stop here before I start blah, 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 blah. Have a wonderful conference and goodbye.
Yes, thank you very much. Eunice, I see your hands up again. And I also saw Mr. Oscar's hand was up. So I'm going to ask Mr. Oscar to just quickly just drop in his message. And then Eunice, you may take the next spot to respond, or also maybe drop a comment as well. So Mr. Oscar, I just asked you to unmute and also start your video. Could you please just come on if you're still available there?
All right. Thank you, Prince. Are you able to hear me?
Clearly, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Due to the network constraints, please allow me to maybe stay out of video, if that's possible. Otherwise, the phone I have, it will have complications. It's had complications in Clubhouse. I don't know whether that's okay.
That's okay. That's okay. Please, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Prince. Like I said in the chat box, my name is Oscar. I am in Kenya, in East Africa, and I'm really excited to be here and to be a part of this. I think what you're doing, Prince, is such a noble endeavor. It's something that is needed, and I wish we could have it, regularly. I am the founder of a non-profit. It's called MEBO Africa, MEBO Africa, that seeks to advocate for people with a rare condition, a set of conditions that make their life, their social lives very difficult. And because of this, we've had, unfortunately, a few suicides. There's a lot of depression. A lot of people say they're living dead, because if they cannot integrate with society, then where the life in isolation tends to be very difficult. Myself, I am in isolation. I'm in a small rural village in Africa, and I've worked very hard to get to this point where I'm able even to talk about it and to help others. I have come from a very dark place. I'm glad that the message is being shared across. And sometimes it's easy when to give words that tend to be cliche words. Look at the positive side. Count your blessings. Do good things to you.
I fear we may have lost Mr. Oscar there. I mean, he rightly alluded to the fact that his network was not so stable. And so I think, well, what he feared has come to pass. So it's okay. Mr. Oscar, if you can hear me, that's okay. Just let me know. Okay, yeah, let me know when you're back and when you have maybe a stable connection. You don't mind if your audio is off, if your video is off. Pardon. Can you still hear me? All right, Mr. Oscar, I might just move from you. Again. I move to Unisa again, and I'll come back to you when we are certain that your connection is much better. Thank you very much, Unisa. Mr. Oscar. So yeah, Unisa, I see your hand is up. I don't know if you want to ask a question because you just finished speaking. So do you want to ask yourself a question or you want to ask us a question? It's all right. Okay, let's do this. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to what that young lady stated about writing. There's something called free writing, in which you can express yourself without someone judging your grammar, your spelling, or whatever have you. Sometimes when you're going through a phase, it's just good to write down, your emotions, because some people don't have that someone to speak to or put that trust in. So sometimes writing is quite powerful. So I just wanted to applaud her for taking that initiative of bringing that up. Writing is quite helpful, quite stimulating, and can be quite serene. After all, no one else knows your thought, no one else knows your pain. But when you take the time to write it down and a little time reflect on that, it can be helpful. Thank you very much, Prince.
Thank you very much, Unisa. I really appreciate your time. I just need to quickly, to the speakers, I know you all have seen the schedules, but I'm really sorry, I may need to shuffle the schedule right now because of a message we just have right now. Some speakers are actually having some renovations being done in their area in the UK, which might interrupt their internet connection in a moment. So before that happens, why don't we take advantage of the time that we have? So this is a sincere apology to the speaker who is next, who's supposed to come after Unisa, but please just forgive me. I would want to, I don't know if Mr. Kev Ohian is available right now. If you're available to speak, I'm looking for you in the room so I can unmute you. Okay, fine, I see you right now. Hi, Kev, how are you? It's good to see you again. How are you doing? Please unmute yourself. Let me just give you a second. All right. So yes, Kev, you may unmute yourself right now. It's good to see you.
I'm unmuted. How are you? How's everyone?
We're good. Kev, how are you?
I'm all right, my brother. I'm all right. So apologies that I needed to jump in before everyone else. We've just found out there's roadworks happening right now. So I could lose my internet at any point for the next 4 hours. So I just wanted to get in there and first of all, commend you, my friend, for being so brilliant with this and all the speakers that I've heard so far. Wow. And you know what? Men's Global Forum is all about men standing up and beginning to talk and beginning to actually share their stories. And this is this is something that I advocate to every man on the planet. We have changed. The world has changed. We need to start talking. We need to start embracing the fact that actually speaking is not a weakness, it's a strength. And unfortunately, men all over the world, particularly in ethnicities like where I come from, which is Armenia, and then in Iran, Iraq, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Russia, Georgia, Italy, Spain, these gentlemen, these guys in these countries, they don't talk. Why? Because it's a form of weakness. And I'm an advocate to say to these guys, start talking, start sharing, start innovating people, and start telling people your problems. Because ultimately, if we're going to save lives, if we're going to move forward, then we need to talk and we need to communicate. So Prince, I commend you, my brother, for standing up, putting this forum together and getting people to talk, people to collaborate, because my story here is the fact that if I hadn't spoken about my life, about my atrocities, the fact that I was bullied for years, the fact that my mother today doesn't speak to me. Why? Because the control she had over me, she's lost. And as an ethnic woman, the control that she lost, she decided it would be better to push her only. She has 2 children, but I'm her only son, and she had to push me away so she could cope with life. And do you know what? I find that absolutely tragic. And today, it is such a shame that so many people embrace this whole concept of it's okay. I don't need to tell anyone. I'll just suck it up and I'll just move on with my life. It's not acceptable, guys. It's not acceptable. We have to start talking. And by talking, we save lives. We move people forward. We become a brotherhood. And a brotherhood that it doesn't matter what continent, where you are, what religion, what race, what color, what creed you are. We are all one. We are human beings and we need to work together. And I am that advocate. I am that positive thinker. I'm the person who turns around and says, you're feeling weak today. Don't worry about it. I'll pick you up. I'll raise you up. I'll help you, because one day I'm going to feel the same and I want you to do the same to me. So this Global Men's Forum is all about that. It's all about innovative thinking, ideas, bringing men together and sharing it with the world, because women share, women talk. Men don't talk as much as women. Women are great at this. They've got a problem, they go to the doctors. I have lost friends because they haven't gone to the doctors. Only 2 weeks ago, I lost 2 of my closest friends. One was called Paul Eastwood. The other one was called Phil Butler. I lost them both. And here's the sad fact, and I want to share this with everyone on this platform. Phil Butler, we put on a cruise ship. He's an entertainer, and he's very good at what he does. He went on the cruise ship, and he was entertaining. And in the evening, he turned round to the cruise director, and he said these words. I don't know what it is, he said, but my elbow really hurts. Isn't that the first sign of having a heart attack? That was his words. I know, because the cruise director told us. And the cruise director said, you're on a cruise ship. The doctor's downstairs. Go and see him. And he said, nah, don't need to. I'll be absolutely fine. Do you know what happened? That night he went to his cabin. He went to bed. In the morning, rigor mortis had kicked in before they found him. Why? Because he hadn't gone to the doctor. He hadn't shared his story. He hadn't explained why he felt weak. And if he had done that, I might be standing here today telling you a better story than what I had to tell you. So what I'm saying to you is, we've got to embrace speaking, communicating, understanding that speaking about a problem is not a weakness, it's a strength. And I'm here to advocate anyone and everyone who wants to jump on this platform, who wants to talk, who wants to create that. And I think if we can do it together through positive thinking, positive affirmations, manifesting great ideas in our mind, just like Prince has done with this entire platform. This came from a mindset, and he said, this is it. I'm going to change the way men think, the way men move, the way men live. And by doing that, he's created this platform where we have incredible human beings like Unissa, like Morris, like everyone else on this platform, Sebastian, Dan, Arthur, guys, God bless you, Stanley, Marcella, all these people. Let's talk about it. Let's create momentum. And by doing that, do not push any man away from a platform where they feel weak. Go up to them. What's wrong, my brother? Cry. It doesn't matter. Cry. You release the tension, and then let's sit down and talk. Let's raise you back up. and let's make you great and strong again. That's me. I'm Kev Walkin. Back to you, Prince. All the love in the world.
Sorry, Kev, man. Thank you so much for that share. I would just like to know, how do you insist? Because men are very adamant regarding things about their health. They don't want to talk about them. That's a very good point you've raised. So how do you actually brace it with someone? Do you take a hardcore approach and say you better go now and see? Or how do you do it? How do you actually approach that? Sorry, thank you, Kev.
Thank you. I just wanted to mute myself just for that moment to hear you as well, my brother. So how would I approach that? Very simple. I have a friend who wanted to commit suicide. He didn't want to be on this planet anymore. Why? Because he felt he didn't give enough back. He said, my time's up. I don't need to be here anymore. Now, someone who's in that mental state, do you come in hard? Do you come in soft? What do you do? For me, you come in at no level. Like water. Water becomes what you put into it. So if you put it into a cup, it becomes a cup. If you put it into a teapot, it becomes a teapot. If you put it into a vase and then put flowers in it, it becomes the vase. Be water. And that's what I think we should be when it comes to men. We should walk up to them, we should approach them, and then we should just go, you okay? That's it. And if they say, no, I'm not okay. Do you want to talk about it? No. Okay. Well, you tell me when you're ready to talk about it, because that's when I'll be here to listen to you. I'll be here to raise you up, to hold your hand and to guide you through the grief you're going through, because you shouldn't be doing it on your own. Now, if I went in hard, which I have done in the past, it hasn't worked because they get angry, because men are stubborn. Men believe they know all the answers. They don't. And that's the problem. So we can't go in hard, but we can't go in soft either, because too soft ultimately creates not enough momentum, not enough stamina for the situation that they're in at the moment. So what I would do is I would go in, and I would go in as a listener, as someone with open mind, open ears, non-judgmental. Okay, I don't want to know. I don't want to give you advice. I just want to listen to you, man. And I want to listen to every bit you're saying, everything you're saying, because ultimately you're not the only one going through this. You're going through it in your own way, but there are millions of men out there that are also going through it. So if I can help you rise up and create an entire hero out of just one person who wanted to commit suicide and no longer wants to, but actually wants to be a suicide prevention officer and actually help others stop themselves killing themselves, then I've done my job. And I've done it without being horrible, without being hard, without being soft. I've done it by listening, and I've done it by embracing, and I've done it by just being there, non-judgmental. And I think that's the answer to that question you asked there, Prince.
Thank you. Arthur, you have more questions. Thank you so much, Kev. Arthur, do you have any more question, or does anyone have any question for Kev?
I think you answered it very correctly, because I'll be honest with you, I've had instances where people have tried to speak to me about my state of mind, my general state, and I am not really open to discussing it. So I like what he said. He said, you know what, just be like water, man, and fill the vessel at the same level, and fill the vessel that is being presented to you, instead of actually trying to prescribe and saying, okay, no, you're in the wrong vessel. No, just say, okay, find out where is the person at, and how can I maybe help towards towards uplifting this person from where they are at. So I truly understand you on that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yes, Prince. We were supposed to have Morris come up as well, and Dr. Buntu as well. After Kev, I would love, I don't know, Kev, if you shared your contacts with Prince, so that we can actually ask you to come through as well for future sessions, and maybe have a chat like this, because some of the points you've raised are very important. Thank you so much.
Always. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for the gentleman. As far as I'm concerned, mental health awareness is every man's DNA. We all have it. We all go through hard times. If we can talk about it, if we can share it with other men, I think ultimately on a platform like this and many other platforms, I think we will create an entire brotherhood that will grow from adversity into positivity. And I share that. And I think I'm about to lose you guys because the internet's getting very funny. So I'm going to love you and leave you. But God bless each and every one of you. Power to you. And I'm with you all the way. Anytime you need me, I'm there, my brothers.
Thank you very much, Kev. I'll stay in touch with you. Thank you. Thank you for being so generous. I'll stay in touch. Thank you very much. Bye. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone. I don't know if you have any question, you can drop it. I will always reach out to Kev and get back to you as well. So if you drop your question in the chat box, you may just maybe want to privately send me your contact, your email probably, and then I'll send you whatever response he gets. Maybe even do a video for you. I can encourage him to do that for us. So thank you. Next, we have current Maurice the Connector. You hear that name a lot. And then, of course, the name Maurice the Connector actually does really describe this man. I mean, he's such an amazing man. Speaking to him on one of the first few days we spoke, I don't know, I just got inspired, and then I knew that, oh, this was the right person to actually hold on to and get on this conference as well. Maurice the Connector, he will tell you his story. I don't need to tell you so much, but thank you, my brother Maurice. Thank you for being so generous. Thank you for staying in touch. Thank you for communicating. And thank you so much for actually coming forward now and being in this space with us as well. Thank you so much. So yes, I'm just gonna leave it over to you. Come on, give us your share. Thank you so much. Over to you, Maurice. How are you doing? Oh no, all right, now you can unmute yourself. You may unmute yourself, Maurice.
Oh my days, I'm so excited. Do you understand? I get up every morning, I'm excited. I'm grateful for life, for my life, for the lives I've saved through my story, which is our glory, man. Do you understand? We have to go through the pain to gain. I had to go through pain, and everyone here has been through pain. And if you've been through pain, then it becomes a gift. When you recognize it and you understand it. We are all kings and we are all queens, I would say. When we're born, we're dying, we're fighting to find ourselves. My hashtag is wear your own crown, because I'm wearing my crown now. And every man that spoke today, Unissa, and everyone, because I'm close to Unissa, so I'm mentioning his name and I know his story directly, which is his glory. And when we speak the truth to set us free. And on our journey, we're trying to find ourselves, taking the baby steps, getting smacked by our mom and dad. But when we get older, we're still getting smacked because it's learning. It's learning to find that purpose, find that gift, and then serve with it. I had trouble with it. Now I'm an inspirational international speaker now. I'm a life coach. I'm a co-host on a show called Something of Substance about life. That's going to be on Apple TV. I'm writing my book. I'm doing a documentary about my life. I've been to 10 Downing Street, which is the Prime Minister's place in England. But I come from the street. I'm opening a school in Ethiopia for the orphan kids where I went last year, where my daughter lives and teaches, and to see the kids having little and nothing, pens and pencils. I went and bought them all resources, if you look in my bio on my Instagram. And I came back here with one mission and vision, is to, before I die, I'm gonna make sure I get a team together so I could get resources out to Africa. Everybody can make a difference because we are the difference. So I've set up a charity, a non-profit charity. But I'm going to tell you my story, which is my glory. I grew up with my mum and 5 siblings. My dad left when I was 7 years old. I was sad when he left because I was used to him going to work, walking up the path and saying, bye, Dad, and crying, Dad, can I come with you? But one day my dad didn't come back. Just imagine that. The fun and laughter in the game stopped. But fast forward from that, I was going to school. I was getting bullied at school. bullied at school, but it wasn't by the kids. It was by the teachers. The teachers putting me in a corner and saying, Morris, you're going to be nothing in life. Sit there, be there. What humiliation and shame that brought upon me. But fast forward that, I left school dropout, not knowing who I was in England in the 70s, not seeing no one of my significance doing anything to look up to. I did try and get a job. There was one, for instance, I went to get a job and they turned me down. My friend, he was white, he went and got the job. I said, how did you get it? He said, there's vacancies there. But yet they told me there was none. But I know it was wrong. I decided to sell drugs. And I started to become a gang member and started to sell marijuana. I've done that for 12 years. They say money is the root of all evil, but it's not. Remember, it's the love of money. And I started to love money so much. It became me. And we have to be careful what we think about, because that's what we become. And I became a big drug dealer. So in that 12 years, I went to jail twice. I didn't know what to do. When I came out of jail, I went back to selling drugs again. But in life, things happen. But we have to recognize it. And it was when my son, I feel it now, it was when my son, he was 18 months old. And he passed away due to an accident at home, sliding down the slide with his sister and getting caught by the blind string, and he hanged. When I heard that, I wanted to commit suicide myself. So when it goes and talk about mental health, my mind started to play tricks on me. I didn't want to be here. My mum always used to say, Morris, come to church. I used to say, no, mum, I ain't got enough time. And here I was knocking. They say, knock and the door will be open. Seek and you shall find. I was seeking. I'm telling you, I was seeking. I wanted to change my mindset. I wanted to reset my mindset. And that's what we need to do at times. We need to reset our mindset. So I went to church. And when I went to church and seen all these happy people clapping and dancing and laughing, I started to enjoy going to church. And I want to say to every one of you, adversity introduces a man to himself, because it introduced me. In the darkest hours, focus on the light, because I started to focus on the light. And it started to shine bright, because I started to walk with God and started to believe that there was a reason for me to be here. I just wanted to show my kids that their dad could be someone in life. People laugh when I say this. I just wanted to work now. And I started to work. And within 8 years, doing all different jobs and doing all the different things, I met this man after I joined this executive car company. And I used to drive him, other people used to drive him, and he took a liking to me. And one day, after driving him for 2 months, he said to me, Morris, you're more than a driver. That man knew me more than I knew myself. That's why I believe, be around like-minded people. They can see something special in you that you don't see. And it's now I realize over the years what he meant, because of the person I am now. And I started to work with him specifically. I left the company and I started to work with him. And within about 3-4 years, he was setting up a company, a hedge fund company, £1 billion hedge fund company. And I said to him, I could set up a chauffeur company to drive your staff and your clients, Steve. He said, yes, Morris, that's a good idea. That chauffeur company now drives some of the biggest pop stars in the world. Like Beyonce, Whitney Houston's Toya Dunn, Usher, Floyd Mayweather, Justin Bieber, to name but a few, that company drives now. I never knew this gangster could be a businessman. He could be anything. But I started to believe, everyone. I started to believe in myself. And that's what we need to do. That's the most powerful word in the world, believing. Because it's not seeing is believing, it's believing is seeing. Then you can see things clearly once you believe. But we can't stop what's going to happen. Like Les Brown says, if you get knocked down, make sure you're looking up. Because if you're looking up, you can get up. And this may trigger. In 2007, I lost my sister, my best friend. We grew up together close, going to parties and doing all sorts of things like siblings do. She was 48. She was gone. A tragic illness that built up, but you never believe that someone's going to go, even though you know they have an illness. You never believe that they're going to leave you. And she passed away. But believing in God made me see it a different way and understand that we're not going to be here forever. Sorry about that. But then in 2010, I lost my mum. My mum passed away tragically due to cancer. There I was down again. But we all said, at least we've got my dad, because he was still alive, even though they weren't together. Oh, man. Sorry about that. I lost my dad tragically as well due to cancer. But the biggest blow was when my wife of 35 years committed suicide. She left two kids, a 13-year-old and a 30-year-old. She committed suicide. And I had to go back over our relationship and everything. And there was many times I wanted this for the second time commit suicide. And I was in my bed many times for 3 months in darkness, saying, why me, why me, why me, God? But now I say, try me. Come on, God, try me, because I know me, I believe in me. And I believe the pain that I was going through was God chipping away at me to become the person I am today. We get molded all different ways. Life is plastic, everyone. But when God molds you, he says, walk this way. And I believe life is like when I go to the gym, not a lot of muscle, but building muscle. We go to build muscle. That's the pain we go through. But the experience we go through, that's life building you to become who you need to become. Because not what we get through the pain, it's what we gain through the pain and who we become. And I've become this person of resilience because I believe God has given us the power and the glory to embrace everything we have to go through in this life. And in 2018, I lost another son. He was 34 years old. He was found dead in his flat through a heart attack. And I had to go back, but one thing I've got to say, when they say Morris the Connector, and they say ashes to ashes and dust to dust, Morris the Connector rises from the ashes, from the dust, because I now believe that everything I went through, would I be this person today if I never lost my 18-month-old son? He took me out the darkness. I believe just like Jesus died for us, he died for me to take me to become a new me, because this is me. We're here to win, everyone, and learn. Winston Churchill said, success isn't final, failure isn't fatal. It's the courage we show to come back over and over again. And I've been knocked down. I've had to get back up, knocked down, get back up. People say, how did you do it, Morris? Because I believed in myself. It's not about no one else. It's about you. And I want to say to every one of you, you have to become the real you through the pain. No one gets out of here alive. It's what we do before we leave here. What are we doing? My cup's full now. It's overflowing so I can give back. If you have no love, don't give, because you ain't got it to give. Stop giving to people and let people come in and take in your energy. Get your cup full. My cup's so full now. It's not about me no more. It's about the kids in Ethiopia, the school that I'm going to set up so they become champions of the world. Before I die, I want to see them rise up to become who they're meant to be. I believe that the pleasures in life isn't sex and all these things, these jewelry and this and that. Success is me speaking my truth here and saying to everyone, that's the pleasure I get. when I give back, when I give my love to someone, because people struggle while we're here in this world. And I'll tell you why we're here in this world, to show compassion and show love to everyone that we meet. We all have something different. We all have a different fingerprint, handprint, footprint, and we form our blueprint and our philosophy to make a difference in this world. And I want to say, the secret about getting ahead is getting started. Let's get started today to make a difference in this world. And I just want to say one thing. My name is Morris the Connector. I'm never done speaking. My mum used to call me a parrot when I was 7 years old, and my siblings, I used to cry. Now I'm getting paid for speaking. That's my gift. That's become my purpose. I have all the ingredients, the belief, the confidence, the commitment to what I need to do in this world. If I was a cake, I would eat myself. I love myself so much. I'm Morris the Connector. I've done speaking. That's what we say on Clubhouse. But I'm going to say I'm never done speaking, because I speak the truth, and that's what sets me free. Thank you, Prince, and thank you, everyone, for having me here. And to all the speakers, man, I've been watching you from the morning, and it's so refreshing to see like-minded people sharing and just giving back, because then we'll come back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Wow. Morris, if I was a cake, I would eat myself. I don't know. I'm going to quote you on that one. I love it. Thank you so much. There's so much truth in what you've said. I think with men, this is exactly what we need. We just need men to start to be more candid. I hear the passion in your voice. I hear the emotion in your voice. And I feel that you're very much invested in this. Morris got a dog in this fight, definitely. He's trying to change the world, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for the share. Thank you for the honesty. Please stay with us and make sure you've got your details as well with Prince, because I definitely would love to hear you speak again. I don't know if everybody else would agree, but that's what I would love. I would love to hear you speak again. Thank you so much, and thank you for finding your vision, as you said, and finding your passion and finding your calling through the journey that we've been in, because other people would have decided to take a very different route, and you decided, you know what, I'm going to turn this into something positive, and I'm going to make sure it benefits others who might actually be feeling forlorn. You know, someone had mentioned it earlier, that men, you know, if we can find our emotions again, because a lot of the time the reason we take these drastic measures with our lives is because we struggle to actually express ourselves. That's one thing I think I would applaud Morris for doing, is that I think he's surmounted all of those barriers of self-expression. He's happy and he's comfortable to express himself, and I thank you for that, because that's what we're learning through. The only one thing I don't believe, Morris, is the kids you're telling us you've got the 34-year-old, and you've got and I'm thinking, no, but this guy looks so young, you know. So yeah, that's why I don't believe you, Morris. Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to us today. I don't know, Prince, who do we have next? We've got Steve Osagi. I don't know if Steve would be able to speak. Are you able to unmute yourself, Steve, as well, and share with us? Thank you for being here today as well. Hello, can you hear me, Prince? Are you there? Are you still with us, Prince? Steve Osagi, are you able to speak now? I just want to mention to everyone in the room, if anyone has questions, please.
I think Steve
Yes.
is available at this moment, Arthur.
Yes.
So, and Prince is struggling with his internet connection. So I think we'll skip Steve and we move on to the next speaker after that.
Okay. I'm not sure who's next.
Do you have the list with you?
Let me just see the list again. I'm not sure. I had a list for earlier, and I think we've spoken to everyone already. So I just need to confirm and see.
So, but the next person will be Dominic Fenton.
Dominic, are you with us, Dominic?
I don't see Dominic. Dominic, if you're in the room, please type in the chat in case you're using a different name.
Yeah.
Oh, I
I'm
see you.
here. I'm
There we
here.
go. Sorry.
Yeah, I tried to get on my laptop and it keeps on freezing, so I'm on my iPad.
All good. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Welcome. I would love to hear what you have to say. Please introduce yourself as well and just give us a bit of a background about who is Dominic as well before you share. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me. Morris, incredible talk. So I'm Dom Fenton, based in the UK. Similar to Morris is Morris the Connector. My business name is the Activity Connector. So there's quite a nice little correlation on that. Who am I? I'm 45. I'm a single dad. I've got 2 daughters. And I'm me. And I travel around the world working with young children, young people through sport. I own a number of companies. And my mission, my purpose is to inspire one person every single day. And by having this opportunity to talk, I hope I can deliver that to you today. So let me start my story. I came from a middle-class background. I've got 2 brothers, mum and dad, who were together still. And at 5 years old, I believe I had the most important conversation I've ever had. 5 years old, I was asked by a sports coach to join their sports club. My brothers were playing, and I decided at 5 years old that I would join in. I was there every weekend anyway. So why wouldn't I join in? 40 years later, I'm 45 now. I look back as the most important conversation I ever had. So let me tell you my story. This is a story of hope. And more importantly, a story of just being you. So I'll go through what happened. There are some triggers throughout, just so you are aware. But I hope from this, you can take moments of hope, take moments of inspiration, and realize the most important person. And the only person I can be is me. So, started playing rugby at 5 years old. Played lots of other activities, but rugby was the one sport for me. I was in a small primary school. We had 29 children in the whole school. And we were able to play different activities. So we were able to play chess, that I ended up playing a lot of and still play now. I was on stage. I was the lead boy in most of the productions. Primary school was good, but things changed. I went to secondary school from the age of 11, and I was different. I was different because I was a rugby player. I was different because I played chess. And I was different because I used to sing on stage. And I was different just for being me. But the whole moral of this story is I can't be anyone else. It's taken me time to realize that. And it's taken me time to realize, actually, the best person I can be is me. Secondary school was tough. 14 years old. I'd been bullied for 3 years already at school. Did I tell anyone? No. I blame myself. I thought I could deal with it on my own, but I couldn't. So 14 years old, I wanted it to stop. Did I feel I could do anything? The only thing I thought I could do was take myself out of that situation. Luckily, I'm still here and I didn't. I had stomach cramps. I'd wake up every morning in sweats. I eventually told my mum and dad because I broke down and I cried and I cried and I cried. But you know what? That's okay. I have no issue with that. We spoke to school. It changed for a little bit, but it went back. I went through the next 2 years, still dreading school every single day, but I left school at 16. Failed most of my exams. The minute I left, I was a happier me. I was a happier version. But it doesn't always mean that life's going to be easy. And it certainly hasn't been. Although I was working, I was playing rugby, I'd found something for me that I was good at. And if you're listening to this, you're good at something too. It's just finding what that is. It's finding what drives you. It's finding what makes you happy and what gives you joy. When we give joy, we open our hearts. We smile. We're grateful. I'm grateful for the journey I'm on because it brings me to places like this and it brings me to be able to speak in front of you. I being part of a big sports club was amazing. Not only was I doing something I was good at and I enjoyed and I'm passionate about and I'm still involved with now, but I meet hundreds and hundreds of people. And I also got work out of it. So I ended up working with schools. And it's amazing, you never know who's watching you. You have to be the best version of you because you don't know who's being inspired by you. You don't know by who's being motivated by you. I didn't. The amount of young people who are now older makes me feel old. But the amount of people now who come to me and go, you inspired me when you were younger. You inspired me by coaching. That's all I want to do. I want to inspire people. I want to know people that they're not on their own. They're not alone. You can achieve whatever you want to achieve. You have the like-minded people around you. You have your network. You have your community. But you find those people ready for you. I was coaching one young man. His dad was a head teacher in a school. He offered me possibly the best job I ever had, apart from what I do now. And that was all because I coached. I tried to live my life the right way. I tried to be a role model for young people. I feel the energy I get back from them. But it's all about giving back. I know my purpose. I knew my purpose when I was younger. I was lucky. My purpose was to make sure that no one ever felt like I did. I wanted to be that person that I didn't have growing up, that mentor, that someone that a young person can look to and go, you know what, I want to be like them. But I don't want to just be like them. I want to be my version of them. Because all you can be is you. I get to 38 years old. I get made redundant from money was tight in the business, in the organization that we were at. I got made redundant. I got told everything I'd done was rubbish for 7 years. I know it wasn't because I believed in what we were doing. I have thousands of people telling me it's amazing what was happening. I do not let one person, just because they thought and they didn't understand what we did, I was not having them tell me it was rubbish. So I get made redundant on my wedding anniversary. It's amazing how sometimes things collide. So my wedding anniversary, a month later, oh, all of a sudden my marriage is breaking down. So not only have I had to be made redundant, a month later, things start unraveling with my marriage. I fall into a depression. I sit in four walls, not knowing what to do, because I've never done that. I'd be traveling around the UK working with schools. Now I'm sat in four walls. It needed to change. Unfortunately, mental health hit my family. I got blamed for a lot of that, but it's amazing when people blame the people closest. I knew deep in my heart and deep in my soul that what was being said wasn't me. But again, people will try and drag you down. It's having that self-worth and that belief in terms of who you are. We separated a year later. I was a dad. I was a stepdad. Going through all these things, I lost who I was. And it takes time to understand who you are. The biggest moment, 8 months ago, only 8 months ago, I sat in my car and I was listening to Clubhouse. My daughters were at their mum's. I sat in my car outside my house and I broke. I completely broke. I sat in my car and I cried for 3 hours. I don't know what it was. There were lots of things happening and it had got to me. I'd felt isolated. I felt on my own. I didn't want to reach out because I didn't want to be a burden. I came in and sat on my table and my kids are in the pictures now. This is why I do this here. I sat at my table and I wrote, "Are my daughters better off without me?" And those are my two daughters in the blue. And that's me in a skydive with my daughters. Are my girls better off without me? It hit me like a train wreck. I spoke to my brother who said, I needed to talk to someone. I realized that actually I couldn't do this on my own. I've been trying to do it on my own for too long. Now I'd hit that bottom and I needed to step out of it. I reached out for help and I got help. They were the most important conversations in my life at 5 years old and at 45. 40 years difference between the two most important conversations. But I now know the importance of reaching out. I now know the importance of keeping an eye on friends. I've always been a friendly guy. I've always been part of sport and being part of activities and things that I do. I know lots of people. It's one thing knowing lots of people, but it's another thing reaching out to them. Or reaching out to them, whether or not you're in a good way and you're watching that and you're keeping an eye on them, or the other way. But we need to do that. However hard we feel and however tough we sometimes feel it is, I'll always reach out to them now. If I haven't heard from them for a while, I'll reach out. How are you? Oh, I'm fine. And I'm always asking again, are you sure? It's amazing where that conversation opens up. We need to understand who we are. We are going to have people talk to us in the wrong way. We're going to have that. We're going to have negativity. But it's how we let it work through us and how it comes out. I'm a father. I'm a son. I'm a brother. I'm a friend. I'm a speaker. I'm a sports coach. I'm a trainer. All of these things I love, but they're roles. They're roles in my life and the different roles that I play at different times. Fundamentally, there's only one person I am. And that's me, because that's all I can be. I can look at other people. I can say, wow, they're amazing. And they are. And the speakers today have been incredible. And that's them. And I'm me. And that's all I can be. It takes time to realize that. And the best way I learned who I am and how to be me was to work out what my values were. And work out what makes me tick and what makes me get out of bed every single morning. Because I've gone through those dark times. I've gone through those moments I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to walk out the house. I don't want to see people. I have those moments. I still have those moments. But I know when they're coming. And I know how to deal with them. But they work for me. And we need to find ways to work for other people. If you see someone struggling, reach out to them. Reach out to them, hold your hand out. If someone wants to go to a sports club for a new activity, go with them. If they struggle to go on their own, go with them. Reach out your hand and go with them. It makes a difference. So just to finish off the lessons I've learned. Work out who you are and work out your values. Everything else we do in life are roles that we play. My role is to inspire one person every single day now. That's what gets me up. It's my purpose. It's making my girls proud. And I want to be proud of who I am because that's all I can do and that's all I can be. Not everyone's going to like you, and that's fine. That's fine. Not everyone's going to like you. I don't have to. I don't care if people like me or not. As long as I know who I am and what I stand for, that's good enough. People will try and drag you down, but don't listen to it. Don't listen to it. Things don't last forever. Be happy. Be grateful. Find those moments of joy in everything we do. Take a moment to step outside. Listen to the birds. Let's see the sun. Take those moments for peace, tranquility, and live in that moment. It's okay not to be okay. I work, some of my work is in the mental health sector. People expect me to be able to deal with everything. I can't. But you know what? That's fine. I don't mind that. But I know the most important thing is reaching out. Don't ever, ever be afraid to reach out. because we can do this together. Find what makes you you. Find what really connects you with who you are and your truth and what you want to be. Find a hobby. We're all good at something. Find something. Think about being a child. If you were doing activities as a kid, I talk to a lot of people about hobbies. Find what works for you. Mine was sport, mine was music. We've all got something that makes us tick. Don't ever, ever be afraid to reach out. And most importantly, be you, and that's good enough. I'm Don Fenton, the Activity Connector. Thank you very much for listening.
Yes, Mr. Fenton, thank you so much for that share and for being so candid with it. It's so amazing what I mean, you're a coach, so no one expects that a coach has got all of these challenges. But you can imagine that, you know, there was someone who shared a story on Clubhouse, and what he spoke about, he's a motivational speaker. And just before he went on stage, he says they say to him, there's an important call for you. And he says, look, I'm about to get on stage. The room is full. And they said, I think you want to take this call. And he took the call and they told him, unfortunately, your son has passed. And his question was, how does the show go on? I'm a motivational speaker. How do I get on stage and motivate other people in the circumstances that I'm facing? And I think that's what I feel from you as well. I feel like as a coach, you know, you always have to show up at the best of your game, even though things are difficult, but you still have to show the best. And you know what I'd like to say as well? I'd like to say that part of your victories is also being able to have a good cry. Because do you know how many of us men struggle to actually have a good ball, you know? And that's the one thing about women, is that they're able to just meet and there's no judgment. And you can just cry out about what you're feeling, you know? But as men, we struggle to even shed that first tear. I'll be honest with you, my tears, my last good cry came with Gladiator. Gladiator, when he came back from war and the family was gone, and all of a sudden I'm crying and my daughter says, what's going on, Daddy? And I'm like, no, sorry, man, I just have some tears.
Yeah, I know that moment in the film. That's one of my favorite films, so I know that moment.
Okay, thank you. I think you're the only one who, so you probably, did you shed a tear at that moment?
Quite, probably a lump in the throat. Let's put it that way. There's a lump in the throat on that one.
So that's the amazing thing. Thank you so much for sharing, because I think that's one of the important things is, as men, we need to be able to learn to know that, you know what, we can cry. Yeah. And someone had actually tested tears and put them through a lab and tested tears versus other fluids from the body at that same time. And apparently the tears were actually quite toxic. So there's a reason for a cry, you know, there's a reason why when you need to cry, you're almost detoxing yourself, you know, so it's important. So thank you so much for, I actually appreciate very much your shares today, and being a coach and being able to actually speak about these things. So I believe there's a reason why you're here today. Part of it is because you're able to have a good cry, and part of it is because you are going to change lives, you know, with your story. So thank you so much. And thank you for standing through it. Despite the challenges, I've just gone through a divorce as well recently.
Yeah, it's tough. It's for me, it was one of the toughest things. I've always been quite open about it. It's now 5-6 years. And for me, it was about identity and knowing who I was, because you're there with your wife, you're there with your children, you're there with as a family. And I always used to struggle when my daughters used to go back to their mums, because all of a sudden you've got a busy house and then you haven't. And you have all that time to think and that time to stuff go through your head. And I didn't deal with it in the right way. I'm very, very honest about that. And I think that you need to let that go through you. You need to feel some of that, but then you need to be able to work through it and work forward and feel that time and realize that actually, you know, they need to see their mum. The dads are just as important as the mums. You know, I talk a lot about being a single dad, but it's what happens. But you get to that point and go, okay, we have to accept that. We can't change things. You can only control what you can, you know, you can only sort of, you know, control what you can control, and use that time to grow and to look at how you want to now move your life forward. Because actually, things don't last forever. Marriages don't all last forever. And sometimes at the time, you can think you're the only one going through it. It's like anything. We feel, and that's part of my job now, is to reduce isolation in any type of trauma, in any type of issue, whether breakdowns in families. I want to make sure that that's what we stop. We stop that isolation, because it's the isolation that causes more problems than anything. So yeah, no, but it's tough, but you'll get through it. Get through it.
So there's a question that's come in as well. Who would be the first person you call? Who do you call when you need to speak to someone? Yeah.
Well, so when I had my breakdown, I spoke to I've got two older brothers. And I spoke to my brother out in Ibiza. Yeah, I just found out I broke down on the phone to him. I'd been obviously crying for 3 hours. I was exhausted. I'd had 10 minutes sleep, if that. And I needed to talk to someone. And yeah, I spoke to my brother, who went, get help. Just reach out, get help. So, you know, I knew I needed to. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with getting therapy. There's nothing wrong with speaking to a counsellor. It's my third time that I've probably had counselling in the last 6 years, but this is the time that it worked. The other times didn't, because I think you have to be ready to have you have to be ready to talk to someone. You have to be ready to do that. You know, but now I have no issue. I'm now doing some work with my own therapist. So I'm now looking at a new program next year around isolation and mental health and children and families. And for me, she will be an ideal support partner on that. And that's what we'll do. But yeah, I just think there's probably one or two, maybe 2 or 3 people that I talk to. Certainly my brother's one, the therapist the other. And the other one sort of flutters between 2 or 3 different people, just depending on how I feel. So yeah, that's who I talk to.
And have you faced any of there's some form of stigma, particularly in Africa, about going to see a therapist? People almost look at you like, therapist? I mean, you know, have you faced any of that stigma?
Yeah, a little bit. But I think for me now, so the thing is, because I run my own business, I can almost choose who I work with. So that part helps. I think when I tell people I've seen a therapist, it's now, if they want to judge me, they can. You know what? I just tend not to work with them, because I can make that choice. I think the more we can normalize things, the better. I think the more we can actually have that conversation, and it's almost just the normal thing to do if you're having struggles to talk to someone. And yeah, if anyone judges me, that's down to them. All I can do is control how I behave.
That is so true. Thank you for sharing that. I think in Africa, a lot of the times, if you're seeing a therapist, it's usually, for some people, they just translate that, no, you've got some serious issues. But I would like to say that's why you're here today and sharing your story, you know, because you were able to actually take that step to actually see. These days, I always tell this to our African brothers, is that it's not that expensive to see a therapist. It's the cost of a night going out for some drinks.
Yeah.
Which one is going to do more for you, you know?
Yeah,
an opportunity
and I think
share.
that's how it's done. That's how it boils down to. You have that choice. You can either go out and have a night drinking, which generally the day after you don't feel any better, or you can go and get, you know, or you can go and see a therapist and start unpicking and start moving forward with what's holding you back.
So true. Thank you for sharing that. I needed that as well. And you know what? The therapist thing is also an age thing, because it seems that the younger people are much more open to it. Depending on your age group, we see it as almost like a sign of weakness. Like, oh no, I can't handle this by myself. But that's nothing. It's about actually being here, finding a way to stay on the ball so that you can be here for another 10 years and talk about it and share it. So it's so important. I myself, I've got things to go over in regards to accepting therapy myself, because I should also see a therapist. So thank you so much for your share, because I think, yeah, what you've said today, it's resonated with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No worries.
And then we've got Steve. Steve, are you able to join us now? I got a message that Steve is now able to join us. Steve, if you'd like to share with us. We're having the most amazing shares today. I don't know if it's possible. Prince, I hope you're recording, because I would love to actually listen to this whole conversation all over again. I'm still learning. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dominic.
No problem.
Steve?
Thank you. Time.
Awesome. Steve, are you with us? Oh, have we lost Steve again? And we've got Aiden McNally. Please, anyone, just feel free to put up your hand to speak in regards to what the speakers have mentioned so far. There's a whole range of topics that have been discussed. I personally am just trying to write down notes and make sure that I keep track of a lot of the things that I hadn't really thought about in regards to where we are as men today, you know, in terms of this men, how would I guide if I was to mentor someone? Someone mentioned that you must find a young person to mentor, young man to mentor, and encourage them in their journey. So while I'm on it, I'm taking notes because I'm learning. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? You can put up your hand. Or Aiden, are you going to speak to us? Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you, Aiden. We can hear you, definitely. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
I'm trying to figure out where you are so I can see you.
My name is Arthur. I'll have the green around. Oh, yeah, no, now you have the green around you. Arthur Kitolo. We had load shedding. I'm in South Africa. So South Africa, we've got this thing called load shedding. So they switch off the lights for a few hours. So when the session started today morning, I had no lights. So literally I couldn't put my camera on. I couldn't put anything on. I just came in as soon as I could. Sorry, Aiden.
And that's okay. Yeah, I just I didn't know where you were, Arthur. Yeah, I'm okay to share if you'd like, if you can hear me okay, or
We hear you perfectly, Aiden. Thank you.
Okay, Arthur. Well, I'm going to share some of my story in story form. And what I was going to explain to you, Arthur, and anyone else in the room, how I became an author and how I started to write. Now, as you had mentioned about the youth, when I was a teenager, I was heavy into drinking and drugs. And that led me to prison. So being violent in the streets, using drugs, alcohol, at 17 years of age, I was in prison. And nobody knew where to put me in the early 90s. Because I was so young, they didn't want to put me into an adult facility for drug and alcohol. Though many people spoke up and said I didn't deserve to go to prison, that I had more potential. So prison is where I ended up while they figured it out. And I got a lucky chance. A guy on a college placement course had visited a house. I'm in Ireland, so it's the south of Ireland. And it was a house set up by a priest for adolescents for drug and alcohol rehabilitation. And the only requirement to go there was that the courts had to have a suspended sentence hanging over my head. So it was almost like being sentenced there for 2 years. And in that time, at 17 years of age, in a prison cell, I had some serious thinking to do. And the thinking I was doing at 17, which I didn't understand till later in life, was making a decision never to go back to prison again. So I got my chance in the drug and alcohol rehab. And I grabbed it with 2 hands. Excuse me. And for 2 years, I started living sober and learning a program. And I had some great people around me in terms of staff. And I received group therapy and one-on-one therapy with counselors. And I got involved in Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. And back then, I even went back to school when I was 18, turning 19. And I'd left school when I was 12. And I got a chance to return. And in that year of doing the final year of school, to pay it forward, so to speak, I went out and give talks to other students in other schools about the damage that alcohol and drugs could do. And so when I was 20, I finished the school. I was now sober living. And I'd met a wonderful girl and we had a child. So I was a father, sober living, learning about my feelings, learning how to deal with them, learning how not to be violent, that the drugs and alcohol used to bring on. So on my 21st birthday, we christened my first son, Dara. And I was on the top of the world. Now, myself and his mom broke up. And so I was at a distance. And I found it very hard to handle. I didn't understand, how could I be a father to my son when he's not with me? So now sober living, I was dealing with a difficult situation. And I took a job 3,500 miles away because I couldn't deal with just being close. I wanted all the way with my son. So the best thing for me to do was go all the way away. And I went and I did the job, and it was amazing travel, and it was an amazing place to go. I was a commercial fisherman, and I went to Alaska fishing. And then I would send some money home for my son, and when I could get a chance, I would jump on planes and go back to Ireland and get a week or a weekend with my son. And this went on for a number of years. And some great, I didn't see him growing up all the time. Though as he got a little older, we communicated via technology. So our relationship was rebuilding. And then I'd visit once or twice a year, maybe 3 times if I could. And I was then living in the United States and married and living my own life. And every opportunity I wanted to come home and be with Dara and hang out. And I was building an empire for him out there. I was working hard. So my marriage broke down and around about 2009, 2010. And I took another job in Costa Rica. And in 2011, one Monday morning, I received a phone call. What age was I then in 2011? I was 36 years of age. And I received a phone call that changed my life. And I don't know if anyone's ever had a phone call that's changed their life. So basically, I had a number of years sober living. Alcohol and me were no more. Drugs and me were no more since I was 17 and a half years of age. I learned the program. I lived the programs. I encouraged others around me to put the drugs away. In 2011, in December, coming up now in a couple of weeks, the phone call I received was my brother calling me when I was in Costa Rica. And that phone call changed my life. My brother told me on that phone call in a roundabout way, because it was very difficult, he was crying. What he told me was that Dara had died. Dara died from sudden adult death syndrome. Basically, it's like SIDS or like a cot death. It's kind of not, science can't really explain it. The body just, the heart stops. It's not a heart attack. It's not an arrest. It just stops. It stops going tick-tock. So on a Monday morning, Dara with his mom, where she now lives with her husband and other children in his bed, didn't wake up for school. And I'd been with them a couple of months prior to going to Costa Rica. So they told me he was dead. And I was in an apartment in Costa Rica, which is paradise. And I received the news that my son, my firstborn son, the guy who made me a father, the guy I'd built my dreams on, building an empire and wanting to succeed in life so that he could have an easier time, at 15 years of age, he didn't wake up for school. The pain that brought to me at that moment, I could not speak. I only mumbled. The wave and the crying. And I went to look for airplanes. And eventually I found an airplane that afternoon to go from San Jose, Costa Rica, to Madrid in Spain, to connect to a plane to Madrid, Spain, to Dublin, Ireland. My older brother was waiting at the airport, and he drove me another 4 hours to Limerick, where when we arrived at the house, there was a line of people entering into the house. My son's wake was happening. I just traveled 18 and a half hours, and 18 and a half hours of crying, 18 and a half hours of losing hope in life very quickly. And I walked into the front room of that house and saw my beautiful baby boy lying in his coffin. And that day, my friends, changed my life. I was already on a path to success, achieving, I was repairing a relationship with Dara every year, traveling to Ireland 2 and 3 times. It was coming close to the time where he, as a teenager, would now be able to travel out to me and see some of the wonderful things I'd seen in life. I didn't know what to do. As a man, the instinct inside us as a father to be the protector, to make sure our kids survive. And I was 18 and a half hours away, and there was nothing I could do about it. And the harsh reality is that he ceased to exist that morning and he died. So we did a funeral, and then I had to pick up my pieces. I sat for 3 weeks from December 12th, 2011, 4 weeks almost, through Christmas, through New Year's, and my birthday, which is 7th of January. I actually sat in one room. I didn't eat. I didn't go to the bathroom, and nobody knew what to do with me. I didn't know what to do with me. I would wake up and watch some late night movies and fall asleep again and wake up, and I was in shock. Real hard shock, trauma. On my birthday, I got up and went and had a shave, took a shower. I looked in the mirror and I said, I can't live like this. I have a job to go back to. I have a plane to catch. So in the end of January 2012, I returned to Costa Rica to my job. And I was unable to perform in my job. I couldn't deal with people. I couldn't look at life. I had become a shambles of a man. I had such raw emotional pain. I didn't understand it. The only thing I knew from all my sober learning and all the steps I'd learned how to reinvent myself when I was 17 and get away from prison and the streets and drugs was to know that whatever feeling I feel, it will pass. That no emotion would consume me out of existence. And I had a beautiful girlfriend in Costa Rica, and she was very supportive to me. I got a panic attack mid-2012. And something came over me that I wanted to be at Dara's grave. I got what money I could and I booked planes again back to Ireland. And I flew into Orlando and I walked about 15 miles in the night to go from one airport or something to another. I had this panic thing, this anxiety come over me. I needed to get to his grave. I landed in Ireland. I got to his grave and I just sat crying. And with that, about 1 week, my girlfriend from Costa Rica made contact with me and said, "Where did you go?" And she told me she was pregnant. And I said to her, "I'm not ready to have a baby. I'm not ready to be a father. I can't do it." So I sat and I wallowed to the point of I didn't know what else to do. Anyone I saw in the street or my local town, you know, they all tilted their head to the side. They whispered behind my back, "Oh, there he is. He lost his son. He lost his son. He lost his son." I remember sitting in the family home and saying to my mother, "I can't live. I can't go out in the street. I can't go outside the door. I don't know how to face life." And I knew all this time that was going by, that my girlfriend had a new baby growing inside her. And somehow I needed to find a way to be a father again. And I was afraid of it. So after about 6 months, I went to Costa Rica to visit. And then we had to formulate a plan what's going to happen in another couple of months when the baby's born. And I told that woman, I said, I want to do it. I do not feel I'm able. This is very difficult for me right now. And she said, we'll do it together. Don't worry. And I said, I don't know how to explain. I never thought Dara would die. I've been years building my dreams around Dara, and he's dead. How can I be a father with all this grief? In 2000, that was 2012. In 2013, in February, Patrick was born. My new light, my new angel. This new baby came into the world. Patrick restored hope for me. And I would sit with him as a baby in my arms. And I'd look to the sky and I'd say, Dara, I know you'll never be a father in this life, but now we have Patrick and you can be a father with me through my eyes with Patrick. And at night I'd wake and I'd check his breathing and I was on edge and I was anxious and I was worried and I was a grieving father trying to separate my emotions to love my new son. In 2014, so it was about 2.5 years after Dara had died, Patrick woke up on a Sunday morning. He was 1 year and 4 months at that time. Patrick walked his way into a swimming pool and drowned. And I gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation beside the pool at 5:30 in the morning. And I felt the hand of God come and taking his life. And while I was trying to resuscitate Patrick, every breath I was taking, my mind kept saying, not again. Not again. We went in an ambulance and we rushed to a hospital. He had a pulse. And because he'd only 6% oxygen in his blood, or a little bit less, I think it was less, they ceased the resuscitation effort. I was barefoot in my shorts because I jumped out of bed when I heard the commotion that Patrick was in the pool. His mom found him. And I was in my shorts, nothing on my feet, nothing on my, no t-shirt, nothing. And I was willing my baby to live with all my might, standing beside the bed